Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Y'all, do we have DSN here? It looks like we do. Shout out to DSN. Yay! Is it time? Is it time for the Squirrel Crew? DSN's first time watching this trial through Squirrel Party. Let's get some music going. Also, I have a big present for everybody. Hold on just a second. Let me get my night driving. Night driving. Yeah, night driving. That's not how it goes. All right, here we go. Are you playing? Okay, here we go. So hopefully everybody can see me. I hope it's not another one of those weird live streams where it's like, I don't think I'm live, but I am. Nightbot's here, it looks like. Hi, Kidsmiths. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. So I don't have a command for it yet, but as promised, you guys know how I am. I always fulfill on that. Does anybody remember one of the promises I made yesterday? Actually, I think it was the only promise, but you guys remember what we talked about? I'll give you guys a hint. I'll give you guys a hint. It has to do with this. Anybody remember what we talked about yesterday? Oh, y'all got to Australia. Oh boy. Okay. I want to watch all that because this is important. I don't remember how far in that is on day 15. But you're close about adding somebody, but it was not Elaine. Elaine would be a good idea too, though. But that's not who we said. I could do another one with Elaine. We said somebody else. Hi, tennis girl. Happy you're here. Haven't seen you guys. Haven't seen you in a while. Happy to see you. Let me see if I can remember. Was this your command? Let's see if that works. Woohoo! We did it. Okay, here's what it was, though. We can do an Elaine one. It was this. It was not easy to find a picture of her from the trial where it was more than just like her upper, like chestal region with head. That sounded very weird. So I wanted it to be her from the trial, and I really wanted it to be her in her little outfit that she wears on day 16 in the trial, which is the one that looks like Kim Jong-un / Dr. Evil. I really wanted especially that outfit. Either that or the Tom Hanks and A Few Good Men outfit. But there's not a picture of her from trial where it's like the whole amber. So that's what we got. I could add something in front of her so that it looks like she's not just like chopped in half. But anyway, that's what I have. That's exactly right. Kidsmith says, looks like they're rushing away from her, and Lolly's like, wait, don't leave me. Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. He doesn't want to be stuck with her. Good. I'm glad you like it. Excellent. Yes, yes. So yeah, so that outfit to me, it's very much resonates with like a Chinese dictator of yore, or like, yeah, North Korea dictator. It definitely has that vibe. But you know, she's also got the circus ringleader outfit too. There's all kinds of things. So yeah, so I did make that. Shout out to the road trip crew though. So, okay. What I want to do is this though. Let me pause this night driving. And I'm going to jump into the trial. And I know that you guys were watching, Kidsmiths and DSM were watching. I'm going to start right here though, because this is where we left off. And of course we can always jump ahead, but I mean, there's so much goodness, and 100% I will not skip a sidebar for sure. So this is my first time being able to do all this live with the sidebar. So, plus, as we get into Australia, so much of this is so, like I was saying last night, I know DSN watched on replay, but like I was saying last night, I've watched this trial so many freaking times, man. But watching it even just last night, the small portion we watched together, even I said out loud, like at the time, like I'm still seeing things in a different way kind of than I did even the last time I watched it, which wasn't that long ago. So, you know, that's the thing with trials, right? They never get old. And in fact, they're always new and there's always new things. So, King's all here. Yes. And Molly. And Amber. So let's jump right on into this insanity and see where we're at here.
And Lily Rose at some point had a crush on a, you know.
Objection, hearsay, and lack of foundation.
Of course.
I'll overrule for them. Thank you.
Oh my God.
This argument happened because
Elaine's response is really good. It was shit.
the Johnny was, I didn't agree that this gentleman, it was a famous musician over the age of 18, spent the night at the house.
Hang on. Is Lily Rose under 18? Is she trying to imply there was some sort of funny business going on, like statutory, you know what's-y business? That was weird. What is happening right now?
I felt protective over Lily Rose and concerned.
This is interesting though, right? Like Fender, who hopefully will be here at some point. Interesting. She's saying she felt protective over Lily Rose, to want to protect her from this gentleman, quote unquote, that's what she called him, famous musician who is over 18. I mean, Lily Rose ostensibly is under 18. I don't know what's happening. What is she implying? Things that were happening that were illegal? Was that what it is?
And naturally, they were not my children. It's not my place.
Right.
And I understand that. I know it's a sensitive subject, so I understand why Johnny got so upset with me. But that and the introduction of the weed
what is
with his
happening?
daughter, she was so
Honestly,
young. I just felt protective.
There's a lot. Okay,
Again,
this is a lot. Is this her seeing her younger self and trying to like take care of that younger Amber? Like, what is going on? Is she trying to make it seem like Johnny Depp was like pimping out his daughter? I honestly, it was really funny. Is again, having seen this so many times, this part just sort of, I kind of just oh yeah, this part, right? But I didn't really like, you know, listen to it with like what the fuck's happening type of thing. Like, this is kind of insane. Let me back it up a second, because there's a lot of implications happening here, and I don't know what is going on, but there's a lot of implications being made.
so I understand why Johnny got so upset with me. But that and the introduction of the weed.
Oh, right. And then the
his
weed.
daughter, she was so young. I just felt protective.
So, okay.
Again,
so she's saying Johnny was okay. Dude, this is so gaslight. She's saying Johnny was okay with letting a gentleman over the age of 18 stay the night at their house, I guess, with his underage daughter, and supplied them drugs. And that she got in trouble for being protective. But the thing is that here, I do remember this part. She ends up apologizing and being like, oh man, it's so martyry. It's like, I know I shouldn't have stepped in or something. Like, hold on, let's just watch. Wow.
It's not my place. I understand that. And
yeah. Right there.
I made him really angry by weighing in on that.
Okay. Did there come a time that there was a family engagement?
And I think there is a
gathering
sidebar coming up, if I recall. I think there's a sidebar
Well,
coming.
we celebrated Thanksgiving out in London. The kids were there. There was a stint of sobriety following how sick he got on set with Paul Bettany after one of his drug binges, and he
right. Yes.
kind of just came alive again. You know, he even like played a prank on me
very astute.
about having like relapsed when he
Absolutely.
he hadn't relapsed. You know, it was I started to kind of feel that with the kids being around. I kind of thought,
Yes.
I did think that maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety. That,
as Trooper Paul would say, the clear path. Do you guys remember that part? I can quote him. Verbatim. I'm just trying to make sure we're on the clear path here. Was that a good impression? I think it's pretty good.
this was it. And our life was peaceful for a minute. You know, it went back to being wonderful. There were these moments that just felt so wonderful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Yes, it is.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
Well
Take us to the
done.
engagement. There was this engagement party.
Well
correct?
done.
Then, yes, come Christmas of 2013, Johnny had rented this beautiful mansion in Malibu
Wow, you poor
on the
thing.
beach. It was gorgeous. And he brought my family out, and his family was out, obviously in LA. And we stayed in this rented mansion. And
Am I about to be unkind? Probably to Amber.
we're all together for the holidays. And one evening we were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, but at home being cared for. And one evening we're going to have dinner, Christmas dinner there with her around the time of her birthday as well. And
I don't
my
even
best
remember what
friend
the
said,
question was.
you should
Objection,
really,
hearsay.
sorry.
Yeah.
Wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter, but go ahead.
Um,
Go past that. What did you do?
Oh, for fuck's
We
sake.
went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and Johnny proposed in front of our families.
Oh, right.
In this big, surprise. He surprised me, got down on one knee, and I cried and hugged my mother and
Did he say to her, I just want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife?
his mother, and he gave me this enormous diamond ring, and it was a nice time.
I'm going to take you into
That
January,
was-
February 2000.
Which there, because I was literally just thinking to myself, look, you can tell she genuinely has like happiness in her heart. She tells that story. Like, it's not like she's like grinning, but you can tell she was smiling. And I was thinking to myself, wow, she's looking back so fondly on that memory. And then right after I thought that, her facial expression changed. Here, watch it. Let me back it up a second. It's like she remembered that it should be sad in hindsight, right? Kind of thing. This is just my opinion. All right.
Ring, and
Let's watch. See?
it was
And then
a nice time.
it changes.
I'm going to take you into January, February 2014. You employed a woman named Kate James. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, relationship did you have with
I
Kate
need my
James?
banner. Hold on.
She was my assistant at the time. I hired her sometime in 2012 and had as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So,
And why is that?
she was difficult, troubled, and inconsistent. She drank on the job and stuff like that, and her behavior was pretty
Objection, relevance.
Yeah.
horrible.
She's already testified. Kate James has testified.
Oh my
I think
God.
for bias.
Why?
We can,
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Why
Thank
are you, what?
okay. Please describe for the jury what
He
your
was troubled, says Amber.
job responsibilities Kate had and how you communicated with her
It really is.
and kind of how that worked.
Objection, compound.
Dude, I
Thank you.
have to say,
We had minimal.
Neil does not miss an opportunity to object. I don't think ever. Do you know how many times we watched every other trial and I'm like, oh, yeah, they could have objected here. Oh, somebody could have objected there. Oh, that's objectionable. Oh, that's objectionable, but you can see why they chose not to. Camille, nope, does not miss an objection. Shout out to Lorna Gem. I'm so happy to see you. Camille does not miss an objection. It's impeccable. Her objectioning is impeccable. Oh, not this again. Spinny wheel, spinny wheel, spinny wheel. Can you go spin elsewhere? Black Widow says she needs comfort water. I feel you. I was going to say take us with you in the shower, but that sounds weird. So maybe come back afterwards. We're here to keep you company, Black Widow. Safety first, though. No electricity with water. Not a good combo. Spinny wheel. So silly. Hold on. Let me try to fix the spinny wheel. It's been doing this, you guys. Y'all saw this yesterday. It's like not up until yesterday was I having spinny wheel recurrence problems. Do, 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 do. Well, if we could sing another song. Okay, here we go.
Person-to-person interaction, because I was hardly ever in LA. If I was there for a few days at a time. And Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, texts, and a lot of voice memos, voice notes. And
voicemails, you mean?
You know, if I found that if I said, Kate, you left the car
Hearsay.
running with your
Hearsay.
doors open and your
Hearsay.
kids in the car on the street, you need to
Objection,
move it.
hearsay.
Yeah, there it is.
She's not
yeah.
testifying. She's testifying about context.
No, shut up,
Sustained
Lane.
the objection. Next question.
Swear to God.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 209.
Oh, yeah, just prop us on the window. There you go. Safety first.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Should we have been counting the objections? God damn it, we've missed the name. Oh my God.
It's
Did you hear Elaine? Let me lay a foundation for it.
still hearsay. May we
Ms. Hurd,
approach?
did you?
Yes,
May
approach.
I lay the foundation first?
Fucking hell.
Ms. Hurd,
She'll try.
did you
Not gonna work.
communicate with
Wow.
Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's 209. Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business
Yep.
with her?
I can already tell you guys, I can feel the sidebar coming. Like the Johnny Cash song, feel the sidebar coming around the bend or whatever. Look at her glasses. It's going to be the sidebar, you guys. This is one of the best ones. It's going to be a sidebar about the business records exception. You guys ready?
Or as an employee?
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission
for
of
real?
Defendant's Exhibit
No way.
209.
No. What?
Business records exception.
Still hearsay,
way.
Your Honor.
Business record exception gets the business record.
Hold on. This part's important that we need because we need to listen to it so we can laugh. But is this true, Black Widow? Did somebody shoot Trump? Is that for real? That can't be real, right? Are you serious? Are you serious? Well, yeah, right. Do they know? Fuck, do they know who did it? I can only imagine what will happen to that person. Real news. Wow. Well, I'm going to say this. I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner. Surprised it didn't happen sooner. Interesting. Wow. Black Widow says it wasn't her. Well, we know you're like in the shower, so. I hope he's not, I hope they didn't like shoot him or, I hope he's okay. Bangs her. Yeah. Okay. Let me back this up just a second because this is a classic moment here.
This communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business with her as an employee.
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay.
Oh my
Your
God,
Honor.
the way she says that is so funny.
Business record exception gets the
Oh
business
my
record,
God.
but it's hearsay. If there's hearsay involved inside,
Guys, this is Judge A teaching Elaine like law. It's like not even law 101. It's like before that. Like this is amazing, really.
The business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Oh,
Your Honor, the business records exception,
No.
I mean,
We're gonna have to approach. There's no way. Look at this.
I don't agree. I think that's.
Oh my God.
That hearsay can.
You guys, she's pulling. Holy fuck! She just pulled out the FCRIMP, the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. She just pulled that out. Look at her sticky notes. She just pulled that out. She's going to try to read from it to the judge to tell the judge that the business records exception is the business records exception to hearsay, which it is. But if there's hearsay within the business records, it's still hearsay. And Camille already understands what's going to happen here. This is amazing to watch. Watch. Yep. All right, let's go. I love Camille's outfit, by the way, today. And it's time. It is time for our first sidebar of the evening. Sidebar. It's a sidebar. So I wish there was a better way I could switch between the different windows on StreamYard without it being like I have to do the thing. So hold on, give me just a second. So there's, oh, hang on. What was, okay, looking for the, okay, here it is. Cool. Okay. So let me see how I can share this if there's another way. I just don't like that I have to stop. Hold on. Let me pull my banners down. Okay. So the way I have to do it is I have to do it this way. I have to do stop screen. Okay. Okay. Here we go. All right, so here's the sidebar. Let me. All righty. Okay, guys, ready? So the court, the business record exception gets the business record in, but if there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay. Ms. Brutteroff, Your Honor, the business records exception. I mean, I don't agree. I think that's the point. The court, if you want to approach, get over here now. All right, sidebar. So the court, business records exception number one. I'm not sure emails are business records. Right. Well, they can be, I guess, but they're not automatic. Number two, even if you get business records in, they come in. But if there's hearsay in those business records, that hearsay doesn't come in. Ms. Brutteroff, Your Honor, the court. But if you want to show me something different that says there's hearsay and every business record comes in, please show that to me. Remember, because Elaine has her little book there. Fucking hell. Ms. Brutteroff, one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is the business records exception. Just as I said, I'm like, she's going to just read business records exception. Okay. One of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is the business records exception and records of regularly conducted activity. And it says, I'm on 28036A. The record was made at or near the time of the acts, events, calculations, or conditions. B. The record was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted activity of a business, organization, occupation. And look, so whenever you see these lines here, guys, it means they're talking over each other. So this means the court interrupted her. The court, keeping the record with a regular practice of that activity. She's finishing the sentence because she has it memorized. This is an email. That's why it doesn't fit with the business record. Ms. Brutteroff, that's how she communicated with her. She was her employee. The court, for custodian, business records are made for custodian. Invoices, accounting. Oh, that's this one, guys. Not people's hearsay emails back and forth. This was actually in the list of one of our funniest ones, and I think it was called hearsay emails. Not people's hearsay emails back and forth. Oh my God, hearsay emails. Hearsay emails. That's where this is from. Oh, wow. Neither the source of information nor the method or circumstances of preparation indicate a lack of trustworthiness. Ms. Bredoff, why would this not be the court? It's not a business record. Sustain the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. And back to open court. This is so epic, you guys. I hope you guys like this with the sidebars and everything. I know y'all have seen it before, most of you anyway, but let me switch back to the other screen. StreamYard, I love you, and I rarely have suggestions, but one suggestion I would make is a way that we can easily switch back and forth between the Chrome tab and a window without having to exit the share screen function thing. All right. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Going into lurk mode. Okay, that's all right. We're happy that you were here for sure. Yeah, the suit was so good. So, okay, let's carry on. And they're at the sidebar, which we just read, luckily. See, we know what they're saying. People are like, God, what are they saying? And it's like, we know what they're saying. There's Elaine with her book. She's like, but Your Honor. Oh my God. Look at her. Look at her with her book showing the judge as if the judge doesn't know. And Judge A is going to cut her off, right? Judge A is going to cut her off. Oh my God, look at Camille. Judge A is going to cut her off and be like, I already know what this says. Look at this. Look at this, guys. And then so she's like, I have my own book, ma'am. Yep. I'm forever calling them Hearsay. Oh, I remember. Look, everyone's got their book. Look at this. Look at this scene right here. The three women with their three different blue books. And they're all pointing at the hearsay exception. Oh, I can't. Incredible. Incredible. Look at Elaine. Look at her go. Wow. Do you guys remember, who was it? There was somebody in some trial kind of recently that looked like Elaine. Do you guys remember who it was? And I think it was a dude. And I feel like they had the same haircut. And we were like, wow, what are the odds? Do you guys remember? Okay, they're done.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James about your issues with Mr. Depp?
What, if any? Objection.
Hearsay.
Ms. James has testified.
I'll sustain the
We just
objection.
did this, Elaine. We just did this. We just
All
did
right.
this.
Well, we can take that down, Michelle.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
In the February, I'm going to jump to February, March 2016. What, if any,
Why?
communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Well, after the engagement, but before the engagement party, I started to
Now we're getting closer to shit hitting the fan.
feel like it would make, I know that he earned significantly more than me, he's a successful actor.
Oh, boy.
I wanted to eliminate any doubt in his mind and in other people's minds. So
This is already not okay. Why did you get a prenup? The easy answer would be, oh, because that's what you're supposed to do, or that's what my lawyer recommended, or I mean, it's like if there wasn't any reason that you felt like you needed to be weird about it, you wouldn't be giving a weird answer. Like there's easy ways. I don't know. I've never been married, so I don't really have great examples, but I know there's plenty of reasons to say why you got a prenup that can be said with a handful of words, and this is not one of those examples.
I brought it up to him and brought it up to my therapist.
Objection. Hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's
Oh
not
my
saying
God.
what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp, okay?
Of course. Johnny said he would tear it up. He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one, got my hands on it, I'd tear it up. Only way out of this is death. Only way out of this is death. And I thought it would like, I didn't care either way, but I did feel that it would eliminate suspicion or
Shower Black Widow.
doubt, and it would make things easier. And
People that don't know this channel are gonna be like, why is this so creepy? And why are they talking to each other in the shower? They don't know how we roll a squirrel crew. That's why. Because Black Widow can be in the shower and we can be on the shelfie thing or whatever it is that she keeps us on. And we can say hi to her while she's listening because we know she's listening and it's okay. And it's all good. And we love each other.
And I told him over and over again, you know, are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this. And one time he said to me, he's like, kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning to get out of this, kid? You already planning on leaving?
Oh boy.
It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation. He accused me of having one foot out. And they kind of were happening around the same time. You know, I still had my apartment and we were engaged now. He was asking me to redecorate Sweetser, his main house, and
I love
kind
that
of move into
comments
the ECB building downtown where my best friend was living at this time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser. And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and how we were going to move forward together. And I would have forgotten about the extent that we had those conversations early on in the engagement if it hadn't have been for my therapist's notes.
I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for
Wait,
your what?
that was
If it hadn't been for my therapist's notes, which were
Okay.
taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with
Objection,
Johnny.
hearsay.
Okay.
yeah.
I'll
We'll mo-
sustain the
We'll move
objection.
on. Okay. Let's take it to March 2014. Did there come a time there was an engagement party?
Oh, the
Yes.
party.
So it was March 2014.
Wow, y'all. So you know how I always talk about how I never get notifications from CNN, except the notifications I was always getting were related to Cicada Geddon, and like those stopped coming in because like that already happened, I guess. I just saw my phone light up. I have a notification from CNN randomly, and here's what it says: at least one rally attendee and the gunman are dead after the shooting at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania. Isn't that wild? Because I just said it's 5 minutes ago or something. I was like, sometimes it's that squirrely crystal ball, as I call it, right? Because I had a bad feeling that something was going to happen to the gunman, even though Trump was only grazed, right? Like that's what you guys were saying. Trump was only grazed. I had a bad feeling something was going to happen to the gunman, and it looks like at least one rally attendee and the gunman are dead. I don't like this. It's like I could just see this going I could see this going south, right? Like I could just see this, just especially with the shit that we've been seeing. Right, I know, it's odd. And I think it does come up on Cross. I believe Camille brings it up. Black Widow is winning. Big therapist notes is a drawing of an open window. Dude, I love this so much. Black Widow is just, wow, we know where she stands. I freaking love it. This is the best.
14.
Please describe for the jury.
We had an engagement party, and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, you know, something intimate. But, you know, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, we wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, you know, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And, you know, so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it. And I even invited my therapist. It was, you know, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
Well, we walk in together and we took some pictures and said a few hellos, and then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events, and he had disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of
Well, I can't blame him for
Came
wanting to
down
get
at
away
the
from
end
her, right?
when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Speculation.
And why is it?
Lack of foundation.
And relevance, right?
How do you
Relevation.
know that he was sharing
I would say
drugs with your
relevance
dad?
also.
I was there. I watched it.
Please continue.
Remember, technically, it still has to be relevant to come in. It can't just not be hearsay. It can't just not be speculation. It has to be relevant. Shit has to be relevant to come in. So technically, I think Camille honestly maybe missed an objection. I mean, obviously she objected. I wonder, had she objected on relevance, if that would have been sustained. Hi, Andrea. I'm sorry you can't sleep, but by the way, I just want my 2 Irish friends in the chat to know that they have each other. Black Witter and Andrew Collins. In case you guys haven't met yet, please meet, because you guys are both in Ireland, and I love you both. Are we doing spinning wheel? Please say no. What is happening? What is happening? What is going on with YouTube? That's very weird. Look, the time is still going. What is happening? That was odd. It's like it's stuck. Why are you stuck, YouTube? What is going on? Look, guys, this is bizarre. Well, let's just see if we can get to trial. YouTube. Shout out to South Texas, or STX, as it were. Hey, YouTube. Why are we struggling so hardcore these past couple days, man? Does YouTube have a flesh wound? Does YouTube need a Band-Aid? Why are we not full screen anymore? What is going on? It's just stuck on this one section with his head moving weirdly.
And he had disappeared upstairs.
Weird. That was weird. Hold on.
Well, we walked.
Right.
I had all of my, that was big.
Please describe for the jury.
Okay.
We had an engagement party, and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, something intimate. But, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, we wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And, so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it. And I even invited my therapist. It was, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
Okay.
Well, we walk in
Invited-
together.
Even
and we
invited your therapist. That was
took
awesome.
some pictures and said a few hellos, and then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events, and he had disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say.
Yeah, she
kind of
did say.
Came down at the end when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection.
Right.
Speculation.
This is where I was
Lack
saying,
of foundation.
great pause it. But this is
How
where
do you
Relation.
know that he was sharing drugs with your dad?
I was there.
she should have objected to relevance, and it
Watched
might
it.
have been sustained. But anyway.
Please continue.
Oh my God, it's at the same place. That is very, very weird. Okay, let me try refreshing this. That is just the oddest thing. I've never seen such a...
There, and then he wasn't. And the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't.
Wow.
And
So it just like went back by a big chunk. So let's see if we can find where we were. There's the sidebar. Interesting.
And he had disappeared upstairs almost the entire party.
Okay. We
To
heard
be
that.
invited, and it's kind of a thing, you know. And we were invited that year, and I had already gone for the previous year or two, and this year we were going to go together. And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman. He thought I was looking at this woman
Oh
in
boy.
a sexual way, and I kind of turned it around on him and said that exact same
Objection
thing.
hearsay.
All right. It's context, Your Honor. This is
I'll
context.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Just say what Mr. Depp said then. I guess you can't tell us what you said. to him.
Elaine, that's improper in front of
Uh,
the jury.
He was accusing me of flirting, and that's how the argument started. I don't recall what other accusations I was fielding at that moment, but typically in my experience with him, it wasn't just one. So you'd make a point and then he would go on to a different accusation. But I remember that what started it is this accusation that I had been flirting at this event. We get back to the hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of grabs me by the collarbone area, like not really my neck, but top of my neck, above my collarbone, below my neck.
You mean your shoulder?
I think at that point,
Guys, isn't
when
there a word for that called a shoulder? Am I crazy? Above the collarbone, but below the neck. Isn't that called a shoulder? Or am I just crazy?
we're still in the living room, I shoved him back, but I don't really recall too many specifics. I remember he threw a bottle at me. It missed me, but it broke the chandelier. And at some point, I remember maybe this was the shove that I was talking about, but at some point, Johnny and I are in a struggle in the living room, and he kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up and I'm trying to get him off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point, he
Did anyone
just
else witness?
whacks me in the face. And
Wasn't
I
there
had
other
not
witnesses?
at the time been I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose? At the time I was unsure what that feeling was, but I suspected I had a broken nose.
What? Oh my God.
And other than that, I was relatively
It sounds like she's
unscathed.
describing her.
But I remember my nose being swollen, discolored, red. And I took a picture of my face at some point and made a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared to how the red
Objection
carpet.
hearsay.
It is hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter.
yeah,
sir.
So I'll sustain the
Oh, for
objection.
Pete's sake.
Okay, just don't say what you told a friend. Okay, okay.
Oh, interesting.
Let's
Guys,
take you.
speaking of the townie perspective, we've been talking about this with Karen Reed because we've been really appreciating hearing from the locals at the town hall meeting things. So, South Texas, it looks like, do you have the local lowdown, the local scoop? So South Texas, she's been obsessed with Johnny since he filmed Gilbert Grape in her hometown, Manor, Texas. I didn't know any of that. I've never even seen Gilbert Grape. All the townies know this. Wow. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, she does switch tenses a lot. We are still on School Marm Day, Candace. Yes, indeed. We are still. Last night, I don't remember what time you left, but last night we didn't get all that far because we ended up having a big tangent with all the Baldwin stuff. And we did like it was really kind of like half Baldwin, half Amber Heard. But anyway, we did a bunch of that. So we didn't actually get that far. Oh, Kit Smith's echoing what I just said. We went on a long squirrely hole last night. Yes, indeed. Yes. So you didn't miss much. Well, at least in terms of the trial.
The Adderall
How-
Diaries. When did you start filming the
Why didn't you
Adderall
just-
Diaries?
What? How many bottles did he break?
Believe
Well done.
May. I filmed another movie in New York, March, April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so
That's so interesting, right? Because let's just say, for the sake of whatever, that James Franco was not allowed to come in. Let's just say there was a motion in limine. Amber there would have just opened the door on herself right there. And the funniest thing is there wouldn't even be a good reason. Like what was even the fucking question? I don't even know. Let me back it up to the question, because what's funny is her answer is really non-responsive. Let's just see. Hold on.
the chandelier
Oh wait, went back to
knocks me in the face. I took a picture of my.
You told a friend. Okay. Okay. Let's take you to the Adderall Diaries. When did you start filming the Adderall Diaries?
That's not that hard of a question. When did you start filming the Adderall Diaries? I've never heard of that. That's the question. When did you start filming it?
Believe May. I filmed another movie in New York, March, April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with
Chris.
James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken.
None of that answers the question. None of that's necessary. She's just name dropping. But again, the funny thing is, like, had there been a motion in limine regarding James Franco, she would have just opened the door on herself.
That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other.
Kind of acts like that was relevant.
And saw Johnny in these, in between, like if I got a long weekend or, I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from where? Where were you filming those?
In New York.
Okay. And where was Mr. Depp at that time?
Johnny was in LA at the time and then eventually went on location for his movie, Black Mass, in Boston.
So you were in New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point?
Eventually by May 2014. That's it.
All right.
Are we doing the weird thing again? YouTube. It's doing the weird thing again. All right, I guess I better refresh it. So let me just remember where we're at, because it'll probably jump back like it did before. Yep.
There and then he wasn't. And the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't.
This time I'm prepared.
And Lily Rose, at some point.
This time I'm prepared. I knew it was going to do it. So. Oh my God, really? Crazy. Wow. What's weird is you guys can't see this. Here, let me pull the banner down so you can see why this is especially weird. Can you guys see? Look at this. So watch why. The reason this is especially weird is because if you look at the bottom, you can see how the time is going, but the picture's not. That's why this is especially weird. I don't know. This is like an unusual situation. I don't know. DSN, I know you're into computers. Do you know what's happening? This is really unusual with all the different issues. Like, why is it's frozen, but it says it's not frozen. So very weird.
There and then he wasn't. And the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't.
Wow. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Let's see if you guys have any suggestions in the chat. Right. Yeah. I'm glad you can see why I was like, this is so weird before. Oh, and now the comment's blocking it. Yeah. Right. It's still doing it. Isn't that odd, you guys?
And
but if I go back,
the chandelier.
It was not for to prove it.
this is odd, huh? Like I've never really, I don't think I've ever experienced this except for earlier tonight on this live stream. I don't think I've ever seen this issue before. It's very unique. I mean, it's not internet connection. It must be something on YouTube's end, huh? And then
there and then he wasn't.
Going to go back.
And the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't. Already accusing
It looks like there's going to be a sidebar, so I don't want to. Okay, hold on. Oh, that explains a lot. Maybe there was an issue with the court feed. Okay, that could explain a lot. That could explain it. That could explain it. Okay, problem solved, you guys. The court feed fucks up. There we go. See, now we have the rainbows again. By the way, last night, do you guys remember how I was saying shout out to LGBTQ and I couldn't remember the other letters? I looked it up. It's LGBTQIA2S+. I think. Okay, but anyway, guess what, guys? There's a sidebar. So, woohoo! All right, well, now we know why it was being weird. It was the court feed. All right, so let's find the next sidebar here. Interesting. All right, here we go. Okay. What, if any, discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May? Oh, wait, you guys can't see this. Hold on. Let me share my screen. I have to do it this way. You know, I'm going to try. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to see if I can share a different way and if there won't be an echo when I go back to the video. But anyway, okay. Because this way I won't have to cut the thingy out. All right, so here we go. So question, what, if any, discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May 2014? So this is what was happening when the court feed, I blacked out or whatever. It's a nightmare. I wanted to do this independent film. I liked the story. I liked the character. Told him, I'm not going to wear makeup in the thing. Oh, I remember this. Ms. Vasquez, objection, hearsay. Ms. Bredoff, apparently the court, Ms. Bredoff, if we could approach, please. Sidebar. Oh my God, the court. I don't need those side comments. Oh my God. Okay, here it is. The court. I don't need those side comments. Miss Brock, I apologize for that. I'm just so baffled. I don't know why. The court. If there's a prior statement that she made, it's hearsay, unless you have an exception for it. Context is not an exception. Oh my God, you guys, we're getting to my favorite one. You guys remember? You guys remember? I know you remember. Miss Bredoff, state of mind, present tense. Where'd it go? What the heck? Okay. State of mind, present tense. There it is. Okay, then. Why? Okay, here we go. The court. No, those are not exceptions for I wasn't going to wear makeup. Miss Brock. I mean, it's context as well, Your Honor. The court. Context is not an exception. Miss Bredoff. It's not offered for the truth of the matter. The court. Then what's it offered for? Miss Bredoff. Offered to show, well, it doesn't matter whether she's wearing makeup or not, Your Honor. That's not the court. Then it's not relevant, Miss Bredoff. But it's leading up to the argument. It's still context, Your Honor. The court. Context, Miss Bredoff. Prior statement is hearsay unless there's an exception. Context is not an exception to that. Or if it's not offered for the truth of the matter, what is it offered for, Miss Bredoff? If it's offered for context. Wait. Okay, let's just look at this one more time because this is amazing. The court. Context, Ms. Bredehoft, prior statement is hearsay unless there's an exception. Context is not an exception to that. Or if it's not offered for the truth of the matter, what is it offered for? Ms. Bredehoft, it's offered for context. The court. That's not Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court. It is this, we're getting there. Yes, you're right. We are getting there, guys. We're getting there. Shout out to your number. We're getting there. We're getting there. First, it's mental state of mind, and then it's state of mental mind. We're getting there. We're working our way up to that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try something. I'm going to see if I play the trial, let me know. It might, I don't know if it's going to echo or not. I'm trying to get around this StreamYard thing where you have to switch the way you share a thing if you're screen sharing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it, but just you guys let me know if it echoes, and then I'll just go back to sharing it as a Chrome tab. So let's just see what happens, because it might work. If it works, it'll be a lot easier to go back and forth between this and the PDF.
So tell the jury what Mr. Depp said.
I mean, honestly, though, it's kind of annoying because it's not full screen. All right, let me just do it. I wish they had, dude, StreamYard needs to have a better way to do this, because this is kind of for the birds. Okay, so, because if you want to share audio, you have to do it a certain way. That's why. Okay. All right, here we go. Now we don't have to worry. It won't echo, so.
He was mad at me for taking the job with James Franco. He hated James Franco, and was already accusing me of kind of secretly having a thing with him in my past, since we had done Pineapple Express together.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to the Boston plane.
Oh boy.
Incident. We've heard about that earlier, May 24. Can you please describe for the jury what took place on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken to Johnny, he's in Boston, I'm in New York, and I spoke to him. He had already been upset with me and accused me in many arguments about not telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene, any sort of romantic scene, and I wasn't explicit about what I was going to do, then I was accused of having withheld information and hiding it from him. So I didn't want the fight, of course. I didn't want the argument, but I had to kind of eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that. And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
We need to stay with what Mr. Depp said, okay?
Okay.
You can't ever manage to do it, which is interesting, though.
He was upset with me, but he didn't sound coherent so much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this when I'm filming, when I have this scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working? Obviously, I couldn't tell him any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant. But he kept saying, how could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this? And it was like I had told him I was having an affair or something, it was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to reality.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing, guys. Okay, based on life experiences. Okay, if this were true, what she's describing, let me be more specific. She describes a lot of different issues between the two of them, but the first thing she's been getting into, right, is this whole thing about Johnny being really jealous. The possessiveness, being controlling, being kind of paranoid and jealous, all that, right? If that were true, telling this story would be very different. And I don't care how much therapy you've had. Like if you suffer from PTSD and you've been through any type of abusive relationship, and this was part of the abuse that was going on, by which I mean the type she's been describing, this would sound very different. That's and you guys are welcome to chime in.
As these like arguments would happen on the phone, this is in one day. Eventually, he hangs up on me in the conversation, screaming at me. I talked to his assistants. I won't say what they said, but I had conversations and felt encouraged that I could continue.
Was that Amber that laughed out of nowhere, or was that me that laughed out of nowhere? I don't even know, because it might have been me. I don't know. You can let me know if I did something to annoy you. I apologize. I don't know if I laughed or not.
Continue on with the plan, which was for me to get on the plane, go to Boston, pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday.
Okay.
I was nervous because the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, so the Amber's laugh out of nowhere. So that kind of is a great. That kind of is a good example of my point there, right?
Conversation I had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation. But I figured I assumed he had passed out, and that he would have been kind of sobered up the next day.
Plain story.
Assuming that the work would mean that he felt pressured to kind of pull it together.
Hi to Kathleen.
And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it. We're moving on. He's sobered up.
Well, you shouldn't make assumptions, Amber.
There had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full detox, a full recovery, a doctor, a whole plan.
Yep. I agree.
You know, there were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe we're here. And I get on the plane. It touches down and the SUV pulls up and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him. So I kind of started to anticipate that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time waiting for him, and he finally opens the door and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's moving, how he's walking. I didn't realize at the time I had already become really sensitive to these little changes. I mean, because my life changed.
Like, honestly, objection non-responsive at this point. I don't even know what the question was anymore. It's just, we're so far afield, man.
Depending on what he was on.
We're so far fucking afield.
And he gets on the plane and I just knew in every cell of my body something was wrong.
Okay.
And
did I answer any question? No.
He comes straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on and he takes them off in this kind of aggressive manner and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot. We kind of have our places on his plane, you know, where you get used to sitting. And I remember I got up and moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual. He didn't. He sat across from me. At some point, and I don't really remember the exact sequence of it, we take off, and at some point he's asking me what's wrong with me. What do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day yesterday? And then it gets, I already know that he's drunk. I already know he's using, he reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, his breath smelled so bad. And I could.
You get sucked in. Dude, Spencer says, I forgot how unresponsive this gets. I get sucked in. I'll give her that, but for all the wrong reasons. That's a great fucking point, though. I think we all do, right? But isn't that so telling, though? God, fucking damn it, right? No wonder Black Widow wants to jump out the window, throw her out the window, do things in windows.
I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation here. There was no me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by explaining or
Objection, non-responsive.
There you go. Thank you.
Telling the story, Your Honor.
Oh my God, Elaine.
I'll sustain an objection.
Thank you.
So
Finally.
he
Dude,
is asking me
I
questions.
think Camille got sucked in as well, right? It's like she was like, it's like being hypnotized, and you see the, you know, like you imagine like the music, like do 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 do, and the spinny wheels going, and the eyes and the green color. You know what I mean? It's like you can just picture that. It's like that's happening, and then all of a sudden, something happens. You know, and Camille, I'm trying to snap my hand. It's not working. There we go. And Camille snaps out of it and comes to. It's like, whoa, oh, objection, non-responsive. So that kind of, you know, that's kind of how I. For anyone else who's a new squirrel friend here, I'm looking at you. We have Andrea, who's who's an old squirrel friend, but new squirrel friend as of recently again. And we have Random Girl. We've already talked about this, but I include you in this category. And then Kathleen and Spencer. Anybody who doesn't have a command and would like one, please let me know. And we no squirrel left behind, as I always say.
And I know to not engage. I was polite. I made sure to.
It sounds so gaslighty to me because it sounds like, dude, it sounds like she's describing how she would. What's the right way? Her pattern in the relationship. It could be very, you know how there's some people where they have a pattern where they just like, what is like cold shoulder? Like there's a term for it. Fucking hell, what's it called? You know, and they just will pretend like you don't exist or whatever, like to punish you. Anyway, my guess is if she's not engaging, my guess is something along those lines where it's like to punish him, but then she knows that after the fact, she can be like, yeah, I was in the right because I didn't engage. Anyway, it's just
answer minimal amount of, you know, the minimal amount that I could. I moved slowly. I was trying to be polite, but not engage because there was no win. And he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually went from, do you have something to tell me?
There's no
to,
way.
You want to tell me how much you liked it? Tell me, did he slip a tongue? It got worse.
This is just okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if your partner talked to you and said these things, okay, like especially getting really explicit, which is going to be happening about things happening with somebody cheating, and you did not, and none of that happened, and you did not cheat on them, and they're getting really explicit and graphic with it like that, okay? And you recount that story to anybody. I don't even care if it's a mirror. I don't care if it's a wall. I don't care who it is. If it's a squirrel, if it's a bunny rabbit, or if it's the whole world and a jury, whatever the fuck. How would you imagine you would be telling this story? Because to me, it's got to be, if it were true, right? It would be one of the most horrific things to be recounting. Well, would it be really horrific to live through, first of all? Just there's something very unique to that type of abuse if it were happening, where I don't know. You guys help me out with words.
And worse, just more. It went from asking me about how my kissing scene went or how the sex scene went to asking me what James Franco had done in the scene, to being really explicit about my body. You know, he was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body, about how I liked it, how I responded. And then he started just straight up taunting me.
I'm sorry.
I know you liked it. He called me a go-getter. He called me a slut in front. And also this is happening with security and his assistants on the plane. And I remember I felt, I struggle to be able to tell you how.
No, you don't.
How embarrassed I was because he was speaking to me in front of people in this way. asking me if
And none of them can testify to it, but also she's not struggling.
I liked it and if I
And
was
that's
wet
the problem.
and,
She should be struggling and she's not struggling.
you know, why I wasn't looking at him. And that was proof I wasn't looking at him.
That's a great
That was
point,
proof that I was asking for. Did I ask James to do this and this to me? And how about if he does those things to me, insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he.
You know, the thing is incredible is a lot of the stuff that she says, she testifies, she's telling these stories where it's like, again, like there's nobody else who can testify to it that's still alive. It's just her and Johnny for the vast majority of these stories. And it's just her word against his word, right? Which I understand, obviously, relationships happen behind closed doors. But having said that, their relationship, a lot of it was very public and not behind closed doors. And like, this is an example, right? I don't even fucking remember who else was on the plane, guys. I'm sure what some of y'all know, or all of y'all, like there were other people on the plane. And I remember that the whole thing was like Jerry Judge was like the only person to have heard some of the stuff, but like, it's just, I don't know, man. Candace says her body language doesn't match. Most people would shrink in on themselves. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tell me about it, right? This should be bringing up fight or flight for her. If this happened, if you have PTSD and you are retelling these stories, it puts you back in that place on a physical level, subconsciously. I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to where your fight or flight or faint or freeze response kicks in automatically. And it's like going back in time right there to the moment. It's just, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry that happened to you, Candace. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm really sorry. Was that a coworker? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Accuse me of wanting or deserving. And I, at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember getting up
and this
so
part,
slowly. I didn't want to aggravate him.
This part has like actual issues as well too, right? I'm like, with the way she describes this, I remember there's problems with this part of the story as well. With her telling this, with like the getting up and the going to the window and stuff.
I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch and get worse. I just remember very slow movements, and I slowly get up and move to the front of the plane, and he starts throwing things at me. Ice cubes, utensils. He's calling me a go-getter and then an embarrassment, talking about what an embarrassment I am.
Now,
I don't know how many times.
The go-getter thing is interesting because that's the second time she's said that. Now, here's the thing. We were talking about last night how it could be that a lot of this is something like having to do with her ambition, right? That, like, anyway, go-getter is interesting because go-getter is the anomaly here because it's not in the category of being a whore, a slut, cheating, whatever, right? Go-getter, actually, I've only ever heard that word used as a good thing, right? It means ambitious. It doesn't mean anything sexually or whatever the fuck, right? So it's interesting that that's the second time she's said that. And it makes me wonder if he actually called her a go-getter. But honestly, that's a compliment in my life experience, right? A go-getter is a good thing. But it's interesting because it's like, you know, we've talked about false memories in other contexts with other things, and like with Paul O'Keefe, for example, right? And it's interesting because if she's got these false memories as in things she's tried, or things she's tried to convince herself are true, you can still have things that were real slipping in. And I wonder if go-getter is just an example of that. That's just me speculating. Yeah, but Blackwater agrees that Go-Getter is positive. Yeah, I also echo what Blackwater is saying. Well done to Candace. That was very brave. I'm glad he got fired. That's good. Yeah, I mean, you could be right, but still, it still just doesn't, it's not in and of itself a derogatory term the way the other things she said were. You know what I mean? Especially if someone's just spewing derogatory names. I don't know. I wouldn't, that doesn't seem like it would be a natural thing.
Times I move seats, I wish I did. I don't. I remember moving more than once, and Johnny came to me each time, not the other way around. He sits down in front of me at one point, and because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face. And his friend is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed.
This is weird.
Did you do that to me in front of people?
Yeah, that doesn't track. That doesn't track. I think it might have been EDD maybe pointed this out at the time, but it just doesn't track. Like if you have a physical, like if it's a slap, like nothing, whatever, like, okay, if someone slaps you or punches you or hits you or anything to you that is enough to cause physical pain, automatically your body is going to sense the physical pain and not embarrassment. Like that's not plausible at all, that somebody slaps you, but instead of feeling it, you think about the fact that you're embarrassed because other people saw it. I mean, really, man? Really? Ugh.
It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody. I got up to move again, and he's just taunting me, having a laugh, screaming, and then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those things. And I get up slowly again, and I just resolve to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair into my hip, kind of just hits me. And I look at him, and he asks me, what are you going to do about it? I just stared at him. I just stared at him and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was it felt like there was a blackness in his eyes. I wanted to look at him. I wanted him to see me. It didn't even feel like him. And
here's the thing. If this were true, nice pause there. If this were true, when she's talking about looking at his eyes and the eyes being black or the eyes being dead, we should feel fear. We shouldn't just be like, oh, she seems scared. We should feel fear. Just saying.
As I'm walking away, slowly trying not to be, I was being very deliberate about my movements, wasn't saying anything. I wasn't engaging. I am walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck.
It's still just so weird that she invited the therapist. I'm still Blackwater, I'm with you. I'm still like, wow, I think I had missed that. All the millions of times I've watched this trial, somehow that slipped past me every time that she invited the therapist to the engagement party. Is just, I'm just, wow. That still just blows my mind. Right?
Fuck up. Hurry up. And I just look at him one more time, wanting to penetrate the monster to see the man that I love underneath that. The man I loved.
No, it's not working.
And he tells me to hurry up again. And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk away from him. My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back. I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the floor of the plane for felt like a long time. And I thought.
So for some reason, I always pictured this scene going down with her already on the floor when he kicks her, but I'm just listening to it very carefully. She says that he kicks her and then she falls to the floor. So what that would mean, guys, and she's tall, right? What that would mean is that she's standing up when he kicks her in the back. I'm just trying to picture this logistically, because even if someone's not drunk or not on drugs or whatever, which apparently he was like really ill on that plane ride, right? But even if that weren't the case, like, it would really take kind of the flexibility of like either a ballerina or maybe a karate champion or something, right? If you imagine if somebody is tall like she is, I think she's not that much shorter than Johnny is. But for him to be able to kick her in the back, I'm just trying to picture that logistically. Like, that seems, I think that maybe why I had edited it for her previously. And in my mind, I edited it to where she's on the floor when he kicks her, because that would make more sense. Because if you just try to picture this, and they're on a plane nonetheless, for him to kick her in the back, like, try that. Like, guys, like, think about how much you would have to raise your leg and how would you not lose your balance, right? He was a pirate. Yeah, she wants to be seen as a strong, noble survivor. He Sparta kicks her, right? Exactly. On a plane, apparently, with other people. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's just seems, I mean, it doesn't seem like he's very athletic, you know, right? And according to her, he's also drunk and whatever. But even still, man, that's like, we're talking the height of that kick for the boot to hit her back would have to be, we're talking again, that's not a normal average person level of just being able to kick like that, right? And actually reach that point, you know? Oh, no. YouTube, you were doing so good for a second. Please, no. Please, sir, may I have some cheese? Shout out to Muppet Christmas Carol.
To myself,
yeah.
I don't know what to do. I
He's
can't
struggling.
believe
He's like,
did he just kick me?
yeah, it is
No
unbelievable.
one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that
Is that her way to try to get around other witnesses?
plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling
Could
so
that be because nothing?
embarrassed.
That doesn't make
I
any sense.
felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the
So
ground.
this is, you guys, I'm sorry. It's just, this is the second time she's described a back-to-back injury that should hurt. And neither time has she described how the injury felt physically. No, not with the slap and not with being kicked in the back enough to apparently make her fall over by a boot nonetheless. And she's describing feeling yet again embarrassed. That is so
In front of people.
Yeah.
And I mean, more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down and I just looked out of the window. And Jerry Judge's security and my friend both kind of under their breath asked me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah. I think
I spent the rest of the time
there's
looking out of the
Sustain the
window.
objection.
And
wow.
Did there come a time
Wow.
that you,
That was good. That completely, she lost, y'all. I'm gonna back it up a second. She lost her train of thought. You guys, holy fuck. That is interesting. That objection was well timed by Camille because it totally threw her off her story. Let me rewind that real quick. Hold on. That was easy.
I spent the rest of the time looking out of the
Sustain the
window.
objection.
Hold on. Sorry. Didn't go back far enough.
And Jerry Judge's security and my friend both kind of under their breath asked me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, hearsay.
I spent the rest of the time looking out of the
Sustain
window.
the objection.
And
Ha! Look at that, guys. She can't. Wow.
Did there come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this
Did you
plane?
guys notice? Did you hear? She tried to get out the part of that story. I spent the rest of the time looking out the window. I think that comes back again. It's how you can tell she planned it. She really she had that planned. I spent the rest of the time looking out the window. She really wanted to tell that part of the story for some reason. And then when that got shut down, she was like, doesn't even remember what else to say. Like she's lost in time and space now with her story. It's incredible. Candace, what a great point. She would be worried that she's trapped in a metal tube in the sky with a maniac. Yes. You're right. Absolutely. You're trapped in a metal tube in the sky. Yep. Good point. Spencer with some funniness here. Don't forget he warmed up and stretched before the plane ride. Got to open up the hits a bit. Yeah, right. You got to make sure you open up those hip flexors now. If you want to make sure, if you want to kick somebody at like a 5 foot plus height level, you got to make sure you open up them hip flexors, right? Right. Oh man. Yeah, but what's funny, you guys, I believe the window thing makes another appearance because she's lost without that part of her story. It's very interesting. Oh, YouTube. You spin me round, round, baby, right round when we go round, dun, 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 down, down, whatever that song is spinning. Ah, yes. Hi, Maisha. I remember you from the days of yore. I'm happy to see you, my friend. And look at you've got Walt Disney there in your thumbnail. Happy to see you again. I remember you from before.
I want to sit here and say that I was.
So YouTube kind of ruined that. So let me rewind it because she's trying to get back on track with her story. And this is actually really important. And now she's what they say on the behavior panel, right? What do they say? Like going down the well, right? She used that time to try to go down the well and try to bring up something else to where she could be emotional. So let me back it up a second here.
Like
This plane.
Okay.
I want to sit here and say that I was like, I was telling myself I needed to leave him. But as he got worse, he demanded the oxygen tank from the flight attendant. Excuse me.
That's weird. What are you doing?
And he continued to drink, and then
First of all,
eventually,
could the flight attendant not be? I mean, why are we not hearing from the flight? Anyway, just saying.
started howling like an animal and passed out in the bathroom
That was a
with
weird
the door locked.
thing.
And was howling. And I at some point pushed record on my phone because
Howling. We're getting to a sidebar.
there was that 5% part of me.
Objection, non.
She hit record on her phone because, like we were saying last night, it's just like when she took those pictures. It was another opportunity where she was like, "Oh, I can embarrass him with this later." That's why.
Responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording and why. I mean, I can ask her,
Okay.
will that solve it? Why did you tape record him?
because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
She can say
Oh my God.
why she did it and what she
No,
thought.
wait.
That last part was speculation. I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say I knew.
Oh my God.
Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain
Stop
the
doing that in front of the jury, Elaine.
All right, let's go to defendants 221.
Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna get to sidebar here.
And I'm going to play
Sidebar.
3 different parts for it.
Oh, I have an idea.
Your Honor,
I'm
may we
thinking-
approach, please?
Excellent. I have an idea. So I have an idea about combining, as I go to share my screen here. I have an idea about combining the sidebar song with Karen Reed in a way. So like Sidebar, right? So like Sidebar. Actually, that doesn't really work, does it, when you sing it? Damn it. Fuck. It worked better in my head. While I pull up this sidebar, let me share this for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. For fun, just for funsies. There we go. And I'm just going to pull up this next sidebar. Drove the car to the sidebar. Took a Crystal Light and a White Claw with me. Ah, yes, found it. One day. Look at that silliness. All right, let me share this part of my screen because I have to switch the way that it makes you do. I don't know why, but I don't have answers to everything in life, unfortunately. Okay. Here we go. Cool. Look at that. That's so fun. So let me pull out my banner. Actually, it doesn't really get in the way, does it? So I guess I can leave the banner, but I need to pull down the people. All right. So uh-oh. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So Ms. Vasquez calls for speculation. Okay. Ms. Bredoff. How can I call for speculation? The court. I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Bredoff. All right, let's go to defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it. And she does say parts for it. I just heard her say that. And I was like, that's fine. She says parts for it and not parts from it. And as you guys can see, the transcripts, they have to get it exactly as they say it. So, Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, may we approach, please, the court? Okay. Signed by the court. 221, Ms. Vasquez. So I anticipate this is the Boston plane recording. The court. It seems like it. That's where we are. She's like, we live here now. Ms. Vasquez. Yeah, so there are other voices on this recording besides Mr. Depp. The court. Okay. Ms. Vasquez. So I ask if those voices, the court, the clips you have aren't with other people's voices, correct? Ms. Bredoff. One of them is, yes. It's like, of course it is, because she has to do everything wrong. The first 2 are him howling, but Your Honor, that doesn't, I mean, she's authenticated that she's made the recording. The court. Doesn't matter. Hearsay can still be involved in tapes too. Oh, dude, are we getting to the moment when we came up with the Elaine emoji, or not Elaine? Somebody, if you guys want to put in the chat, ! Elaine. I think we're getting to the part in the sidebar where we came up with this. ! Elaine, and you'll see there's a bunch of different emojis. I think we're getting to that. We might be getting to the part where we came up with that. Okay. I mean, she's authenticated that she's made the recording. The court. Doesn't matter. Hearsay can still be involved in tapes too. So the other people on there, you're trying to get their statements in. That would be hearsay. Ms. Bredoff. I'm not offering that. The court. Okay. Ms. Bredoff. For the truth of the matter. The court. What do they say? Ms. Bredoff. He says he's going to stay with this fucking idiot until in case he gets sick, but I'm not offering it for that. I'm offering it for what's going on with the howling. The court. I'm going to sustain as to that statement, Ms. Bredoff. Then the first 2 I'm offering, the court, the first 2 are just him howling. Is that right? Howling? Is that what we're talking about here? Ms. Bredoff, right. The court. So just him howling and there's no other sounds, or just her? Ms. Bredoff. No, I don't believe so. Jerry Judge is just on the 3rd. The court. So you're just going to do the first 2? Ms. Vasquez, that's fine, Your Honor. The court. So you're not going to get the whole thing in. That's what she said. We're just going to call the first one A and the second one B. Is that okay? So A is going to be Ms. Bredoff, 0 to 1 minute. The court. Okay, B, Ms. Bredoff. B will be 250 to 320. The court. And then after we hear these audios, why don't we wrap up for our morning break? Will that be okay? Okay, thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. Back to the court. Okay, I think it's actually a little bit later when we get to the part I was thinking about with the Elaine command. But it'll be even more exciting when we come to that now that you guys have the context. So we're back to open court. So now let me switch back over. Meeting. So I need to stop sharing and then reshare again. Back to the Chrome tab. Okie dokie. So, Julio. So they're at Sidebar. Oh, what are you guys saying in the chat? Oh, it's not. I thought it was frozen again, but it's just she's being very still. Yeah. Oh my God, y'all are funny. By the way, I'm going to put this in the chat too for anyone who's not familiar with how you can get to the commands, because we have a ton of Depp purred commands. So Nightbot will share those with y'all. Shout out to Nightbot. Love you. Cutie Pants Nightbot with his little hands. Love Camille's outfit. I know I already said that, but I still love it. Just have to say, it fits her beauty. Whoever she got to tailor that, they did a phenomenal job. The cut and the fit is great. Really good. Yes, I got you. Spencer, yes, indeed. Look at Nightbot. Okay, commands. Yes, I got you. Y'all are welcome to chime in if you want to explain it, because you can probably do it better than I can. But commands. So the commands are from Nightbot. So Nightbot is this little cutie pants here. Look at him. He has little hands, but a big heart. And basically, he is so adorable. I just love him so much. So if you click on the link up there, that might help you a little bit to see what I mean. But if you click on the link, it should work. So the commands, and DSN is also doing more examples in the chat. So the commands, we have commands for all kinds of different things. Like there's a bazillion, right? Like there's just so many. We're all doing different commands. So command is whenever you do exclamation point and then whatever the command is. And I get to pick the commands. Oh, look at Spencer's learning. Squirrel. That was, of course, the first one. Yes, squirrel. That's the quintessential there. Look at you guys. I love y'all. Y'all are awesome. Yep. We have a lot of commands. And so I, along the way, started making commands for everybody so that when they come in the chat, they all have, everyone has their own command. And so it's just for fun. Yep. And some of them also can correlate with other things. Like, for example, somebody do exclamation point 22 in the chat if you want, or exclamation point evidence. Or exclamation point cup. Thank you, DSN. So sometimes we have even like clips that can go along with it, like this one.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
And then there's
that call is actually from.
I need to do that. Sorry. And then there's other ones where like hug, like you can make it hug a person. So like you can do like this. Oh yeah, and then the lolly. Yep. Yep. DSN's hugging Brian Albert. Oh, I saw your, yeah, there's the evidence. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm seeing the evidence. I missed that. Hold on, let me pull that one up. Excelente. Let's do that. I love it.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
Facts. So yeah, so those are the commands. And by the way, they work in the Discord as well, which is so fun. And Spencer also, since you're new to Discord, and for anyone, not everyone may even know this, even if you're not new to Discord, but in Discord, there's also channel emojis. So if you're ever on the Discord and you go to the emojis, there should be another little sign. I don't know how to describe it, but like there's another option for emojis, but there's channel emojis. So I've got like channel, like we've got the lolly bird as an emoji. We've got the road trip crew as an emoji, the squangwen as an emoji, my squirrel drawing as an emoji. There might be some other things. So I can make anything into an emoji that you can use on the channel. So so that's another thing that's fun too. But yeah, the commands also work there. So yeah, isn't it fun? It's just great. We just love it. And Nightbot is just the cutest thing on the planet. I freaking love Nightbot. Nightbot is just all kinds of fun things. Like I can talk to Nightbot And in my heart, Nightbot hears me and I'm like, Nightbot, can you, like post the link for the Discord in the chat? And then in my heart, Nightbot's like, yes, I can, and then it's like this happens if I can type it right. Oh, how cute. Nightbot. So yeah. Okay.
So we're going to start with 221 and we're going to call it A, and that'll be 0 through 1 minute.
You guys are so cute. So we're going to hear the howling now. It's howl time.
Okay, sure.
I have to. Oh, right. That's right. They come back for another sidebar. I forgot about that. I have to say, I love Ben Chu, but I'm not a huge fan of his tie. And I think he wears that tie on other days as well. Don't hug Amber. No. There's not somebody here named Amber, right? Just to make sure. No, I don't think there is. I feel like if people's name was Amber, they might consider changing it. No, I'm just kidding. But okay, so we're back to actually another sidebar. I should have remembered that they were back to back. Well, that's probably not fair because how would I? There's a fuck ton of sidebars and I read every single last one of them. So, okay, so let me go back where we started from to this one. Again, it'd be so great if I could just toggle back and forth, but anywho, so, okay. So where, right. Okay. So here's where we were before, open court. They come back to open court and then they go right back to sidebar. Miss, Your Honor, may I approach? They go right back. They see here's the sidebar. All right. Miss Bredoff, I think all three of them have already been admitted into evidence and were played during Mr. Depp's cross-examination in court. Do you have any of the audio? I don't remember the numbers, so you have to tell me which numbers you think they are. Miss Bredoff, yes, it's already been played, Your Honor. It was played during Mr. Depp's cross-examination. Is she broken? Fuck. She just said it. Weird. No, get out of here. Okay. For anyone who's listening and not watching, I was saying get out of here to technology doing a weird pop-up thing and not to any people. Okay. So she says the same thing twice. The court, not the third one, because they said Jerry Judge is in the third one, and I have not heard any recordings of other people. Mr. Nadelhoff, remember, during his, we can check at the break. The court, yeah, you can check, but let's just do those two now. How about that, Mr. Nadelhoff? That's fine. Miss Bredoff, we're going to start with the first one, 0 to 1 minute. And can you turn up the volume? She's like, pump up the volume. Isn't that a song? There's part of it. The noise of the airplane is a bit loud, a little bit loud, to be able to pick up the noise. Whereupon the following audio clip was played. And I love this part because look at this transcript here where it says moaning. Isn't that so funny? Moaning, moaning. All right, let's go back to the moaning. It's moaning time, guys. Oh, I wonder if you're right, Maisha. You might be right about that. You might be right about that. You might be right about that. Yeah. Oh, y'all are funny with the full moon. Huh. And Black Witter says, I hate when I wolf out in airplane bathrooms. I know, right? Y'all are funny. Yeah, you might be right. I forgot that this was at the same. God, there's a lot happening at that fucking time. Man, what a crazy time of the life that was. Shout out to Ukraine. So, let me jump ahead here for smidgens.
Can we turn up the volume just?
There we go.
I mean, there's part of it that the noise of the airplane is a little bit loud, but to be able to pick up the noise.
Oh God. I wonder what he's writing in. Oh, we're howling, Fender. Shout out to
And
Fender.
then the
and
second one
here.
is from 250 to 320.
That's a good point.
30 seconds.
Maisha makes a great point. Maisha makes a great point. Great question, Spencer. Spencer, be thinking about a command. If you want one.
You 221 is in evidence. All of 221 is already in evidence.
So may I play the third one then, and then we
Yes.
can take the break?
Yes.
Thank
can
you.
play-
That would be at
You can play
9.
all of it if you'd like. That's fine. Thank
I
you.
think that'll torture the jury if I do that, Your Honor.
my God.
9:30 to 10, just 30 seconds more.
Yeah, I think it was.
Must have this for Canadian in case he gets sick.
All right. And you can be changing gears after that, or do you have more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay.
for a break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
All right, so I'm gonna go jump past the break. Just enjoy this visual as we do that. Guys, isn't it amazing that it's not a fan? It's like in my brain, I still expect it to be a freaking fan, right? Like the only fan. Y'all know. Shout out to the fan. Okay, they're at Sidebar. Hold on. Do they go immediately to Sidebar? You know, remember, guys, Virginia is also a Commonwealth, right? Isn't that crazy to think about? And like, look at how, dude, that's a violent fucking, hold on, let me pull this down. That is a violent fucking thingy on the seal. Hold on. Let me, look, guys, look at the violence. Look at the violence happening there. That's fucked up. Shouldn't be standing on people. Anyway, but yeah, Virginia is also a Commonwealth. And, you know, obviously there's a huge difference in the judges that we've seen happening. So shout out to Judge A. So let me divide. Now I have the urge to speak.
All right. We ready for the jury?
No, may we approach?
Okay, sure.
And they're approaching. All right, so she's got her glasses on. So let's pull up the next sidebar. Yeah, it is like Roman looking, isn't it? Blackwater. Very good point. There's a crown. Yes, there is a crown. It's like a fallen crown or whatever you call it. If anyone, does anyone feel like so inclined to look up the history behind that? Because I'm sure it's online. And Black Witter, don't think I forgot. Wait, I just shared the wrong thing. You were supposed to look up the history of the tie. So Did you do your homework? I'm just kidding, obviously, but you know, I'm like you. I'm super curious. So if you have the answers, I would love to know. So okay, because we were talking yesterday about the tiny nooses. Okay, so here's the recess that they just took. Bailiff all rise, or if the jury may be approached. Right, correct. All right. Sidebar, it's a sidebar. Or sidebar time, do. Sidebar time. Okay, Miss Bredoff, Your Honor, I'm going to have a series of text oh, God. Sorry, I'm already preparing for Judge A, probably in her head here. Your Honor, I'm going to have a series of text messages. It's like she already knows it's going to be just hearsay after hearsay, right? The court, okay. Miss Bredoff, emails. Oh, fucking hell. Here we go, guys. Hearsay emails. Emails. So I thought I would just head it off. The court, sure, that's a great idea. I already know what's coming. Miss Bredoff, looking at Rule 2803, the court, hearsay exception. Oh. Miss Bredoff, oh my God, she's going to read the same thing again. We already did this, Elaine. Miss Bredoff, it says the following are not excluded. Are not excluded by the hearsay rule. The court, right? She's got to be thinking in her mind, we literally just did this. Like 15 minutes ago, probably in real time. The court, remember, Miss Bredoff, even though the declarant is available and we've got admission by party opponent, the court, right, we've done that. Right. Ms. Bredoff, we have present sentence impression. The court, right, I understand, I'm very familiar. Incredible. Ms. Bredoff, I accept that, Your Honor. But, and business records is also in the hearsay exception. This is insane. I'm going to be putting a number of them, and I'm going to be arguing with each of them. That is present tense impression. We're getting to the best one, guys. And then existing state of mind. But I'm going to put them in. I need to put them in, even if Your Honor rules against them. The court, anything you identify as part of the record, you can't put them into evidence. It's part of the record. Ms. Bredoff, I understand, but do you though, Elaine? Do you? And I fully appreciate and respect that Your Honor has the right to rule however Your Honor wants to. Well, of course she does. The court, yeah. She's like, yeah, I do. Ms. Bredoff, just wanted to give you a heads up on that. The court, okay. Ms. Bredoff, these are my two, oh my God, you guys. Predominantly the two exceptions I'm relying on with this series. I just want to stab my eyeballs out. And there are some that are just spontaneous. Sorry, hold on. Let me read that again. These are my two, predominantly the two exceptions I'm relying on with this series. And there are some that are just spontaneous. Some of them are even almost, they're saying, the court, I have to take them one at a time. Ms. Bredoff, I appreciate that, Your Honor. I just kind of wanted to preview. Oh, this is where she starts with the preview thing. Oh my God. And thus was born Elaine's theme of wanting to do a preview, because we'll hear it again. The court, thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bredoff, okay. Back to open court. Okay, we're learning. DSN, thank you. The Virginia seal, which replaced the colonial coat of arms in 1776, uses symbols of the rejection of all forms of oppression. The figure of virtue dressed as an Amazon, interesting, treads on tyranny, who lies holding a whip and a chain, Kinky, his fallen crown near his head. All right, thank you very much, DSN. Is Blackwater still working on the history of the tie? Well, you can go to the library after the live stream. How about that? I'm just kidding. All right, so, oh, that's fun. Visitors from Poland today. That is cool. Shout out to Poland. All right, so let's get back to trial time. Okay. A whip and a chain. I see these shackles, baby, and I'm down. See you as me if you misbehave. Do. Get your sexy on. You guys know what song that is, hopefully. I don't know if, hopefully. Like, I'm butchering it, but Sexy Back by Justin Timberlake. That was what that was supposed to be. See these, let you whip me if I misbehave. Whip and all that. Shackles. It's very much in line with the Virginia coat of arms, the Virginia seal, right? I mean, really, Sexy Back could just be like, it could be the state song for Virginia, I feel like, really. Spencer says Toxic should be Amber's theme song. Brilliant.
All right, we ready for the jury then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well done, you guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Blackwater. Yeah, I know, right? Here she stands, looking all whatever the fuck. Rolls up her stupid sleeve. Oh my God. Your sleeves aren't going to help you now, Amber. Candace thinks we're funny. Thank you, Candace. We think you're funny. Also, you guys, everyone wish Candace luck tomorrow. She has a half marathon tomorrow.
All right, thank you. All right, you can see your next question.
Hi, new friend, Cindy Miles.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, following the plane ride,
We're getting everyone.
what did you do once you arrived, once you landed in LA?
I called for a car to pick me
Right.
up, met me at the private airport, and I left. I got straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me
Yeah,
once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this cycle would last, so I wanted to just get out of there. I went to a hotel and
Camille's getting ready to eject.
called my friends to join me, which was my coping strategy at the time.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm
Sorry,
going to ask you to take a
I
look
just-
at defendants 204.
who just rattles that off? I'm sorry. It's like she's like just says it as if it's like talking about someone's asking her zip. Like if someone were asking for her zip code, and you're like blah 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 blah, right? It was just my coping strategy at the time. I just cannot. Dude, it's hard. Well done, Candace, in advance.
Did you reach out to,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and
Nice,
bleeding.
brilliant.
Your Honor, I would direct
Nope.
Your Honor's attention to
Oh, here
the
we go.
first one in blue and
You know what Elaine's getting to? She's gonna be like, this is exactly what I said was gonna happen, Your Honor. Remember what did she call it? She had that funny word. Predominantly she was gonna be relying on, we'll see it in a second because they're about to go to sidebar, I'm sure.
the third one in blue, and I would say present sense impression
Oh,
and
boy.
the state of mind at that time.
Oh no. We're,
Yes.
yeah, we're ever closer. You guys, here, I can do it this way. I just remembered something. We do have a command that does incorporate one of my favorite Elaine moments from all the sidebars, and it also incorporates Daryl Brooks. So the command should pop up here in the chat, and I'm going to go ahead and get the sidebar. Right, she says these are predominantly the two exceptions, and then the whole thing is she says, and there are some that are just there are some that are just spontaneous. It's incredible, really. It's a brand new thing. She's coming up with brand new ways of trying to get hearsay in. So let me share this one with y'all. For anyone who just joined us, the way StreamYard does it is you have to unshare and reshare if you want to go back and forth between a PDF and a Chrome tab. So that's why I have to do it this way. But I feel like it's getting faster every time I do it. But that's how it goes. So here we go. So I think we're getting close to the state of mental mind. Remember, we're going to hear mental state of mind first, and then it changes to state of mental mind. These are all inventions of Elaine's, by the way. These are all her inventions. So coming up with new ways to get in hearsay, or trying to anyway. Okay, so here's the next sidebar. So she says about the third one in blue. Okay, here we go. So sidebar. All right. The court. All right. So I'm going to overrule as to present tense impression. Again, it's past. Oh, this one's good too. They're all so good, right? Oh, fucking hell. Amazing, right? You guys, just look at this. It's like talking to a toddler. Judge A is talking to Elaine. She's saying, again, it's past. Present sense impression has to be happening at the time. If she called from the plane saying, he's kicking me, for example. Oh my God. Ms. Vasquez, overrule or sustain? The court, sustain. I mean, sustain. He's kicking me. Sorry. Thank you. He's kicking me. Those are present sense impressions. Miss Bredhoft. Your Honor, I need your help. JD, the court. Yeah, JD, he is passed out on the plane. Miss Vasquez. But she says, here, I'm headed to the court. That's the one I'm talking about, that one. So I need your help. Miss Bredhoft. Yes, I think that's state of mind. That's mental state of mind. There we go. That's mental state of mind at that point, Your Honor. The court, when are these texts, Mrs. Bredhoft? This text is at 5:24, and right before that, Ms. Vasquez, she's already off the plane, Your Honor, and she's headed to AD. AD is one of Mr. Depp's residences, Sweetser. Ms. Bredhoft, Your Honor, the cases that we cited, even on the excited utterance and the present sense, it says it doesn't have to be immediate. It can be after. Clearly, it's state of mind. The court, well, the cases that you have, she had already been assaulted, and then she was calling and giving a license plate number. So here, remember, guys, when we were talking about Karen Reed, you guys remember, I don't know how much you guys care when I talk about like case law shit, but if you guys were listening when I was talking about case law shit with Karen Reed and with the defense's motion and with the Commonwealth's response, actually just yesterday, and I was talking about the significance of case law being on point. Here, you can see a great example. Because what is happening here, remember what I said, guys, if it's not on point, it doesn't count. So this is a great example because what happened was Elaine provided case law to Judge A, trying to support getting her stupid hearsay in. And in the case law, the facts of the case, remember IFRAC, right? F is the facts. The facts of the case were what we see here. The facts of the case were such that somebody had already been assaulted and was calling and giving a license plate number. Those were the facts of the case that Elaine provided as case law to support her argument about getting this in as hearsay, okay? Getting around the hearsay. And like I said, if the facts are not on point, it doesn't count, right? So what Judge A is basically telling Elaine is, hey, the facts are not on point. It doesn't count. So I'm going to read this again now that we have that knowledge. So Judge A says, well, the cases that you have, she'd already been assaulted, and then she was calling and giving a license plate number. So I just wanted to make it clear that this is not having to, what Judge A is saying has nothing to do with Amber. Judge A is summarizing what happened in the case law that Elaine provided, okay? Ms. Bredhoft, that's one of them. That's correct. The court, she's already off the plane. She testified that's on the plane. She was sitting looking out the window. Oh, and there's the looking out the window part. Ms. Bredhoft, it's state of mind. I need your help. The court, she said she was looking out the window for a time, and then she was off the plane. Ms. Vasquez, and she recorded him. The court, then she recorded it. Just the window of her state of mind. So I'm going to sustain the objection, both of those. Okay, Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. Back to open court. And they're going to be right back at sidebar here in just a fucking second. What I'm going to do is, because it's back to back, I'm going to go ahead and read it, and then we'll watch it where they have the exchange, but it's just so quick. I'm going to go ahead and read the sidebar. Fucking hell, Elaine, right? The court, all right, do you want to approach for a sidebar? The court, all right. Do you want to make your responses for the record, Ms. Bredhoft? Yes, Your Honor. The I'm not good. Here we go. We're getting to it, guys. Is clearly state of mind. Mental condition at that point. JD is drinking again and using some new round of prescription meds. He just freaked out on me bad. Never seen him like this before. It's worse than I've ever seen before. It's over. Maybe not forever, but we're definitely on a break. That's also state of mind. And it's also present sense impression. She's just trying to say all the things. The court, okay, I'm going to sustain as the present sense impression. Again, it's after the fact. And she's just talking about this, what she says happened. And you're saying the first one, I'm not good, is her state of mind? Ms. Bredhoft, definitely state of mental mind. Ding, 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 ding. My favorite one. Here it is, state of mental mind. And it's because of the redundancy. It's just brilliant. Round of applause for Elaine making up new things because she gave us this in the process. State of mental mind. Incredible. Incredible. I was going to say you can't make this shit up, but clearly you can because Elaine did it. The court. All right. What's your response to that, Ms. Vasquez? It's vague. I'm not good. She could be not good in a lot of senses. There's no context there. I'm not good. The court. All right. So state of mind must relate to a mental state that is relevant to the litigation. How is this relevant to the litigation, Ms. Bredhoft? She just got, after being abused, she just got off the plane and she's not good. That's highly relevant. He's saying that he abused her and that she abused him, Ms. Vasquez. Sorry, I just read that in a normal voice. What the fuck's wrong with me? Okay, let me do that correctly, you guys. Sorry. The court says, how is this relevant to the litigation? Ms. Bredhoft. She just got, after being abused, she just got off the plane and she's not good. That's highly relevant. He's saying that he never abused her and she abused him. Ms. Vasquez, she doesn't say she was abused. She just says, I'm not good. The court, I'm going to overrule the objection to I'm not good, but I'm going to sustain as to the last one, okay? Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Ms. Braddock. This needs to be redacted. The court, so 205 with redactions is in evidence. Ms. Braddock, thank you, Your Honor. May we publish to the jury? The court, it is. Ms. Braddock, thank you. Back to open court. And they're going to be back for another sidebar pretty soon, but we're going to go ahead and go back to court. Oh, holy mother of God. Wow. It's really quite amazing, isn't it, guys? Hi ho, it's back to open court we go. Okay, let's see what y'all are saying. Basically, yes, that's exactly right. Spencer, accurate. Right, and perfect because of the weasel. Yes, that's exactly right. Most of the sidebars are Elaine trying to weasel in hearsay. And by the way, it's amazing that we never get transcripts of sidebars for trials. This is an anomaly. That's why it's such a big deal that we have them. This is a huge anomaly. We never get these. So, right, yes. Maisha asking Amber's team, what do words mean? Their answer, whatever we want them to mean. Oh no, what happened? Oh, you high-fived Nightbot and Nightbot didn't respond. I can probably, let me think if I can figure out a way to make a thing for that. I might be, you guys, that might be beyond my abilities, but I might be able to figure out a way to make Nightbot do high fives. I might be able to figure out a way to do that. I will try. That would be amazing, and I want to be able to do that. I might be able to do that, Spencer. That was a great idea. Oh my God, fly off on an umbrella. Yeah. Dude, flying off on a helicopter is one of my favorite things. Yes, the weasel. So there's the weasel alert. I'm just catching up here. Yeah. Either Johnny gets drunk and high and can barely walk, or Johnny is drunk and high and he's the Incredible Hulk. Accurate. DSN says, if she has video and audio of him being drunk and stoned and passed out, then why is there no evidence of physical? Right? I know, right? Good question. Spencer says he's on break, mental mind breaking.
All right, let's go to 205.
I know.
Defendants 205.
I know. Oh my God, high-fiving Nightbot's little hands. Oh my God, you're so right. That makes it even better. I've got to figure it out. I'll figure out a way.
And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington,
you're gonna go
your
right
best
back
friend.
to
Is
my
that correct?
That's correct.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah. Can we approach, please? Okay, so let's go ahead. Forlorn is her face trying to look like. That was kind of like Yoda in terms of the grammar of that sentence, wasn't it? She always just sits there and tries to look forlorn when they're at sidebar. I mean, that's what's so funny about these sidebars, right? But isn't it amazing that we get to know what they're talking about? I just love it. Because when you're watching it live and you can't fast forward through it, you're just like, oh, what are they saying, you know? Aha, yes, thank you, Maisha. Excellent. I'm gonna look and see if I can figure out this command.
So 205 with redactions is in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we publish to the jury? Thank you.
It is.
So Rocky on this is Rocky Pennington, your best friend. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when did you send this communication to
Right.
Rocky?
Here's the I'm not good. I just wanted to say for anyone who is just joining us again that was here before or is new, DSN in the chat is the reason we are doing this again, because we love him and he has never watched this trial before. And as he's been watching the trial and he finally got to the point where Amber was on the stand, I was like, we have to watch this with him. So I just wanted to point out that I know a lot of us have seen this trial a lot of times. And isn't it so exciting? We have someone who's seeing it for the first time. So I love it. It's like, it's really, I swear, it's like every time that one of the squirrel friends watches the trial for the first time, I feel like we're gonna have to go through and watch some of it together, just because it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's like, what's the right way to say it? Wow, there's got to be what's the word I'm looking for? You know, it's like watching a baby walk for the first time. That's not the right example. Anyway, you guys will know what I mean. Hopefully, think of a better example.
Once I had touched down in LA,
Okay. And you said, I'm not good. What did you mean by that?
that I needed help.
That's
That I
what you said, though.
was scared. I was scared of
You didn't say
what
you were scared.
had just happened to me. I was scared of
We do love
what
you.
was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him. I was scared if I didn't. And I needed help. I just needed support. I didn't feel safe going home. I still had my place in Orange. He had keys.
Is it, you guys, y'all, let me know. Do you echo my thought when I read this from DSN? So he's saying, I'm trying to keep an open mind that she's being honest. Do you guys echo this when my response, my genuine instinctual response to this is like, I remember those days. Do y'all feel me on that? Is that how you guys feel? Is that what you guys are like? Yep, I remember those days. That's just my genuine response. Like, yep, I remember that when I was there. But we love it. And we at DSN, power to you. We appreciate it. It is, I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I was scared.
Did you text your mother and your father
says
about
she's
this
scared.
incident?
Objection, hearsay.
If you want to,
No.
Did you, what if any
Oh,
communication
God.
did you have
What if any?
with your mother or your father following this
This is all
incident?
hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
It's hearsay.
sustain that.
Wow.
Let's go to defendants 222.
Oh,
and
God, Elaine.
I suspect we're gonna be back up. at
All right,
the
you wanna
bench on
keep
this
going?
one.
Oh my God. She's like, I already know this is going to get objected to because it's hearsay. Well, then, Elaine, why? Okay. I'm going to look real quick. I'm trying to see if I can get this command as they're on the sidebar. Hold on. I need this one to use this one as an example. So let me think. I think I might be able to figure out this high five thing. This is crucial. So let me look at this. Okay, I think I can do it, you guys. Hold on. This is really important. I think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm going to try to set up this command with the high fiving with Nightbot, and that's going to be the best thing that's ever happened. Hold on. Let me pause this real quick because I can't do this and read the sidebars, but hold on. I think I'm going to be able to do it. So give me a second. And then you guys will get to test it out. Oh my God, I love Nightbot so much. Hold on. This is going to be worth waiting for. Trust me. I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. Holy shit. I'll let you know when I have it. Hold on. Oh my God, this is going to be so cute. We're going to all die of cuteness. Just get ready. Y'all, get ready. Get ready. Get ready to just, this is going to be on another level. Oh boy. Okay. I need this specific thing. Okay, hold on. Okay, you guys, the command, someone's gonna get to test it out. The command I just submitted is !5. Let's see if it works. Oh my God, let's see if it works. !5. I'm gonna be shocked if I got this right, but I'm really Let's just see. It's going to be, if it works, it's going to be just, yeah, Amber's fake reading glasses. Exactly. Let's see if it works. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here we go. Sorry if I just hurt anyone's ears. It worked. It worked. It worked. Oh no. I'm sorry. I don't even know if I can handle the cuteness of that. Spencer, thank you for this idea. Shout out to Spencer, dude. Oh my God. So whoever does the command gets high-fived. And actually, I'm going to edit it so that there's not a space there where there shouldn't be. Hold on. I think it'll still work while I edit it, but oh boy. Or no, I think that's actually the way it has to be. Okay, that's fine though. Oh, how cute. So when you high-five him, he fives you back. Yeah, Maisha says, Spencer, right? I know. A million squirrel points go to Spencer because who scrolls anyway, where none of the scrolls are made up and every scroll matters. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's too cute, right, guys? It's too cute. It's too cute. Nightbot, you've outdone yourself. Oh my God. This little hands and his big heart. I love him so much. Such a strong little Nightbot. I know. It's just so cute. It's just so cute. Oh my God. Oh, Nightbot. Okay. I think we were at a sidebar. So let me pull this up. Like I said, I hope that was worth waiting for. I feel like it definitely was. So, okay. And actually I already had it pulled up to the next sidebar. Why? Because it's on the same page. So that works out. So let us share the other thing because that's what we have to do. Okay. Excelente. Here we go. And so Elaine says, and Your Honor, I suspect we're going to be back up. The court, do you want to approach? That's fine. For a sidebar. The court. All right. So the one from the father is obviously hearsay, right? She's like, Elaine, have you learned anything yet? Miss Bredoff. Yeah, the one I'm looking at is in the blue box in the state of mind and present sense impression. She's going through and recounting what transpired. The court. And when was Miss Bredoff? This was 524. The court. You're saying present sense impression for all this? Miss Bredoff. Yes. It's describing what transpired, and then it's also state of mind. How she's feeling about this and her struggle. Well, I'll say this much. The struggle is real watching her. Miss Vasquez. After the fact, Your Honor. Miss Bredoff. Even after the fact. That doesn't take out state of mind. Oh, for fuck's sake. The court. Present sense impression is not after the fact. It's a present sense. Miss Bredoff. It's state of mind. She's saying where she is and how confused she is. I think we're all confused, Elaine. The court. I'm going to sustain the objection to this. All right. Thank you. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. And back to open court we go. And look at this. They're going to be right back for another sidebar. I'm going to go ahead and read it because it's so quick. Elaine says, what, if any, communications did you have? It's hearsay and it's what, if any, you guys. You see this? It's insane. How? It's hearsay and what, if any. What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident? Ms. Vasquez, objection, hearsay. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, if we go to 224, the court, okay, 224, my argument would be business records exception, not again. The court, all right. If you want to come forward, we can do that. Y'all, Judge A does not have to hear her on each of these. I'll just go ahead and say she could just say no. It's sustained, right? Or whatever she wants to rule on it. But like she's being patient by hearing her on each one of these. So another sidebar, the court. Just let me read it. All right. You're saying the text message is business records? Ms. Bredoff, yes, with her employee. She's talking about the hotel arrangements. She's asking her to book her on the plane, which is what her role is. She works for her. The court, but that, Ms. Bredoff, redirecting her texts, etc. So it's a business record. But Your Honor, the exception says it's a business record exception. That's an exception to the hearsay rule. Oh my God. The court, it's an exception, but then it also says I can read it to you. If there's any opinions in it, then it has to cover that hurdle. Ms. Bredoff, but the court, and this is clearly all opinions in here. It's bad. It's worse than ever. Those are all opinions. Even if you get it in, this is the one that's like triple hearsay. Even if you get it in as a business record, none of the opinions come in unless you have another reason. Miss Fred, so here's my other question. Kate James is testifying. Dude, this is like the fourth time today. Y'all, this is like the fourth time today she has said this same thing about Kate James testifying. It's like, is she broken? Is she just broken? Like, why does she think nobody understands? She's already said this a million times. Kate James has testified and was allowed to testify. The court, I can only handle the objections that are brought before me. Ms. Bredoff, I understand. She testified because it was admissions against injured support, right? Ms. Bredoff, she said Amber Heard, was having a great time. She wasn't worried about her, never said anything to her. Can't I do an impeachment on that? The court. Ms. James is not on the stand right now. So this is just basic fundamental, you can only impeach people that are on the stand, but Elaine doesn't understand it. Ms. Bredoff, but she was a witness and it would be impeachment. This is insane. You guys, y'all. How does Elaine not understand that if someone already testified? Oh, I swear to God. I mean, Judge A, you can only impeach the person that's on the stand, okay? Ms. Bredoff, okay. The court, I'll sustain the objection. She is saintly, Candace. She's saintly, all right. Back to open court. Mother of God. The patience is just, it's like Mother Teresa, Buddha, all of them, all the people rolled into one judge. Okay, so that got us through a couple sidebars that were back to back. So now we can jump back to the court. Back to open court we go. Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's back to open court we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so here we go. Right?
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor,
Amazing.
if we go to 224,
Okay. 224.
my argument would be business records exception.
Holy.
All right, you want to come?
Yeah, that's right. I must be a squirrel because I'm going nuts. Yes. Yeah, I have the same goat, by the way. Shout out to Kit Smits. I have the same goat as EDB and Runkle. And this is brand new, I think as of maybe a week ago or so. Finally, I have the goat, and I'm just beside myself with glee to have the goat because it was needed. It was really needed. And we also have the goat command, which a lot of you guys probably already know and have maybe even used. But yeah, let's just jump through. Are you guys wanting to think of emojis for the hearsay command?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And surrounded myself with them, with that.
What, if anything, did you do
There's
for Lily Rose's birthday?
Oh, the Lily.
That's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick.
That's unresponsive.
After having passed out on the plane.
Guys,
so I took her.
What did you do for Lily Rose's birthday? And she responds with, we went back to LA because Johnny was sick. I'm sorry, Amber. Are you deaf? Like, what is happening?
To dinner.
Not
We
responsive.
went to Benihana's.
Oh, sorry. That's one of my favorite moments. I think it's just so insane. Let's watch that again. The way she says we went to Benihana's, I don't even have the words. It's just so weird. And so I don't even know what else. What you guys are going to have to help me out. But this is one of my favorite moments of just what the fuck is going on here.
Why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick. After having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's.
Yeah, y'all. Oh my God. Sorry. I did not mean to do that. Hold on. Sorry. Accidentally.
On the phone, and
Dear. Where were we? Were we after this? Hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I got so
Please just tell
excited.
us what you did, and you can tell how you feel, but don't go backwards, okay?
I
See you real quick.
tried to.
Did anyone see where we were on? Oh no, you can't see because the banner. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. All right, so what happened was I got really excited and I accidentally clicked the scrolly bar back to the beginning. And so now I'm trying to find where we were. I apologize. Scroll segment.
Strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to.
Okay, we were past this.
I knew nothing. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of.
I think we were not there yet. Then we went to Benihana's. It's so good. Think we were-
Did you communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days?
I think we were right before this. Oh my God, the number of sidebars is nuts. I think we were right before this. Let's just see. Yeah, I think this is where we were. Sorry, y'all. Come on. Is this all in Sidebar or do they come back? This is a really long, okay, this is a really long sidebar. I don't know that we were here yet. Hold on, let me go back a little bit further.
Same as Stephen Duders.
Okay,
Oh no, we went too far back.
please just tell us what you did, and you can tell. Please just tell us what you did.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to find it. Don't worry, people. We'll find it. I know I'm in the right area.
I'm going to ask you to turn now to 228.
Nope.
Referring to the last two blue spots on that.
She's still trying
Made
to
her
get
feel
me.
loved.
She's still trying
Took
to
her
get me.
to dinner.
Okay.
That's why we had.
Okay. Yay, here's where we were. Okay, found it. Okay. Isn't it crazy though that Elaine is still trying to get these freaking text messages in? It's wild to me. But having said that, she did warn everybody and said, I'm going to be doing this basically. So, but I wanted to point out a couple things because here she says, the reason I got so excited was, first of all, I wanted to see what you guys thought about the Benihana thing, but also she says he's asleep on the plane. So let's listen one more time to that part because she says he's passed out on the plane. And one of y'all pointed that out, that it's contradictory, right? Because how is he kicking her and howling if he's asleep, right? So, yay, Kit Smith, we're glad you're back. I was just actually talking about you because of the goat. Thank you, Maisha Squirrel Powers with me.
For support.
Objection, hearsay.
We have a new command. Do exclamation point 5 and be prepared for cute overload. Right, he's
Sustained.
asleep. Right.
And surrounded myself with them. With that.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
That's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's.
Y'all.
It was, again.
Are you okay, Kit Smith? Isn't that so cute? And also we can thank Spencer for that. So is it just me that thinks that we went to Benihana's is so, I don't have a word. That's why I'm needing y'all's help because I don't have a good word for it. What is it? For me, it's just, it takes the cake of the Amber moments. It's like really melodramatic and like really trying so hard in a way. And like, I don't even know, man. It's like trying to be pitiful. I don't know. Let's look one more time.
Put on my, after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's. It was, again, put on my smile, took her out. tried to.
Actually, we went to Benihana. What's interesting is it actually is a response to the question, because the question was like, what did y'all do for Lily Rose's birthday, right? So that's not what it is. It's not that it's an extraneous detail. It's something else, guys.
Make her feel loved and celebrated for her birthday, and then I booked a flight out to New York.
Yes,
go back to New York.
Right, I know.
Obviously, without Johnny.
Well, remember, guys, y'all, this is going to become in the arsenal. You know, like with the 5'2" vigilantes, and it's like they trained their whole lives for this. I can already see where this is headed. Of like, you know, all of the stretching, right? Like picture Rocky. What's the Rocky music? Hold on. How does that go again? The Rocky music. Oh fuck. Hold on. This is crucial. The Rocky music. I'm gonna look it up. I can't remember it right now. Aha. There it is. So bum bada bum bada bum bada bum. Yep. And you can picture Johnny. He's stretching. He's getting all limbered up. He's making sure he's stretched his hip flexors, right? Like Spencer suggested. Got to open up those hips, right? He's doing all his stretches. Boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. And meanwhile, he's drunk, right? Apparently. But he's stretching. He's getting all warmed up, limber. Yeah, getting in the zone. Do for his one kick wonder. His one kick wonder on the plane, where he kicks Amber in the back. And then Pat, and somewhere in there he's howling. Is the howling before or after the kick? I don't even remember. And then he's asleep. Because you can understand how that would take it out of you, right? That would really take it out. There's a lot of preparation needed. And so the post-kick nap kind of makes sense then, right? Danny's lapse of mental mind. Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. So good, you guys.
I'm going to ask you to now turn to
Your friend
2.5.
report. That's right. That's right.
And Your Honor, I'm going to be
Oh no.
referring to the last
Oh, I
two
see it
blue
coming. I see it
spots on
coming.
that page.
That's right.
With the state of mind.
And the 5'2" vigilantes hiding in the ceiling.
Mental condition.
Oh boy. You guys know where this is going, right?
It's still hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Y'all, let's hear that again. That's such a good one. The way Camille.
May we approach?
Mind. Page.
You can just feel it coming.
With the state of mind.
Yeah.
Mental condition.
There's the Kleenex thing, guys.
It's still hearsay, Your Honor.
Who was it? Wait, sorry. Candace, was it you? Somebody was specifically saying, when is the Kleenex moment? That's the Kleenex moment right there. Hold on, let me rewind that. And I'll put a timestamp for people because I know people are looking for it. I'll put a timestamp here after the video. Here, let's just watch again, and I'll make sure to write this down.
Mental condition.
It does look a little weird.
It's still hearsay, Your Honor.
It does look a little weird. I never would have thought of that were it not for people saying it, because that just wouldn't have been on my radar. But it does look not like blowing your nose. And I mean, you know, we all been there. We all know how to blow our noses, right? Is that normal to y'all?
May we approach?
So Black Widow, that's the speculation with that. We have not gotten Estelle yet. Yeah, this is so fucking funny though. Johnny is a drunken pirate with the strength of the Hulk, light like a feather and stings like a bee. Yes. What do you guys think that was coke? What do you all think? I mean, that's how I feel, right? I know I don't blow my nose like that. Yeah, the one finger on one nostril, like it was weird, and it didn't look like she blew her nose, right? Yeah, one kick wonder. Thank you, Spencer. Yeah, it just didn't look. That's just not, you know. So yeah, okay, let me pull up the sidebar. Where are we here? Okay, let me scroll. Do-do-dun, 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 boom, 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 boom. I'm remembering how the song goes. That's incredible. I haven't seen that movie. I don't know that I've ever seen it actually. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I remember because of the syncopation. Boom, boom. I think I've maybe used it for examples with students on how to do syncopation. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I've got the sidebar. Let me share the right thingy-mabobber. Okay, here we go. All right, here we are. So this is where she was. So Miss Vasquez, oh God, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach the court? Yes. Would you want to approach? I just want to make sure I get the right context. Again, she's just being a saint here. All right, the court. Which ones? Last two? Miss Vasquez, yeah. Miss Brock, last two. Crying my eyes out. To the court. She's sending them in two separate texts. All right, crying my eyes out. So now this is Miss Brock, state of mind. The court. After dinner? Miss Vasquez, after dinner. Or sorry, Miss Vasquez, after dinner when she's at a hotel. The court. We're losing context here because this is after she took the daughter out. Miss Braddoft to Benihana's, right? Miss Braddoft, well, true, it's after what she remember. Oh my God, why are we back to Kate James again, though? Why? Look at this, not again. Dude, is Elaine secretly obsessed with Kate James or something? Like, this is getting weird, y'all. This is getting weird. This is getting weird. She's been named in like every sidebar. Well, true, it's after what she remember that Kate James testified she was having a great time. She was consuming and no big deals. She wasn't upset at all. And this is what she's expressing to Kate James. And she's crying her eyes out, which is state of mind. At that point, she's crying her eyes out. She's very upset. The court. But you're trying to relate it back to the time on the plane, her state of mind. State of mind needs to be, she's like, say it with me now. Miss Braddock, sure, she's still upset. It just didn't go away. Oh, I love this one. I forgot. It just didn't go away. The court. I'll sustain the objection. Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court. Oh. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's right. She is obsessed with muffins. Muffins. Oh my God. Muffins. That's a good one, huh? Muffins too. Holy fuck. Is Johnny Spartan? That's funny, Maisha. Oh my God. She is obsessed with muffins. That's a mile high front kick. Exactly, right? Y'all are so funny.
I'm going to ask you to turn now to 228.
Y'all, like, how long before the next sidebar?
Your Honor, we're going to object on
Oh
hearsay.
my God.
First line, Your Honor,
Okay.
is all I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think.
No. 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 No.
All right.
No.
You want to come forward?
Oh my God. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I actually looked to see if there was another back-to-back sidebar and I did not. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't even see it. It is meme school art. I didn't even, y'all. I want to, like, hold on. I want to see that again because it's just the way that everybody says the things is just, oh man, priceless, really.
All right. If you want to come forward, that's fine.
I didn't go back far enough. Classic. The way Camille says, Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay. Look at Elaine's face. Oh my God, you guys.
I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
That one.
first line, Your
So
Honor,
fucking funny.
is all I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think
The sighs. You can hear everyone sighing.
All right.
Look, Camille just
That's fine.
already. Oh my God. Black Witter, I don't remember when his reaction is. There's I'm sure someone in the chat will know. This is okay, so we're back to another sidebar, you guys. I don't even know. I actually looked for it, like I said, because I was like, I feel like there's another one back to back, and I didn't fucking see it. That was me living in a fantasy world, I suppose you could say, right? Where it's like it didn't exist or something. Because yes, it is back to back. So oh, hold on. Right here. Right here, yeah. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay. The court. Yep, here it is. All right. If you want to come forward, that's fine. Sidebar. Oh boy, the court. All right, state of mind. All right, and this is Ms. Bretoff. I need your help. I think that's clearly her state. The court. How is that state of mind? I got the other one in. I understand that. Ms. Vasquez, I believe you just sustained an objection to the same type of text message. The court, I understand. Ms. Bretoff, actually, I thought that I need your help. To Rocky came in for precisely that reason. The court, well, she's had just gotten off the plane. Is that where we're at now? Or is this after dinner again? So the judge is confused as to where we are in the timeline, understandably so. Ms. Bretoff says 7:57. Ms. Vasquez, on what day? The 20, Ms. Bretoff, 4th. Ms. Vasquez, 24th. Ms. Bretoff, to her sister. Ms. Vasquez, that was sustained. Ms. Bretoff, I think it's still her state of mind, Your Honor. She's saying, I need help. Sorry, I just have to quote Sid the Sloth from Ice Age. Help! Help! That's how I feel with Elaine. Like, I need help. The court. So you're just trying to get, I need your help, Ms. Bretoff. Right. Ms. Bretoff. Right. Recognizing I would like to get all of them. The court. No, I understand that. Ms. Bretoff. I fully appreciate Your Honor's ruling sucking up much. The court. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered. Ms. Bretoff. That's not a memory. I think that's clearly a state of mind. I need help. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, you just sustained the same objection to I need help to Rocky Pennington. It's the same thing. It's honestly the same message. The court, it is the same message. Ms. Vasquez, this is what she did. Ms. Brock, this is what she did. Ms. Vasquez, doesn't matter. The court, I don't see I need your help going to state of mind. I'm going to sustain the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Oh my God. Elaine. Present sense impression? And the court responds with, noted for the record. I have to say, I got this goat just in the nick of time. Back to open court, guys. We go. I wouldn't have made it through another round of Be Heard, even just what we've done so far. I would not have survived this without having a go. I can say that, like, for real. So help. Yes. Okay, so we can zoom through the sidebar. Oh yeah, Kitsmiths, we were complimenting the suit. Yeah, and Cindy, you guys might have missed it. Yeah. Her suit is sick. I love the suit. And it's tailored so well for her. Like, exactly right. Exactly right. Oh, okay. By the way, that's Morgan Tremaine. And for anyone who missed it, Morgan Tremaine talked to me. Like, that sounds weird. It was in a live chat, and he was a mod. And I was like, oh, and then I was like, by the way, I just finished doing like a best of funniest trial moments or whatever, you know. And I was like, and you know, your 15 seconds of fame clip got voted as like the funniest trial moment in the whole trial or whatever. And he responded, he was like, where's my trophy or something? And then I think we had a little bit of a back and forth. I think I screenshotted it because I was like, oh my God, like this is wild. So yeah, that's Morgan Tremaine. He's a mod on it's either Law and Crime or Court TV. I think it's Law and Crime. It's one of those two. But yeah, it's a very good suit. So
Tell us please tell the jury what you did then over that night, the next day, and at the hotel.
I slept, I ate, I took a shower. Like what the fuck?
I cried
Not
a
her,
lot.
apparently.
Tried to surround myself with my friends
He cried, and that's it.
and resolved to leave him. I felt powerless. Nothing I did made a difference. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection.
Ugh.
Unresponsive.
Right?
Please just tell us what you did, and you can tell how you feel, but don't go backwards.
No,
Okay?
well,
I resolved, tried to
she doesn't really ever tell us how she feels.
the strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to. I knew
Right.
nothing else would make a
Candace,
difference.
accurate.
So I
Accurate.
got myself back to LA. I mean, excuse me, New York.
That was a weird one.
And
I'm talking it real quick because first of all, that was fucking weird. And second of all, I meant to ask Candace this yesterday, but what type of running shoes are you wearing? But yeah, let's back this up just a second because that's fucking weird as fuck.
tried to the strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to. I knew nothing else would make a difference. So I got myself back to LA. I mean, excuse me, New York.
Okay.
And
I don't even know where
started
you are.
going to Al-Anon meetings every day. It's a support group for
No
people.
objection, no question pending. Objection, no question pending. Which kind of Asics, Candace? I used to wear Asics. I'm curious if it's the I don't remember the name, but I'll know the name if I see it. The ones I
love addicts and alcoholics.
objection, no question pending.
What, if any, communications did you have with
What, if
Stephen
any?
Duders?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sorry, you're gonna.
Your Honor,
I swear to God.
No.
No.
Let me ask it this
No.
way. What, if any, communications
Oh,
did
there
you
it is.
have with Mr. Duders communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection. Hearsay.
I would say agency on that, Your
You
Honor.
have to lay a foundation. for that.
All right, let's go to
Don't
229A.
do it. No. Yes, that's fucking funny. Okay, so far they're still not at the bench. That's a miracle. Wow.
And could you, without saying what the content is, can you tell us
That's
who
cool.
this
Okay.
text message is with?
Johnny's assistants.
Y'all are so
What's
funny.
his name?
His name is Stephen Duders.
Okay. And
Uh,
what, if any, communication were you having with him following the Boston plane incident?
Objection. Hearsay.
Okay.
May we approach?
God damn it. Y'all. Imagine being on the jury. Well, actually don't, because it would just, wow, I don't think you guys deserve the torture, honestly. So I take it back. Don't imagine being on the jury because that would be horrible. So let me do the things, all of the things. Y'all, I need better songs for when I'm pulling up between the different things because StreamYard makes you do it this way. Let me know if you guys have song requests or any suggestions of other things I can sing as I pull up the things. All right, so right here, we're right here. I don't even have to go very far because they're so back to back. There's the what, if any. Ms. Vasquez, objection here. Same way we approach. The court, all right, yes, you may. Sidebar. Ms. Vasquez. So I'll let Ms. Breder off the court. What was your objection first, Ms. Vasquez? My objection is hearsay, Your Honor. Very few employees are hired to be speaking agents. Mr. Deuters, while acting as an assistant to Mr. Depp, was not in charge of communicating with his then girlfriend / fiance, and statements on speaking agents only on matters within the sphere of their responsibilities, the court, and during the terms of their employment, Ms. Vasquez, and during the terms of their employment, the court. I understand that, Ms. Bredoff. He says here, right? He says here, he's teary. He doesn't want to be a fuck up anymore. His words, and he testified in his deposition, Your Honor will remember, we showed that Mr. Depp told him to reach out to Amber. Court. Depositions aren't foundation for here, okay? So if you had him here to testify that he told him to say that. Ms. Bredoff, so we should wait until later on these? Ms. Vasquez, the deposition, you didn't rule on it. The court. Okay, I didn't rule, so it wasn't part of the designation. Ms. Vasquez, no. The court, so his deposition is not coming in. Ms. Vasquez, correct. Ms. Bredoff, I'm not positive. We won't want to put that in, Your Honor. The court, we can't. The depositions are done. Ms. Bredoff, I understand, but do you though? Again, the court, depositions are done in this case. Ms. Bredoff, I understand. She says it, but I don't think she means it. The court, that ruling isn't happening. Ms. Bredoff, I understand again. A lot of times to say I understand, that's red flaggy to me. My argument here is for the entirety of 29, which goes from 29A through M, its admission by a party opponent, a statement by the party's agent or employee made during the term of an agency or employment concerning a matter within the scope of such agency or employment. The court, right. That's what I have here. I understand that, but I don't see the foundation for that. Only matters within the sphere of their responsibilities and during the term of their employment. Ms. Bredoff, so if I lay a foundation that she's communicating with him, the court, you already said that. You already laid that foundation. Ms. Bredoff, he is an employee. Oh my God. The court, it doesn't, Ms. Bredoff, the deposition testimony on this, for fuck's sake. The court, you're saying as a personal assistant, it was in his realm of employment to text the girlfriend of his employer? Ms. Bredoff, that's what he testified. The court, no, that is not before me. Ms. Bredoff, yes. The court, I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bredoff, but I am making the court. I'm sorry, which one? 229 for the record. I just want to make sure I get them all. A through Ms. Bredoff. M, the court. N. Ms. Bredoff. M, the court. M as in Mary? Ms. Bredoff, yes. Court. So 229 through M. I'll sustain the objection. Note your objection for the record for appeal. Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. The court. Okay. Back to open court. We go. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho. I'm losing my mind. So, all righty. Where's the play button? There it is. Cool. Let's go, YouTube. Let's go. Let's go, YouTube. Let's go. Let's go, YouTube. Let's go. You can do it. You can do it. What's the thing? If you can't do it, what is it? Okay, wait. YouTube. He's our man. If he can't do it, oh, is YouTube a he though? I don't know. I feel weird about saying that. I'm making up a song because this is taking forever. Did you guys end up having any song requests or song ideas or anything like that? Let me see. I don't think you did. Spencer says, I find it's easier to have power and strength after Sparta kick. But hey, checked out some PT. Yeah, I gotta go with the PT for sure. PT for the win.
Did you communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days following the Boston plane incident?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
I heard from him directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
You're not allowed to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communications with Mr. Depp?
Okay. It's kind of confusing because
Oh my
he's
God.
texting through them.
Objection,
But
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record and you'll disregard that
understand.
testimony.
Yep.
Please answer the question.
Yep.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him, said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again. He texted me at one point and then
Yeah, but
I didn't respond.
like he just, dude. John, if according to her, Johnny was like, "Yep, I forgive you if you never want to speak to me again." It's like that would have been her opportunity if any of this had any substance to it, of her to be like, "Oh, awesome, cool. You're letting I can leave," because up until now the story's like the possessiveness, the jealousy, and blah blah. But here he's like, "Yeah, I understand. I forgive you if you don't ever want to speak to me again." That's your opportunity to leave, right? But no.
Respond right away, and he texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on and good luck, and I was better for it, and
See, that was your
and then
left, Amber. What the fuck,
continued
dude?
to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in
Oh
New York
my
on the
God.
phone, and he said that he was he had a chip, or that he was going to meetings, that he I think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him
Please don't name them because it's anonymous.
on sobriety, or not advising him, but
Oh God, it was a
encouraging
sponsor.
him. And he was saying, well, look, me
I'm
and this
sorry. She said she was going to meetings and she doesn't know what a sponsor is. I call bullshit on that right now. You go to one meeting, you know what a sponsor is. I've had friends in AA. I've gone with them to meetings to support them. You go to one meeting, you know what the word sponsor is. That is bullshit. You guys, holy fuck. Holy fuck. So you get a 1-day chip. I'm the thing that's most bullshitty about this right now, this particular testimony to me is actually the part about that she doesn't know what a sponsor is called. Here, let me back that up in here. Just to be sure, because if she says sponsor, then I'm gonna eat my words, okay? But let me just be sure. I didn't hear it.
I think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but
Incredible.
encouraging him. And he was saying, well, look, me and this person,
Does not know what it's called because it's a sponsor. It's a very specific thing. It's not just advising and encouraging. It's a sponsor. You have to have a sponsor. Like this is, I don't even know. I don't even think I'd caught that before. Again, having watched this trial a bazillion times. That is wild. Yes. That's a good one. I love the mashups. Wow. Wow. I will say it is a miracle she didn't drop the name of the other celebrity because she loves to drop names, but that would be a big problem. That'd be a big problem. Fucking hell.
we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober. And that was the last time. The monster will never come back. Monster will never come back. And because it felt like it felt so much worse than it had ever been before. And because I had, I went to New York and I was trying to get my strength to leave him. I actually thought that it kind of.
That's why it's weird because he just gave her the out. Like I was just pointing that out. How he's like, yeah, you can, I'll forgive you if you never want to talk to me again, blah, blah. Like he gave her the out. I don't know. This is making no sense.
Would be the turning point. I thought I had effectively.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
What I'm understanding this part to be is like, he says to her, I forgive you if you never want to speak to me again. All this shit, right? Like you can go move on with your life. And what she's essentially saying is instead of doing that, which he offers to her to do, which is her way to escape her abuser, quote unquote, right? Instead of doing that, she interprets it as, oh, it sounds like he's reaching a turning point for turning a new leaf or whatever, right? Why? Because this is a role reversal, right? I mean, this is a role reversal. That's when you want someone else to change their behavior. That's when you're the person in control and you're not the victim. Clearly, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I thought things would
Oh,
change.
yeah.
Did you
That's exactly right.
draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp to express your emotions and how you felt about all this?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, let's go, I'll lay the
Okay.
foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to defendants 239.
239.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
And I would say
Oh, no.
both present sense impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So did you ultimately communicate to Mr. Depp what you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email?
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Oh, boy.
I'm just asking if she did.
Oh, no.
Not what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Oh, no.
Did you communicate to Mr. Depp what you had drafted in the email? And you don't get to say what you said.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yes.
Okay. And
Ugh.
what, if any, response did Mr. Depp have to your sending that email to him?
Uh-oh.
He came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was sober and he was committed to changing.
We passed the hearsay email a long time ago.
I believed he was embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him. So I took him back, or I got back with him on the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
Can you just hang out with Chip, though, his sponsor? Sorry, his coach. What did she call him? Encourager?
So I'm going to take you now up to
Oh, boy.
the June through August
Hello.
2014
Happy to see you.
time frame.
Happy you're here.
And I think you testified earlier, and others have as well, that Mr. Depp brought in Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
Fender, did you see our new command? Fender, do !5 in the chat. Like type out.
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I had heard this name before. And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, apparently wrote a book on addiction, and was this doctor was going to be the solution, the cure, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden the plan was that this team would be involved in Johnny's recovery. So it felt real, it felt serious. I felt like protected. I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny. And the plan was to keep Johnny on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie. So he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers. And the plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished filming, the plan was to do the full
Objection, Your Honor,
detox.
hearsay and lack of foundation.
I don't understand. what
Oh
the
my God,
objection-
Elaine.
I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining
Oh my God.
the context there. I
Oh
don't
my
think
God.
she was saying
Well, we
what
could
somebody
lay foundation how she knew, but it's fine.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations
Please
with the
continue.
doctors and
That's
with
hearsay.
his sister.
So it's hearsay.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
nurse.
that's still hearsay.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll
Okay,
sustain the
that is-
objection.
Totally
part
the
is.
definition of hearsay.
So what happened next
Mother of God.
as a result of these communications without saying what the communications
Oh
were?
boy.
A nurse came to Boston where Johnny was. I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming.
Let me
until I
pause real quick to just acknowledge this. ABC's doc says I felt lost after Karen Reed and Alec, but y'all are here with my all-time fave. That's why we're doing this. And again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Our friend in the chat, DSN, Daddy Shortens, but of course lovingly known as DSN, has been watching this trial for the first time on his own and been keeping us apprised in the Discord as to where he's at in the trial. And he came upon Amber taking the stand at the perfect time. And I was like, that's what we're going to do this weekend because we need a break and a palate cleanser. So we are, look at everybody sending hugs. I love it. Fat Thunder, if you didn't hear me, I highly recommend doing exclamation point FIVE as in 5, but typed out for something really cute that we just added. And I know it's also a different time zone in India. She might have fallen back asleep. But anyway, how did Elaine not get any email or texts in to prove anything Amber is saying? Well, because it's all hearsay. But I don't know that it would have proved, it wouldn't have proved, honestly, it wouldn't have proved anything, really. I don't think there was proof. Like, the hearsay, it's just hearsay anyway, right? So it's like, what would have been better, more valuable is if there were witnesses that saw Johnny hit her, right? But they don't exist. So, right, the hearsay. Right, and I can quote Judge A, not people's hearsay emails back and forth, right? The hearsay emails, the hearsay texts, as they've been known ever since this trial. I'm not sure what you're referring to here, DSN. But there was some other reason I paused it. Oh yes, it was because, yeah, I was just saying that we were here, right, to take this break from these other trials and to be with our friend DSN as he watches this trial for the first time, and all that. So happy that you're here joining
I
us.
wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too. And
I feel like you know.
they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Yep. Oh, I
We
see.
have to be careful about what.
I see DSN. Yeah, that's a good question because how do they put it in the sidebars? I don't know. I think there's plenty of opportunities to use a semicolon in life if you really work on it. But I don't know if that's actually, let me look in the sidebar transcripts and see. They just use a comma. They just use a comma in the transcripts. So when they do objection and then they state the legal objection, right? It's the objection, comma, legal objection. So unfortunately, that's, you're gonna have to think of something else. I hate to say it. Oh yeah. Honestly, probably, like with Amber on the stand, it's probably a solid 80%, maybe higher, honestly.
Other people told you. Okay, but you can testify to what you know. Okay, so what happened then?
Or they're leading in hearsay.
I saw his medications change. I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality
I think there's
changed
even more hearsay than leading
drastically.
Amber on the stand.
He would be speaking to me. And at the time I was staying in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie, and he would, in mid-sentence, mid-word, fall asleep.
Oh yeah, this one's good.
One time I was sitting across from him, and he would come in and out of sleep, of being awake, or completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me. And he had a cigarette in his hand, and, Johnny constantly smoked. And he just sat the cigarette, as he fell asleep while speaking, down on his leg. They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long, thankfully. But, it was things like that, and I didn't understand it.
Fuck, man.
Even though I had experience with drug use in my family, I hadn't seen anything like this. And it was so dramatic, the change, that I was trying to figure out with the nurses and doctors what happened, what
at this
changed,
point, again,
how we could explain
no question
the change and what medications were causing it.
relevance. This is just
I knew there were new medications involved. So,
sorry. This
I was constantly
non-responsive,
worried and in communication. And Johnny's behavior got worse and worse, more
right
of this passing out, nodding off, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying. And the emotions would change from one to the next, like by the second. I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming in Boston, and we went to this like a resort retreat hotel, and
wow, she's still going strong. Amazing.
He was just bawling.
Camille, come on.
It broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and I really didn't know. I felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe it was just what Kipper had introduced into the regime, the medications. But what I found out in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Finally.
I saw it.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
My girl.
It was taking about double the amount that he told them was his normal when he started the process with the doctors. So after a few, it's, I think, months of going, what is wrong? And, turning him over when he vomited at night or checking his pulse, there were, all of a sudden, when I realized the amount was about double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amount so that he could get extra high before he had a detox. But that I can't it was such an agonizing few.
I don't actually understand how it's possible, because with controlled substances, especially like painkiller things, from what I understand, doctors, especially when you've got a team of doctors like Johnny Depp had, and when he's in a position like he was in, where according to her, right, it's like I guess we know this is a fact, right? He's trying to detox, so they've got him on a specific regimen so he can get through this movie. So they're monitoring him. They're monitoring his vitals, right? They're probably testing him, I would imagine. And they're, at the very least, they have control over his prescription. So I don't actually understand how it's possible that with being under doctor's care and on this specific plan and regimen and all this stuff, I don't know how it's possible that he could just be using, unless he was buying them on the street, which I don't think was the case. I don't know how he would be taking double the amount, because he would run out. Like when they would prescribe these, they would prescribe them for a set amount of time with a certain number for exactly that many days. So I don't know. I mean, it's just, he took he took double the amount of a normal wolf. Oh my God, I'm dying, you guys. I'm Oh my God. I believe Johnny was bored. Oh God. Oh God. He's Sparta trained. That's right. He's Sparta trained for previous roles. That's why he knew how to front kick. That's it. That's it. Yes, that explains it all. It's in the sealed docs. It never came out. Brilliant. That's so brilliant. Oh my God. Now it all makes sense. He was a June baby. All right, Spencer, you're gonna have to figure out work June into the mix. I guess Fender's asleep because she didn't hear me with the whole. If she comes back, we have to remember to ask her to do the. She's gonna love that new command with Nightbot. I love you, Nightbot.
That weeks, months. It was so agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned
Oh my God,
for this
no! Why?
person, and he had just been
I was trying to type to Nightbot.
doubling up his meds because
Sure.
he didn't.
Here we go.
So, Michelle, can you pull up 1092
Yeah.
defendants?
I heard he was getting
Exhibit
Doug's cousin Eddie. It's tough though. It's tough. They really have it, and even it's
Amber,
20.
did you take this picture?
It was
Mr. Depp?
locked down then, like it is.
I did.
Really tough.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants exhibit 1092.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1092 in evidence.
I do love this though, and my that would track.
Thank you.
And can you describe what's depicted here and why you took this picture?
This was during that time when the prescriptions that he was on in the doubling up of the opiates got so bad that he was like this just throughout the day, off and on, and then he would take Adderall and he'd be really animated and ready to go, and then it would be this again, and it was so erratic and so it changed so quickly, and I naively now really did not understand what was going on.
What?
I deeply cared about this human's well-being.
All right.
But you just explained what you thought was going on at the time. Oh boy.
And it was very confusing and scary.
Your testimony is confusing and scary.
So did there come a time then that Mr. Depp went into detox for Roxycodines or whatever?
Oh. Sorry. This is one of the best moments of the trial. Hold on. Let me back that up. Classic Elaine right here. Hold on. We cannot miss this. Woof.
And scary.
So did there come a time then that Mr. Depp went into detox for Roxycodines or whatever they're called?
Yes. When he finished filming, the plan was
Again,
to do the detox, and that's what we did.
Again. Oh my God. Roxycodines.
Mr. Depp went into detox for Roxycodines or whatever they're called.
Yes.
I know the name of
When he finished filming, the plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
amazing.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8 through
A
the
baby
18th,
wolf. They sleep teenagers.
more or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the jury what took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014?
It was for the first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse, and then later nurse and doctor were staying on a different part of the island, a few minutes drive by ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first. And then the behavior, then it just really wasn't okay. It was up, down, he'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot. And then he, wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all.
Ooh, are we getting to the
And
sidebar where they talk about him
it
being
was just
innocent?
like that. It was just up, down, mood. And it was like I felt like a constant was catering to the mood, that whatever he was going through at the time, I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his blood pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time.
I was just thinking
I was just trying to take care of him. And
Yeah, right.
a few days in, you know,
She's on
I guess
some
the effects of the detox really started to change. And it went from this like erratic behavior up and down to just really down or mad. He would burst into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table. I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table.
It just goes on. I don't even know. There's no question pending. Anyway, I was going to say, Candace, I was just thinking this about like how her initial thing that she started this whole diatribe with was like how they were having these relationship issues the whole time. And my first thought was, so you've got these doctors and nurses who are dedicating their life to doing one thing only, and that's dedicating themselves to Johnny's sobriety or detoxing, right? So much that they're available 24/7 by walkie-talkie with an ATV or whatever. Like that's all they're doing, it sounds like, right? Like that's how much care he needs. And yet you're saying that you're having these relationship issues the whole time and that they're not telling you to leave? Like, can you even imagine that? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. And I 100%, Candace, I what you're saying is exactly what I understand from people I've known, you know, but it's like, whether it's family or not, anyone who's just going to be there and cause issues or cause stress to the person detoxing, regardless of what it is or why, that person needs to not have that, right? And it's not safe for anybody. That's the other thing. Even if they're just from a medical standpoint concerned for the safety of the friend or family member or the safety of the person detoxing, you need to not have these people around, you know, so it's just none of that matter or makes any sense. And then there was something else I was going to say. I'm trying to remember. Oh, yes. Regarding the sex. I agree. ABC's doctor says, I find it hard to believe that a detoxing person won't have sex. I agree. But the other reason I paused it is because there is this sidebar, and we might be coming up on it, where they talk about emotion and lemonade that has to do with Johnny and the sexy times. So we might be coming up close to that.
Certain way. And he screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table. Luckily, it was
there's the
bolted down to the deck. But I remember
he overturned the table were it not bolted down to the deck because he's a vampire Hulk.
him shaking it and screaming. And at different point, he was really calm and sweet.
Y'all are so funny.
Thanking me. And then another, he
killing me.
looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him. You know, I was trying to remind him how much he wanted that, how much he had told me he wanted that. I was reminding him, he told me all the time, I saved his life, and he wouldn't be doing this without me.
This sounds so manipulative.
I was telling him these things, and I was at one point.
It sounds so manipulative. Like, but what I'm saying is, like, she's trying to manipulate us. That's what this sounds like to me. Oh my God, look where it's paused. It looks like she's possessed by the devil. That's creepy. That's creepy.
In our conversations, I told him about how.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Please try to continue without what you said.
There it is.
I said something to him, and
like Sarah Boone, straight AC.
He got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face.
Oh, here we go again.
But he did it like while crying. It was the weirdest thing. Just crying, saying no woman had ever embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And I felt bad. I feel bad. Still feel bad. But, you know, I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed. That's not what I wanted to do. It just was over my head. I don't know how to detox someone. You know, I don't know how to help them through that. And I shouldn't.
Which is why that doesn't make any sense that you were doing that. I don't know that you were doing that. Anyway, Candace, I don't think we've heard the tapes yet. I think we hear those on day 16, I'm pretty sure. DSN says that's called rage. DSN would know because he's been watching this in real time, like consecutively, but I don't think we've heard him yet. Again, we just jumped in here on day 15, but it's during the cross. That's what I thought. I think it's day 16 or day 17. So
Shouldn't have been there. You know, I don't.
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to. And I didn't know that that was a phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to.
Dude, nah, don't you dare.
I had no idea what that was going to look like or be like. And it was hell.
She probably like threatened.
And we're on an island. I'm trying to take care of him. And he was hallucinating and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
screaming at me for things that I said when I didn't say any. I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, another thing that's missing here, just like Candace so astutely pointed out, the fact of being, if you think about being on a plane, okay, if what she was saying happened, it's a metal tube in the sky and you're trapped with someone who's abusing you, right? If that's the case. Similarly here, they're on an island. It's just them and then a doctor and 2 nurses or something that are like 15 minutes away by ATV. And he's hallucinating, he's detoxing, he's trying to rip a table out of the ground, right? And he would have were it not bolted down. What she's describing sounds like a death, hell, trap, nightmare thing, right? The thing that she never mentions is feeling afraid in any of it. And honestly, even if you are around someone who is paranoid, like to a psychotic type of level, and hallucinating to a certain extent where it's like they're not in reality, even if they are not physically violent, that will make you afraid for your life because you cannot predict anything they're going to do. And you would be getting the hell off that island. And you would be like, it's just the fact that she's never once mentions feeling afraid is does not compute with anybody who's been through any type of abuse, even if it wasn't physical. The fear is such a big part of it. So I just wanted to point that out.
Honor, hearsay.
Well, I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Right?
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of,
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observations were.
He was accusing me of having a man in the house with me.
Right. That's a good
We were in a single,
Neil,
in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the other thing, right? It's like, it's definitely not time to judge someone's behavior. But at the same time, if, like, again, just trying to point out the flaws in this, right? Which is like, let's just say that in the case that she's not being judgmental, but he really is a violent dude and all the things she's saying are true. And, you know, and he really was doing all of these things, then legitimately she would have been afraid. And I'm sure the doctors and nurses, again, they would be telling her to get the fuck out of there. Because you know what? They could have been liable if something happened to her, right? Think about it, right? We were watching lawsuits all the time, right? Think about, like, let's just say something happens to her because of what Johnny does. And then you could see a lawsuit happening to the doctors or the nurses because they could easily blame them and say they had under-medicated him or over-medicated him or they weren't playing close enough. I mean, anyway, there could be any number of ways that this could have gone terribly wrong when you've got someone who's detoxing on an island with this girl and they're having any type of relationship issue. That with the detoxing alone already is not a good combo, right? But yeah, let's just say that they weren't having a toxic relationship. Let's say they had a great relationship. Then you wouldn't be judging them anyway. So no matter how you look at it, nothing she's saying is plausible here.
Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room.
Again,
it would yell at me and then yell at someone else. It wasn't there.
That is when you get out of the room.
And I tried to ask for what I should do. I didn't know what to do.
If you think that's actually what's
It was
happening.
terrifying and strange. The whole week was.
Wow.
So
What a shame.
after you left Bahamas and finished with the detox there, where did you go from there?
We,
That was a
meaning
weird question.
Debbie Lloyd, Dr. Kipper, and I and Johnny, we flew back to LA. And he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel.
Okay.
Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA. And I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So Michelle, can you pull up 272, please?
There's the Kleenex again, y'all. There's the Kleenex again.
And after you both returned to LA,
That was
Did-
maybe even weirder. I forgot there was a second one. Or maybe I didn't even. Did you guys remember there being two of those? We're going to watch that again. That was weird also, man. And it was different than the first one. It's also interesting. Y'all, that was very weird. Did you guys remember seeing this the first time around or second time around or however many times you watched it? Here, let me play that again.
With my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
so Michelle, can you pull up 272, please?
Oh,
And after you both returned to LA, did Mr.
yeah,
Depp
there was a
communicate
picture.
with you
What?
by text while you were apart, while he was finishing the detox?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
Defendant's
objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message. Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Oh,
Right.
boy. Are they getting to a sidebar?
And it's just present sense of impression, but I'm understanding Your Honor's
Yeah.
rulings on that.
Okay.
So
Do you want to redact it?
Can we
That's-
redact
Oh,
that
boy.
second message?
The first time it happened, was she pausing for a picture? I don't remember, but I wasn't looking for it. That's interesting.
All right, Your Honor,
All right.
No.
Any objection to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. 272 is in evidence and we will publish.
Publish it, publish it, publish it to us. Publish
and
it.
Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and this is on August 20, 2014. It's a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just so that we can highlight here, he's calling you, he says, just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel, I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Do you see that?
I do.
So what,
that's
if
right.
any,
Forgot about that.
expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that line?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep.
Not judge
Yes.
any laying down law.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I just got a note to that effect. So
Okay, so 272 is in evidence without, you can clear the redaction and publish
can-
it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
my apologies on
Yes,
that one. Your
ma'am.
Honor. All right.
Wow.
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Can you remind me what the question was?
Yes.
That's fair.
That's fair. I said, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp
You,
say about that
Elaine,
you were
what the
torturing
fuck?
him on the island and he didn't want you there?
Very confusing for me to hear that. Because even though he was hallucinating and angry at me at various moments when he would have these kind of episodes, I did nothing but try to take care of him. I'm not a nurse. I did my best to support him. And he thanked me. He thanked my mom. He thanked my dad. And told me, of course, I saved his life. That he wouldn't be able to make this change without me. And that this process was horrible and hard on him and us and me. But that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Okay, we can take this down now, Michelle, thank you. And I'm going to take you up to September, October of 2014. Do you remember filming Magic Mike 2 in that time frame?
Y'all, we're
Yes, I do.
And what, if any, connections did you have with Mr. Depp in that time frame?
Hold on.
Well,
So we're actually, was just looking ahead. We're getting close to the lunch break, actually. And then after the lunch break, we get to Australia. And guess what? We have no sidebars. I'm scrolling through the transcript and I'm well after lunch. And so far, there's not a single sidebar between now and then. It's just testimony. No interruptions with a sidebar. Incredible, right, man? Wow. We have some time. We have smooth sailing for a bit. Oh, we do have the endurance. We do have the endurance, Spencer. Magic Mike 2. Well, anyone that wouldn't like to be your boyfriend, Candace, is stupid. I just have to say. So, Spencer says he's got to fuel up. This is brutal. Yeah, I know, right? Everybody, we're coming up on the lunch break. So we can take a moment. I think here in just a second, we can take a moment. We can refill your snacks, your drinks, what have you. And yeah, Candace says we are warrior squirrel, Spencer. That's right. And yeah, and like I said, it's actually smooth sailing. We go a long ways with a sidebar. So it's just testimony and we're getting to Australia. So
bargained with him about me doing the role. He told me he would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Elaine.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
He reluctantly kind of agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time.
London Fields.
I wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie.
About the makeup.
No sexy clothing. No kissing scenes.
No sexy time?
No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in October of 2014 in Georgia while he finished his movie in London. And then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia and was there for my last day or two of filming.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310. Did you have communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning for another role?
Another
in this
Kleenex?
time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
Hold on. Let me see the Kleenex thing again. Is it another picture or?
Did you have
Not that
communications
time,
with
guys.
Mr.
Hang
Depp
on.
about
Not that time. There was no picture taken. Let's look at
auditioning defendants 310?
no picture. No picture, guys. Look. That's weird.
Did you have communications
It's
with
the
Mr. Depp about
That's fucking weird.
auditioning for another role in this time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
It's very weird with the Kleenex, though, man. That was
I'm not
weird.
sure who's in the
That was weird.
text exchange.
It is text exchange, Your Honor, so, but the green is Mr. Depp. And the one I'm most focused on is on the second page, Your Honor, the top.
The green bubble on the second page?
Yes.
I've still not even come across a sidebar. I've been going through the transcript.
so
It's a
just that
long
text.
ways, guys, before a sidebar.
Uh,
Long ways.
Based on Your Honor's rulings, yes.
Any objection to that text?
No, thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
if we can get that
Weird.
redacted.
And while that's being redacted, Amber, let me ask you, what, if any, anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame? We're talking November 2014 about you not working anymore or not taking on any more work or auditioning.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
They're all
I'm
the same
reading.
subset.
Overruled out loud.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working. I had finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie, to work on. And he
Could've done
was
something else,
furious at
other
me
job.
for,
Actual other.
he found, like, we call them sides. They're just pieces of an audition, pages.
Right.
And he found
She's trying to act.
something that had
like
been
a-
sent to me to consider auditioning for,
Wow.
and
Holy shit.
he blew up at me for, yeah, I think what he said to me is that I didn't tell him, that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it, and was furious at me. I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that time that I did I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
Going to ask you now to take a look at what is Defendant's Exhibit 310. Do you recognize this email from Mr.
Is it a
Depp?
hearsay email?
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the
You call it an
admission.
email. What
It's
is
in
it?
evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's evidence with
Thank you.
redactions. So I published it.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
What is that picture?
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing for having an audition.
Wait, what was?
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to stay in
What
November
was that?
of
A picture?
2000.
Hold on. Oh, Candace, good luck on your half marathon.
To me
Hold on.
apologizing for.
Okay, Candace has got to go. She's got a half marathon. Dude, we will be rooting for you. Keep us posted in the Discord because we want to know how you're doing. If you want to let us know what your start time is, and then I'll do the math because I think you're 3 hours earlier than me. But good luck to you. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out also what was in that picture. But yeah, you're gonna do awesome. You have all the hearts of the squirrel crew with you. Let the squirrel be your guide. So fish? I can't see fish though. How is it fish? I don't. Oh, I guess I kind of see fish. I don't understand though. Why would it be fish? Spencer says, that's funny. Needless to say, stink from the head is a common idiom expressing an apology to Amber. Oh my God, you guys. That is, yeah, I don't know. None of that makes any sense to me. So, all right.
Oh, okay.
Is that was with
Thank you.
redactions? So
Oh, okay, great.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing for having an audition.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to stay in November of 2014. And did there come a time that Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you were not going to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
Well, Johnny said this to me in an argument, in a fit of rage is the best way I can describe it, and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is
We don't know you, Amber. Why would anyone here know you?
preposterous.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
There's no way I would agree to that. Although I did make concessions, and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor,
fights.
hearsay.
Fucking hell.
That
And-
wasn't
And it's
overruled.
non-responsive.
Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect. Furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in
Again,
development with a sci-fi writer.
Non-responsive.
And I remember I wanted to take that.
Probably hearsay.
These things were just, they were just constant fights. But in between them, when things were good between Johnny and I, he would be, he would word it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You say that you don't want to be objectified. You're doing it to yourself.
This is very weird this year.
But at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood, the entertainment industry was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault, and I believed it.
Part of this is trying to also sell the jury on this idea that she is a victim because she's kind of piggybacking off of the Me Too movement. I wonder if that has anything to do with this. Because this whole thing is so weird that she said.
I believed it. I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because Johnny, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did. I eventually found myself making decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room. And I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
We attempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist
when you invited to your engagement
in
party?
2014.
Right.
I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny.
I think Blackwater went to bed, but Blackwater would say that that's not what happened. She would say that the therapist jumped out the window, just representing for her.
Dr. Kipper introduced me to his close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who had become my physician as well. He also put a nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who reported everything to Johnny.
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay, so tell us about the couples therapy in November 2014.
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with
Oh,
Kipper,
right.
who's treating me,
Right.
agreed to see
Right,
Johnny and I
right.
together. And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out,
Yeah.
knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the door.
It's a nice variety. Y'all, look at it's a very nice variety. I've got it paused. I'll pull the banner down. You can see their snacks very well. It's a nice variety. It looks like there's the gummies, and then I think there's also some sort of like minty things here. Very nice. I mean, surprised because usually you can't have stuff like that in court. But you know, I don't know how they would have made it through without it. Like you need something. You just need, and it looks like back here, do you guys see this? Oh, you can't see my mouse actually now. Anyway, back behind, there's a water bottle there on the desk behind them, and there's a green thing. I think that is a container of icebreakers. But anyway, yeah, shout out to all the snacks.
All right, so I'm going to take you up to December of 2014, and specifically December 17, 2014.
Yeah, definitely looks like the icebreakers.
And I'm going to ask you to take what, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
Here it is, Clive.
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer. I kind of had a dream project
funny.
based on a
Clive Barker sounds like a fictional name to me.
Book that I loved of this author. He's just a weirdo genius artist, writer. And I had a meeting with him through another director about a piece of property he wanted to make into a movie.
Piece of property?
And I just remember I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014 when Johnny found out that I had this meeting scheduled, and was furious at me. Accused me of having this plan to sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and not able to leave his bed or his home. He was under home care and very ill. And the person who was introducing us explained to me how we had to meet, and I did. And that was a big problem for Johnny. At first, it was that he was concerned about my safety, and I thought that was sweet. And there is something that's
see, now she has to think how she could think that, because it fucking hell,
sweet and romantic about that, but combined with the drinking, it just
honestly, if he was worried about her safety, he should have just gone with her, because he could always do a kung fu karate vampire wolf ninja kick to the dude's back if any funny business happened.
It was not very long before I was being accused of full on having this other plan to sleep with the writer in order to get this part that I was already being, basically offered to develop. And it was just this, he switched from me having, it was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me, then with this writer. And the important thing I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, not accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong.
See, this doesn't make any sense, though, with her constant testimony that she's given. Of course, it's contradicting to everything, but you just not even 15 minutes ago of when things are great, when there's no fighting, when he's doing better, and blah blah blah, and the good times. And so every time she then comes back and says something was constant, it just doesn't. None of this none of this is possible. Like, it's just not, it's like not possible, like physically not possible.
Deserve what was happening until, of course, he takes it too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves, which was the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me.
But this is day 15. She took the stand on day 14. At this point, she's saying that, but I don't think she's told a single story about being like physically abused, unless you count the plain shit. But what she's describing would be something the jury hasn't heard yet. And if you're telling a story truthfully in chronological order, it wouldn't make sense to you telling the story to tell things out of order like that.
Or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal with my face the next day. He would just go. I called it splitting. He just split. And
Call it that, Amber.
Eventually, I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of false pretense, because I too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with this sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was
What is happening? I'm
this
lost.
slut. He said I was all the time. I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said and that he was acting this way because he was messed up.
I've not gone to Australia yet. We're getting there.
And the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
We're getting there.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
She fucked up, man.
Yes is the answer to your question. I don't really remember what happened in that fight. I remember more afterwards. I remember how apologetic he was for it. I remember him telling me he took it too far. I remember him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to Christmas. You know, Christmases are hard, probably for everyone. And I remember it was close enough to Christmas that I was tired. And I wanted to be in a I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state for Christmas. I didn't want to go through a breakup at this time. I didn't want to, that's what I remember of that time.
I understand. Because that is really hard. Because then if you've been in a long-term relationship, and your family's expecting all the other person to be there, then you have to explain to everybody why they're not. That part I understand. Whether the rest of it's true or not, probably not. Yeah. Anyway, she could even just be saying that based on what she's heard from other people. I'm just saying that part makes sense, but that's one of the only things. Who knows if it even happened to her, but that part at least makes sense about the holiday thing. And it's been really good about the spinning wheel, and we had a good streak, and now it's back, but that's okay. We will persevere. Let's go, YouTube. Let's go. Woo, woo. YouTube, come on, come on, come on, come on. Are you still having hurricanes, random girl?
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321, Michelle. And this is on 12/17/2014. Is this a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp?
I think they take lunch right after
Yes,
this
it is.
in Australia.
I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's 321.
Any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, just a quick minute. Your Honor, no objection.
All right, 321 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Amber, I'm just going to turn your attention to this. This is an email exchange between you and Mr. Depp, and he says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart. And I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage. Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent.
She didn't read the whole thing. She left out
You
a
said that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
They both
Okay.
write those messages with a lot of ellipses.
That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay,
I'm
you.
Sure.
all right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325. Defendants
surprised they didn't
325,
object because
please.
Elaine didn't read the whole thing. However, I guess it was on the screen for the jury, but still. I don't know why she's reading it into the record in the first place, not having him read it.
And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in, oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
What redaction is?
It's already in,
It's
so.
been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, we're making sure.
Ours indicates it is. It's in.
It's in evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor.
It was redacted. I don't know what
Well,
it was redacted
The
to.
redactions don't.
That's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy? We can check, we'll check our copy.
Thank you. It's fine, Your Honor. We've confirmed.
They've
Thank you.
confirmed, they have all confirmed.
All
right.
right, it can be published.
Thank you.
That's-
Up, spinny wheel.
You can't see
That
it
was
on your screen?
a juror
All
saying.
right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share it there. Oh, get it? Okay, thank you. All right,
Okay.
good.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to with shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah,
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank is shrink.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning of psychologist, therapist, shrank.
Okay.
Elaine.
I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Gonna lose that, gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? Now, you respond to this. And of course, before you go there, and he says, I am well aware I should have been bigger at the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you. I miss you already. Correct?
That's right.
Right. And what, if anything, is that consistent with
What if anything?
the cycle that you have described?
Well, the language he used after
particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. And so we ended up both calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite. And this is typical of the apologies that I would get
Oh boy.
when he took it too far physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me.
Yep.
Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me physically. I mean, so.
Oh, wow. We had that.
After this, I had a visible bruise. I don't remember where, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said. So anyway, and I, in these fights would try to stand up for myself. By December 2014, I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I'd try to hit his hands away. I tried to always get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried. And worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both got into that pattern. It was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, It felt like nothing I could do, felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns, felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing. So, I tried for over a year.
If any of that was true,
maybe 2
opportunities.
Just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. Police were called several times, but I tried to do everything. I even threatened to leave him, and tried to leave him, and nothing was working.
See, this makes no sense because,
and I think by this point in our
like
relationship,
I keep saying, I think it got kind of glossed over, but she referenced it earlier that he's gave her that opportunity. I mean, it's every single time she says this shit about I tried to leave and I couldn't leave. It's like you can shoot that down with the fact that she's already said that he gave her that opportunity and said no hard feelings, you can go. And she wasn't even upset talking about it. She wasn't implying that he was being sarcastic. He was being serious. But instead, no, she took it as, oh, he's turning a new leaf. So it's just
relationship, we're both saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other. And unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I don't know how else to describe it.
This might be a good
Okay, that's
time for
good.
the lunch break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time until 2:00. Please do not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
okay, so let's get past lunch.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready for the jury? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Kit Smith, so I will say to this comment that I was actually in an abusive relationship when this trial was happening. And I had forgotten until I looked it up that when this trial ended in June 2022, I was trying to make a plan to get out of there for my own safety. And I officially was able to get out July 4th, 2022. So this trial was happening and I was watching it as I was trying to figure out, I was dealing with someone who was, had become extremely paranoid and had a gun, and it was anyway. So I'm speaking from experience, and it struck me when she said that he said to her, he offered her the opportunity. So I'm not saying she had plenty of chances to leave. I'm saying Johnny gave her opportunities, which is contradictory to what she's saying. Because the thing is that when you have someone, if you're trapped in an abusive situation, the thing that they won't do is say, it's okay if you leave. Nope, doesn't happen. You have to escape with your life in danger. So it's hard to even explain, but that won't happen. An abuser is not going to give you an out. An abuser is not going to say, it's okay if you leave, no hard feelings. And then you might have, I don't know if you even heard that part. This was maybe an hour ago, but it was her telling the story. And she said that Johnny said to her, it's okay if you never want to speak to me again, no hard feelings. You can move on with your life, blah, blah. And he was being sincere. And if you're in an abusive relationship, well, okay, let me back up. I don't think if somebody says that to you, you're probably not in an abusive relationship, which would make sense in this case, right? But if someone says that to you and you think you're in an abusive relationship, that is your opportunity. So that's what I meant by that, because as someone who was living through it at this time, that is where I see the problems with a lot of her testimony based on my own experience. So it was very risky, and I had to leave everything behind except for my instruments and Frodo. So just saying. Right. And that's the thing, because it wasn't an abusive relationship.
All right, thank you.
I mean, I can speak to the fact of how hard it is. I was trapped for 5 years. I'm an extremely independent, strong person. I was trapped for 5 years. So I know, I can speak from experience how hard it is to get out. But what I can also say is that that person never gave me that opportunity. It was the opposite. Tried to keep me on lockdown like a prison. And the only way I was able to get out was I had to have help from, I had to get a restraining order set up ahead of time. I had help from like a therapist who was supposed to be a therapist for him, but was too scared and said she would never see him again. But then she like pulled me aside, was like, you need to get out for your safety. And I had to figure out how to do it without telling anybody, because my family's would have been in danger. So literally without talking to anybody, like I had to figure out how to do it. And the only way I was able to get out was because for 4th of July, he had a tradition where he would go to visit his mom. His mom lives out of town. Literally, had it not been for that, I would still be trapped there probably. So he was gone for like one night. I had to sneak out, fearing for my life the entire time. What if he came home early? I don't even, so, but my point is, like, I know he would have come home and been in such a rage to see that I was gone, because now he's lost control. But that's my point, is like, if someone's abusing you, they're not going to give you an opportunity to leave. So. Right. That's exactly right. I had to keep it secret from him and get out of there, but it was very scary. And so, yeah, I mean, and I moved to a different city, and he doesn't know where I am, but I simply left a handwritten note, and I told him I had a restraining order. And I told him, like, if you ever contact me again or whatever, try to contact me in any way. Like, that's it. And he has reasons I won't go into for wanting to follow that. So, yeah, I had to just, it wouldn't have worked. Had he known, it wouldn't have worked. I mean, I spent the last probably month or two before I got out of there hiding under the bed if I heard a footstep. hiding under the bed, hiding in the closet, hiding in the bathroom. I didn't sleep because I was so afraid. And like I was afraid for my dog, even Frodo. And I mean, yeah, that's one way. That's one way to do it. I mean, the fear is definitely a huge thing. The fear and the control, you know, however they do it. But there were a lot of other issues here where it wasn't just personality disorders, but like I said, like I think it was actually more like also like paranoid schizophrenia type shit. So hi Fender. So it was actually like more complicated even than what you would be normally dealing. Like they're not like, he was diagnosed with like narcissist personality disorder and like paranoid personality disorder and it's like some other things, but it like went further than that. So did you babble too much? I don't even remember you babble. Did you talk? I'm not sure what you mean. And that's a great point, Kitsmith. She was not isolated, right? He invited all her friends to come live there. So that's another good point. Yeah, like if I went to the grocery store for 5 minutes, the fear and the terror is just hard to even explain, guys. And the paranoia got really bad, and it was apparently like ran in the family. And that was one of the things that I learned was like, that was like on a clinical level where there wasn't really anything that could be done. Even if you're an optimist like me and you're like, yeah, like someone who has like all these different personality disorders, like, you know, dark triad and then some, like, yeah, there's still hope, right? Because I'm an optimist. But it's like, but then there was like, it was to the point where it was obvious that there were like clinical issues that actually can't really be treated and are, what's the word? They're like degenerative, right? So there's like nothing that can be done and it's just going to be worse. So, yeah. So, but that's why it's just, that's why there's certain things in her testimony where I'm like when she says there's certain key things and it's like, and you guys, you want to know what else is crazy? Well, like I said, I was watching this trial as this was going on. And when the trial first started, I think I was still kind of around him. See, I was trapped in the house, but it was a big house. So, but what's really crazy, guys, is that when Amber was telling the Australia story that I realized, I was like, oh my God, this is such bullshit, because I was like, here I am, and I'm actually living this, not the exact same, but in a lot of ways, but in some ways worse. But anyway, and I'm like, this doesn't feel genuine to me, and there's things that aren't adding up here. And meanwhile, of course, this is going to probably make sense to you guys, but this guy who I was with here, who I'm talking about, of course, he was like, oh man, he was a scary guy. He was like totally on Amber's side. And like, anyway, it just made sense, right? Because, yeah. I mean, he wouldn't, but this was like delusional. How do I even say it? This is what was going on with him. It was like the kind when you're not even aware of it. You know, there's some people that might be aware that they have these issues. He was having these paranoid delusions that early on, when I say early on, I mean years ago, right? Like again, I was there for 5 years. Like in the first year and the second year, he kind of could distinguish things as like, that's not normal, that's concerning, blah, blah. But eventually it got to the point, especially in the last year or last 2 years even, where he couldn't tell anymore and he couldn't recognize. And that's where, like I was saying, I learned it was like a degenerative thing where there was no recognition anymore that this is not reality. And that's when it gets really scary. And so whereas like I could see other people maybe using it as an excuse. That wasn't even a thing. because that would take recognition that like there's that they are able to not be that way, if that makes any sense. It's like his brain was getting stuck in this really paranoid, delusional, you know, like the type of people who might actually qualify for an insanity defense for a violent crime, that type. And you guys know how high that bar is, that type. Oh, like, let's see what Spencer's saying. Wait, to prevent you. So are you saying, hold on, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You got assaulted by a random person? What's, I might have missed part of that story. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's what it was. It was very and really with mine, it was really, he ended up really kind of like everybody's out to get him, you know, but it was always targeted the most at me. Why? Because I was always around. Why? Because he wouldn't let me leave the house and shit, right? Like, so, you know, like, I'll tell you guys, when COVID happened in 2020, I didn't think I would survive it. I literally did not know how I would survive it. And the first thing I thought was, I'm not going to make it a week because of lockdown. And of course, once they announced all the lockdowns and shit, like the first thing he said to me was like, oh my God, isn't this great? Like, you're not going to be able to go anywhere. Oh, wow. That's wild. Like a hit person? Holy shit. Yeah. Wow. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it was wild because this house that I was trapped in, it was like this 3-story house, because it was the house that he grew up in. And like, so there was like a basement and then 2 floors, and um like I was trapped in the house, but he was like at the very end, right before I got out, like I was telling you guys on 4th of July, you know, he had just locked himself up. He'd like hold himself away in the basement with a gun, which I didn't even know there was a gun. Apparently it belonged to his father. And so anyway, I like, he had mentioned something about the gun, but like I didn't think of it until then. The therapist, who, like I said, was trying to help me figure out how to safely leave, was like, look where the gun is and see if it's gone. And like, I'm terrified of guns anyway, so like I'd forgotten it was there, but she said something, and then I looked and it was gone. And like the whole thing, there's a whole huge casey thing of bullets. I don't even know what you call it. It was like a whole huge thing, and that was gone. All the bullets were gone. Like, he took the whole thing, and he was just holed up in that basement. Like, if you imagine someone preparing to like come out and do a mass shooting, like it was like that. Like literally all the windows were shut. It was pitch dark. He was using no electricity. He was not like coming out or leaving at all. But every now and again, he would come upstairs. And so I was just on edge for like a month, the last month or two, because if I heard a footstep, I was like, oh my God, is this it? You know, and like I said, hiding under the bed, hiding in the closet, hiding in the bathroom, wherever I am, hiding, dropping to the ground and hiding. And Right. Yep. Any creek in the right. Yep. The start. Yeah. Yeah. He barricaded himself with the ammunition. That's right. Yep. And all he was doing was sitting down there and stewing. And that was the thing. He was just sitting down there and stewing. No electricity, wasn't even leaving. He was just having like food like delivered or whatever. But every now and again, he would come up to one of the main floors of the house. I think really just to Tom. It's not like he needed to come up there, but he would just come up there and then go back down. And because everything was all wooden floors and walls, there's no carpet. So the whole house was very echoey. So it's like if anybody stepped anywhere in the house, you could hear it. So anyway, but he never left until that 4th of July, like I said, to go visit his mom overnight. Anyway, but yeah, it's tough. Yeah. And it's crazy. Like I remember like when everything happened with Gabby Petito, that was 2020. God. And again, that was like during COVID, the lockdown had just started. And like I remember again, I don't know, it's so crazy when I look back on it because it's like when I try to picture like the ending part where it got like especially bad and especially like this is probably going to be the end, like it really lasted a lot. Like I'm like, wow, how the fuck did I make it that long? Anyway, but yeah, so I don't know. It's just that's why it's tough. It's tough to hear. And for anyone, you know, Spencer, you included, for anyone here who's been through or knows anyone who's been through this type of, you know, abuse, like especially when it's really psychological and where there's a big control element, right? You know what I mean? Like because that's the thing is, I guess with all abuse there's a control element. So really that does fit, you know, with everything. But that's exactly why it's weird if the quote unquote abuser gives you an opportunity to leave where it's not a trap, right? Where it's an actually genuine, okay, you can leave like that. I don't know. I just don't see that happening. Again, in a situation where you've got someone who's really fucked up, they might say that as a trap, as in once you go to walk out the door, they're going to shoot you. That's completely different. And that's not what she was dealing with or even insinuating. You know what I mean? She was definitely not hinting at that. He sounded genuinely giving her that opportunity to leave. And she interpreted it as, oh, he's turned a new leaf, so I'm going to stay. So it's just, I can't even imagine had I been given that opportunity, it would have been a miracle, you know? So I hope you're out of that situation now though, Spencer. So, but yeah, I'm not trying to like, you know, bore you guys or vent or whatever, but just because like this is very that specific thing about the ability to leave is very relevant, especially to my story in terms of how I was able to do it, right? And under those circumstances. So because I can speak to it personally, that's the only reason I said something. Okay, that's good. I'm glad that you're in a safer position. All right, well, let's carry forward and see what we're going to get. We should be getting into some Australia.
You did your next question?
Oh, that sounded
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
Amber, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different texts and a lot of exchange, but I just wanted to point out to you, this text message is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
Yes, it
And
is.
this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident?
That's correct.
All right. And he is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
Is it okay to, the nature of the conversation was
Yes.
pleasant? Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking? And it was such a bizarre conversation, because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing. But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
Elaine.
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
She's not supposed to be commenting on.
All right. January 25, 2015, Tokyo.
Oh boy.
Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct?
Yeah, we already
Did you
covered this
accompany
one.
Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip.
Elaine just
And
goes in
plans
circles,
were
and it's wild.
moving for us to get married
We've already talked about this.
shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him. We got in an argument in the hotel room, and I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him. And when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall. And I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me. And I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and what felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head, and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot, because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him. Or else, I would have at this point even I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud. And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down. And at one point put his knee on my back. It was kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this struggle with him. And I look at him, and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so, he just looked like he hadn't been through anything. He still had his glasses on, sunglasses. And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over. He didn't want to marry me. He was disgusted. He was disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake. And everyone hated me. And
The thing is, though, again,
I remember.
So here's this is a differentiation I can say. One thing that sets it apart from my experience personally is like what you keep hearing from her is all the times where they have these fights where it's like, it's over, we're breaking up. Never mind what I was referencing before, where he's just telling her and giving her an opportunity. But these are situations where there's a fight, but the fight ends in we're breaking up, right? It's over. Anything like that, I never experienced anything like that. Would never happen. Again, because you know what happens is if you're that person that you're trapped in that situation, that's your out. If somebody breaks up with you, you can leave. That is relinquishing control. That's setting you free for you guys see what I mean? Like, I know that's a pattern that a lot of people that are in like toxic relationships, it's like that's a pattern that you'll hear about, is where they like break up and get back together and break up. I understand that, and I understand that's like a toxic situation and all that, but that's very different than what I'm describing, where it's an abusive situation that you're trapped in and can't leave, because that's not going to be a part of that. There's not a pattern like that. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So like, while I understand maybe this is what happened. Maybe they did have these times where they were breaking up constantly. Maybe that's accurate. That would make sense. That doesn't track though with her saying she didn't, like every time she says again, like, I didn't know how to get out. I didn't know how to leave. I know what it's like to feel like that. But if you're in a situation where somebody's breaking up with you, or you're breaking up with them and they're like, okay, either way, or they're just telling you can leave, then that doesn't track with not being able to leave, if that makes sense.
remember crying on the floor. Just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe he was serious. I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way. It broke my heart. Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. This is the man I loved, you know. Yes, it was awful at times, but I loved him and what he was
Objection, Your
saying.
Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
What he was saying to me hurt just as bad as anything else. I just remember that he left me on the closet floor, and as embarrassing as it is to say, I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had. I know it may be hard to understand. It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano, and I just leaned my head on his shoulder, and of course I was mad. Of course I was mad, and felt it was horrible what he'd done.
This just does not. What I hear from her sounds more like she's describing this pattern of a codependent relationship, right? Again, where there's the breaking up and getting back together. There's the good times and the bad times where they're both saying mean things, and that is not, in my experience, I know everyone's experience is different, but the thing that really makes the distinguishing factor, right, of like an abusive relationship is there's an unbalance of control. It's out of balance. That's what I would say, right? And I understand that there can be, interpersonal, what is it, IPV and all this stuff. But when you're talking about what she's trying to kind of describe going on, see, that's where it got tricky for a lot of people, right? Was when it's like, oh, well, she's hitting him. Wait, what? Right? Because while you can have, obviously, there's relationships where both people are hitting each other or violent towards each other, in terms of like a full-on abusive relationship where there's like psychological abuse and control, right? Like, again, like what I was describing, like it's the whole thing is it's completely imbalanced of the power dynamic, and one person takes absolute control, basically, right? So everything she's describing here of like, she sits down beside him at the piano and puts her head on her shoulder and like, yeah, she's mad, but she thinks they can work it out. It's just, that part sounds closer like a normal relationship, right? Like, we've had a fight and now we're going to make up. That's what that part sounds like. Obviously the rest of this there's a lot of toxic as fuck situations happening, but that like sounds like a regular moment to me from what a normal couple would maybe have. So just my 2 squirrel cents.
But on the other hand, I wanted us to be okay.
Yeah. Dude, I can't with it. She wanted them to be okay. Again, I will just repeat. You know how much I would have given? I mean, it wouldn't have happened. And like, that's kind of my point. Like, when I picture what I went through, there's no way, it would not have been possible. There's no way that he would have broken up with me, because guess what? I would have left, and then that would have been it. I would have given anything for that to happen. I would have given anything for us to even have a fight. There weren't even fights. It wasn't even like that, because wasn't right. It's just not, it wasn't fights. It was just comply or, be abused. So like, I would have given anything to have what she's describing, where there's a fight and then it's like, should we break up or not? Right? Because then it's like, yep, we should, bye. Right? And so anyway, I just don't, it doesn't, yeah.
This other, I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person. So just put my makeup on and went to the premiere with him and walked the red carpet with him. And I remember in the car checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress. And then I was just looking at
Yeah, Maisha, definitely.
I was looking at pictures of us on the red carpet.
Yeah.
It was surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me. And we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just...
That's right, Fender.
It's not like that.
She had the ability to leave. She had the ability to leave, and she would often leave. Yep. And Fender...
It's embarrassing.
Oh my God. And then the whole thing about being there. I think you missed a lot of my story, Fender, from earlier. But like, yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying, right? Is like, her situation is just very much not at all what you have when you have people who are trapped in an abusive situation. So even if you give her the benefit of the doubt that he was jealous, even if the jealousy stuff is true, which I don't think it is, or at least it's very exaggerated, but even if you go with any of that, it's like, still though, you look at her lifestyle and like Fender said, right? And his lifestyle. And again, it leaves so much room for people to make their own decisions that it just doesn't track with an abusive relationship where it's like one-sided abuse or whatever. So
It's hard to, I'm sure it's hard to.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to take you to February, the next month, 2015, to your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
So we get married in Los Angeles.
as we approach Australia,
I get a sense that it was wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember running around I went to therapy. And, got ready, and Johnny and I met at the Penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress and a veil. I had bobby pinned in my hair. And I walked out of that penthouse. I met with Johnny in the hallway, and I thought he looked so handsome, and he seemed happy.
Right.
And I felt
it's crazy, right?
We were making the right decision. I was so looking forward to
never have to see that
having this. I thought
right,
we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car. We get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove drove us in his truck. It was weird being in the car with him alone. We didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised. And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. my best friend, my mom, his mom. We ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the better, we had planned for the better part of a year or so, maybe 8 months, for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15 people. We had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses, these little, for the guests. We had them built and designed on the island, and we had people come out, and it was magic. I was marrying the love of my life. It was complicated, but I thought it was the love of my life. And we had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate, with our relative parties. So me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and drink wine, and have our own girl party separate. And then the next day have the wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset, and on this beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach. And we walked down the beach aisle, and said our vows, and the sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we shot the bird,
Yeah,
meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter plane circling around.
Why is that supposed to be a sweet memory? Anyway, Fender, that's exactly right. That's what it comes down to. No survivor talks about their abuser this way. And that's what it is. That's what it is, right? That's what it is. It's just, that's the sense, and again, even for me, it still took a while for it to resonate for me, because I am such a trusting person and such an optimist that I believed her words instead of initially, right? Instead of really going with how does it feel in my gut type thing, which really is part of how you can assess this if you've been through it, if it doesn't sit right. But also, again, there's also contradictions within her story, which of course, when you're watching it live for the first time, you may not catch all those, right? Especially if you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, I'm still catching things again this time through that I haven't caught, and I've seen it a bazillion times. So anyway, it's just, so it's I'm at the point now, and I know a lot of y'all are probably the same, where it's you have things that don't add up because of the contradictions, right? And the problems with the evidence and all that. But then also on top of that, it doesn't feel right in the gut, and it doesn't track, right? So, and that's another good point, that it is uncomfortable to believe someone, it's a lot like with Alec Murdoch going to quote unquote rehab, right? Like I always say, he's the only person who would actually check himself into rehab without needing to go to rehab, just so he could be like, he went to rehab. It's one of those things that no one would even question you on, because it's why would you actually lie about that to go to rehab? So, yeah, honestly, I would say I didn't really have an opinion on him. Before the trial, I really, I don't really keep track of celebrities and shit. But I would say that for sure, even if I felt like I didn't like him, my opinion would probably have changed over the course of the trial for Depp. Yeah. And of course, I don't think any of us knew who Amber Heard was, so no opinion, obviously. Is that a movie? Crybaby?
us while we were on the altar. And we danced and celebrated. And then I left the island because I had to go work.
When you say you left the island, you
That
had
right
to
there.
go to work.
Guys.
What were you working on that required that?
I was filming the
Right there. And then I left the island because I had to go work. That right there is it. Sorry. You never have to see him again, dude. This is what's insane to me. It's insane to me. And of course, this is just one of like 50 bazillion times where this is the case. Whether it's they say they're breaking up, this is really it, or he's like, you can leave and go on, or they're both in different countries because of work. Either way, take any of those situations, all of those are opportunities where you have the opportunity to leave. And that's the thing that's so crazy. It's the fact that you have the opportunity. That doesn't sit right with me. Because if someone's, anyway, y'all have heard me say it already, so.
The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot the Danish Girl. And I started the Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August. So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the plan for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming Pirates 5.
Okay. And when approximately was that?
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay. And then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
It was about 24-hour, I think it's about 24 hours. I could be mistaken on the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London, he was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane and fly, I think, around the same amount of time, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when you arrived, before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to, leave leave right after you get married, especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently and it was positive until it started to change. I got the sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
I was not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of subside, and I thought things were okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia. He calls my hotel room, apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think I was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because Johnny,
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
So don't tell what the staff said. What
Okay.
happened next?
then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone. And then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room. So he called the room and I had to prove that I was in the room because, by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone. Why I didn't answer the phone immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of
Thank you so much for joining us.
what it seemed like is having, I guess,
Awesome seeing
an
you.
affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense
It's
from
funny.
him was
So I actually was going to comment on that because that's funny. I have actually never seen, by the way, Pirates of the Caribbean, but I've played all the music. But I have seen The Danish Girl, and when it first, I think it was like when it first came out, I'm pretty sure it kind of came on Netflix pretty soon. Because back then, I don't know how it is now, but I feel like movies kind of would go on there pretty quickly. But anyway, I did see it because I remember it was probably 2014 or 2015 when I saw it. No, it's probably 2014. I feel like, or maybe, yeah, around there. Anyway, but I thought it was good. I had no idea Amber was in it, right? But the dude she's talking about, Eddie Redmayne, he definitely seems like, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely interesting, I guess, in my opinion, that Johnny or anybody would speculate that she was sleeping with him versus someone like James Franco. Let me just put it that way, because I don't know. He doesn't, I don't even know. I think he might, like, let's just say his acting in the movie and stuff, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually was gay or something. Right. So, but at the very least, it's not a dude's dude in the movie anyway, but of course, good acting. Not that Amber would know anything about that. And I've never seen Aquaman, but yeah, the thing about the phone is funny. I wonder if that's because there was someone else who would have witnessed it ringing and they didn't hear it. I'm going to back it up a second so I can see, because that is interesting.
it would seem to reality. It just, the room. He was accusing me of not being in my room. So he called the room and I had to prove that I was in the room because, by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about.
So don't tell what the staff said. What happened next?
Then
okay,
I
never
start
mind.
communicating with
That just
Johnny.
proves he's a good actor.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone. And then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room. So he called the room and I had to prove that I was in the room because, by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone. Why I didn't answer the phone immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him, cheating or, that I was hiding something and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door.
What a mess.
That was right before I left.
So as before you
Yeah.
headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
I'm sorry, but that you.
Because I would never, since that time I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia, I would never do MDMA with him.
Yeah, I don't
That's
believe that.
I'm asking for.
I don't believe that. I just don't. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. And I'm sure that I know behavior panels done her a bunch, not done her. You know what I mean? I'm sure they had a field day with this. They just will pick out a couple things here and there. I would imagine they had a field day with this particular part because this is insane. This is like, wow.
A problem in that case like that. I would never do that.
Wait.
So you flew to Australia.
Much. The madam don't
And
protest.
met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, can we pull up defendants 1809? And Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that
Kangaroos?
Mr.
Kangaroos?
King, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone,
Kangaroos.
Okay.
and then those were given, so.
So I don't
Oh my
have
God, we
these,
made
is
it
what
to
you're
Kangaroos.
saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
Correct. I'm just going to show you a few
You did it,
pictures.
guys, kangaroo time.
Amber, do you recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to
I love
1809?
that.
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1809 in evidence. You can publish.
And let me
Elaine goes, is that a kangaroo?
pass one up and give
Oh
one
my
to the
God.
other side.
Oh, and the other one is given the strangeness of everything.
Given the strangeness of this.
That's right.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you.
Given the strangeness
I appreciate
of this. I mean, the thing that's strange is Elaine. I know, right?
Recognize this photo,
I do.
and could you tell the jury what this is?
That is the driveway leading up to the house
I love
that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
I love the kangaroos,
Okay,
I have to say. I'm a big fan.
and then I'm
Okay.
going to.
Strangeness of what?
I'm gonna
Elaine.
try to make this a little faster, and I'm gonna go 1810.
You're just
I'm
making
getting,
it
Ms.
slow.
Butterhoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to
Yes.
show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together and then you could just
Yes,
go on with your questions.
yes, in fact. And these are all, I will represent, ones that we got from Mr. King.
All right, if you want to take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay,
too.
that's
That might
fine.
look like-
This is when they go through the whole stack, and then Elaine starts just like chatting with Amber, and it's weird.
You can keep that up if you want.
You see that kangaroo there, Amber? Sorry, I should do my Elaine voice.
By the way, Amber, do
Oh.
you see those kangaroos
There it is.
in there?
You see the
When I
kangaroo?
was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos as well.
Sounds like it was a delightful time.
This was a pretty big driveway.
It was a
I
pretty
don't
ice.
have any objection. Sorry.
Yeah.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your
But
Honor.
but make sure you look through them all too. I just want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you,
go ahead
Your
and read them into the record once you have looked through them all. And then
Thank you, Your Honor. I've reviewed them. I have no objection to
All
any of
right.
these photographs.
So we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810,
It was on for a
1811,
while. There's a lot
1812,
of pictures.
1814,
I remember
1815,
that part in Sidebars.
18, 18 evidence. So as long as you're just going to be
Woo!
referencing those photos, we'll keep it on
We're
for
gonna
you to
keep it
publish
moving.
them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was this in Australia?
I don't think you should probably name
It
that.
was a I think like a well-known sportsman, racing cars or
Sportsman?
something
Oh,
of that
A
nature.
mate? Was it a mate, Amber? You're right. You're in that realm
Michelle,
there.
if you can pull up 1810.
I do love the kangaroos. We've proved that there's kangaroos there on site.
Is this another picture from that home?
That is very nice looking.
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Looks very nice.
And then let's go, Michelle, if you can
Shout out
pull
to
up
the sportsman.
1811. Is that a picture of the home?
That's the house, yes.
Okay.
Beautiful house. It really is.
And let's go to 1812.
It's a beautiful house.
And that's,
Wow, look at that.
That's the view from the
Gorgeous.
living room. It opened into a lagoon.
Gorgeous.
okay.
Incredible. Really. I want to, y'all, I want to go there.
Let's
Can we
look at
go and split the
1813.
Maybe if we get 1,000 squirrel people together, squirrel crew members, we can go and split the fee and it'll be reasonable. I can't imagine how much the
I guess
squirrel
that's
food
just
charges.
another view,
Wow.
a little over of the swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's do one more,
It really
1814.
it looks like a great place for a vacation, right? It really give you like, I think there's, it doesn't have like a private beach over there type thing.
This is inside the house.
Looks like.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
and If you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some, what if anything is that back there?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's the kitchen.
Okay,
What
this is
do
the
you
dining
do
room
this
and
all
this is on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Now I'm going to ask you.
You guys
to
remember, was it
take
Ocean
this
Front?
Jury
Or was it
through
Ocean? You guys
your
remember?
experience, what happened in Australia once you arrived there.
I feel like it had to be.
Well, I was
Yeah, 1 foot.
nervous because of the conversations
Squirrels are
that I had with him before I left.
That's the size of a squirrel. So
And then in transit, I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He did.
So first of all, does anybody remember though? Was that oceanfront? Was there a private beach there? Because like that will definitely sway how much I try to rent out the sportsman home. This is just in me, just daydreaming. But because I feel like it had to be like oceanfront. But Fender, were you here yesterday? Because we were making all these jokes about Elaine and Lolly meeting. It might have been too early for you. But it was really fucking funny. We had some people making some really funny jokes about like if they were married and like what it would be like when they were having sexy time. It was fucking hilarious. I can't remember who it was. Somebody was like saying that Lolly would be like, Elaine, your mic, I can't hear you and shit. Oh my God. I think I timestamped it. It was really fucking funny. Because we had joked about like what if they met, but like this was like a whole other level. We went there with it, and it was so fucking funny. Oh, you were there, right? Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm glad you were there. I guess also for your sake, you're probably not glad, but yeah, it was pretty good.
He said I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai, and he said I miss my wife. I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to it's good. And I missed him so much. That's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in. I arrived early.
All she wanted to do was see her new husband.
Immediately, I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him.
Cannot.
And
all you wanted to do was see him. That right there.
So like
that right there. All she wanted to do was see him. Incredible. I just don't. I mean,
lost a ton of weight. So I just knew something was up. And he kind of quickly, kissed me and kind of, we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after,
don't you feel like his character is supposed to be skinny though? Like, again, I never saw the movies, but like I'm a normal human, so obviously I've seen the posters. Like I know what he looks like in the movie. And like, isn't he supposed to be scary? It's not scary, skinny. Like I'm wondering if there was a thing about where he needed to lose weight or be a certain size for the character, you know? Right. She said she was nervous to go see him at first. That's right. That's right. That's right. She did say that. And then she contradicted herself and said she was excited to see him. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like he's a pretty skinny character. And I wonder if that was, I mean, you guys, it's an interesting thing to think about, right? When it comes to like Hollywood, because you guys have to know there's roles that people take where it's like, yeah, you're going to have to be a certain weight, whether it's you're going to have to gain weight or you're going to have to lose weight. It happens all the time, which is interesting because like, I don't really know how the hell they do that with all of the focus there is on abusive, what's the word, in a work environment, right? Where they're like, what's the right word? I mean, it's like a human rights violation essentially, right? It seems like, I don't know, Fender, will you help me out on that? What am I looking for? Like, if you could take a job and the job is like part of the contract is like, yeah, you have to gain weight or lose weight or be a certain weight, whatever. Or it could be anything. But with weight, the thing about that versus like hair color, for example, obviously you're fucking with people's health in that case, right? And safety. So, but that they do it all the time. That's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying, that they do pretty extreme things to right. And so I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something in his contract or if it was just sort of like insinuated, but like, he wears like the little skinny pants on there, doesn't he? Like they can't resize those if he gets fat or gains weight or whatever, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I just feel like, and plus it's a brand, right? Like Captain Jack Sparrow is like a brand. And so, and if he was skinny on the first one, even just from being younger, right? He's got to look skinny on the other ones. There's a lot of reasons why I could see that would have been kind of either required or mandated or suggested for him in that role, being especially the fifth movie, right? I agree, Fender. Fender says it feels like a setup for eating disorder and long-term health issues. Absolutely. Yeah. Right. And I'm wondering how that's changed. I'm really curious. I wish we had someone in the scroll crew who's in the Hollywood, because I'm really curious how that's dealt with. Yeah, of course. And I was thinking about this because I do know a lot more about how that's handled when it comes to things like ballet and gymnastics and stuff. Because there's been a lot of attention brought to that, and that's really not something that's condoned anymore. It's similar to like in violin or in other classical instruments where it used to be like condoned or supported or accepted to be like abusive in a way, like in other words, how to say it, like that you should injure yourself practicing so much and play through the pain and just stuff like that. I mean, that's mild. There's a lot of bad stories out there with what people have gone through that used to be kind of acceptable. So there's been a lot of attention obviously brought into the more, certain things where there's physical requirements that are a part of it. Right. And so like with ballet, that's what I was gonna say, like with ballet, they've really come a long way. But I was just thinking about it only when we were talking about this with Johnny Depp. And I was thinking about with Hollywood, with acting, I could see that being one of the hardest ones for that to make a change, because they have to look like a certain role in some cases, right? If they have to play a certain role, that it wouldn't, right? The whole thing is it's suspension of disbelief. If you go to a ballet, the ballet dancers are themselves, right? So it's not like what you want in a ballet dancer is you want them to be able to do the movement correctly, do the technique correctly, memorize the choreography, but also have, artistic abilities and stuff. but it's not like they have to look like a certain way. It's just to give the same with modeling, even, right? Modeling, boy, I can't believe it. Of course, that used to be the industry, the first one you would think of, right? For eating disorders and shit. That's changed too. That has changed too. And again, I would say part of that is probably because if you're a model, you're just modeling clothes. But again, you don't have to portray a certain character to the extent of giving a suspension of disbelief for people that are watching it. So Hollywood and actors, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in actually a trickier position here, because they do have to look like a certain part, right? Do you guys see what I mean? It's really interesting thing to think about. Oh, right, of course, right, Kitsmans, yeah. Yeah, practice to injury, right, yes. Oh, okay. I don't know what The Martian is. Is that a kids movie? Right. Well, that's good. I am glad to hear that. Fender saying that it's not as widely appreciated for artists to do it. Yeah, I guess you're talking about like actors and stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, and that's the thing. Yeah. And gymnasts, another example, like where the physiques do affect performance, but that's what I'm saying is like, there's been a lot of attention, like just from what I've heard of, and models, right? There's been more attention brought to not pushing them to being unhealthy and being more acceptable of other body types and stuff like that. But I've not heard that from Hollywood, really. I'm glad if others of you guys in the chat have, but I haven't really heard that. I mean, in other words, you might still hear of like acceptable of different body types, but again, that's when the person's themselves. But I feel like if someone's got to be a certain role, I could see that where that's a whole different thing. I could just see that still being the case. But yeah, I guess it's true that like with CGI and shit, then that does change things. Oh, Kidsman's is saying The Martian is not a kids movie. Okay. Is there something that happens crazy physically there? Does somebody have to like lose a lot of weight or gain a lot of weight? But yeah, but again, too, thinking about when was the first Pirates movie made? What was that? Like 2000? God, I don't even know. I don't know. I could guess, but it would be wrong. But it was old, right? I feel like I was a kid. So back then, Johnny Depp would have been young. Things would have been different. I don't know. I just wouldn't be surprised if I just wouldn't be surprised if him being skinny was for the movie and not because of drugs or whatever the fuck. So 2003. Wow. Thank you, Maisha. That I was a kid. Accurate. That makes it weirder that I never saw it, huh? Fuck. 2003. So I would have been, how old would I have been? Well, not a kid. I guess kind of a kid. I would have been 16 or something. So yeah, still kind of crazy. I never saw. Wow. Yeah, wow. What a blast from the past to think about that time. Wow. Wow. I know, right? I know. Time is wild, isn't it? Wow. Wow. Maisha, we never would have guessed given your thumbnail. I loved growing up with the Disney movies, like the old school. Loved like Sleeping Beauty, Sword in the Stone. You know, Pocahontas was my jam because I used to sing that. I used to sing Colors of the Wind for all my auditions, for theater auditions, not violin auditions, obviously. Loved Disney World. It's really funny. I would actually still love to go to Disney World. I haven't been since I was a kid, like most people, right? But like, anyway, I still would love to go even at the age I am now, because some people probably wouldn't unless they have kids. But I'm like, if someone was like, here's a free trip to Disney, I'd be like, yep, I'm going now. Oh, that's so cute, Kits Mitts. I like Keira Knightley. What was she in? Was she in Pirates? Did you come to the US, Fender? Well, I feel like I didn't know it if you did come to the US. Oh, wow. And Aladdin. You know, I loved Jasmine was a great feminist example for us as children, right? But of course, you guys know I love Princess Aurora from Sleeping Beauty, just because she sings to the woodland creatures in the forest, right? The squirrels and the bunnies. And it's just, that was me, right? Oh, I've got a funny story though. One time when I was a little kid, I thought I was actually like Ariel, like the Little Mermaid, and I like dove headfirst off the coffee table and gave myself a concussion because I thought I'd be diving into the ocean. Like, that's a vivid imagination, right? So does Snow White. That's right. Yeah, I know. I don't know. She never really resonated with me as much. I don't know why. Honestly, I really don't. I don't know if it was the animation or what. I just like Sword in the Stone. See, but I'm also a big time, you guys, some of y'all might have heard, medieval and Renaissance nerd right here. I'm raising my hand, like big time. So, you know, Tudor England is my favorite historical time to study. And, you know, Sleeping Beauty, she would have been, if you try to guess based on the clothing, which is cart animated, right? That would have been prior to that, but still pretty close. I feel like with Snow White, it was funny because it was like supposed to be around that time period, but there were weird things. Okay, even as a little kid, here's what it was. Didn't she have like a bow tie on her dress? Because I think she did. And even as a little kid, that struck me as out of place. And it actually was out of place. Anyway, that was me as a kid. Oh, I liked Belle also. Yeah. The Lion King was great too. That was so hard though, dude. When the dad dies, oh, I can't. I'm gonna start crying just thinking about it now. And I haven't even seen it since I was a kid, but I can remember it when he loses his dad. Oh, that was horrible. Just awful. Wow. That's crazy. I feel like that's still a newer Disney movie. In my mind, it was a newer Disney movie. Oh, wow. Oh, I sang Reflections for a lot of auditions also. Belle, I used to love singing, but that was never a good audition song. It's just funny because it's like some of these songs were like really good audition songs. So you just like connect to the character more when you sing them a lot for auditions. Anyway. Oh my God. Yeah. Bambi's mom. We were not allowed to watch that movie. That movie was barred from my household because of that. So I don't even know that I ever saw it, to be honest. It was like we couldn't even bring that movie up in my house growing up. It was like forbidden. I didn't even know there was a remake of Beauty and the Beast. And I don't know why you would ever do that because that's blasphemy. Bambi came out in the 40s. That is wild. That is wild. Wow. Huh. Oh, that's messed up. I'm sorry. I have nothing against Emma Watson. I don't even honestly remember who that is. Was she the girl in Harry Potter? Oh, God. Well, that's a whole other thing too, right? When they do these. Okay, speaking of Johnny Depp, actually, here's what I can say. Speaking of Johnny Depp, right? Y'all, did anybody see Sweeney Todd? I can talk about this. We can do a tangent here on this because I can talk about this. Wow. Oh my God, I love Fantasia. Fucking hell. Dude, y'all, The Rite of Spring. Stravinsky is my homeboy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So let me just say, y'all, I did professional musical theater growing up, and I was really lucky to do a lot of theater at a place that has one of the best musical theater programs in the country as a kid. So whenever they needed kids, I would go in there and have those roles. Anyway, so they did Sweeney Todd, this school to Sweeney Todd. It's like, again, it's a college school, but it's the people who I did theater with when I was a kid, when they were college students, they all of them have the leading roles on Broadway right now for any of the musicals. Like when Wicked was on Broadway, one of the girls who was in the musicals with me was the main character in that. Phantom of the Opera, like literally everything. Like these are all these like, to me, they seemed like they were old, but they weren't old. They were college students, and I was like a kid anyway. So, but this school did Sweeney Todd, like the musical, like right before the movie came out, which I mean, I wouldn't, it would probably wouldn't change anything for me, because like obviously I can tell the singing. So, but anyway, so of course it was killer. It was really fucking good. And oh, that's awesome, Kit Smiths, that you do. It's honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's not even Johnny. Johnny's voice in Sweeney Todd. I don't even remember it. It's forgettable, which honestly is better than the other voice, which is Helena Bonham Carter, who's a fucking badass. She's awesome. I fucking love her, but never should have happened. Nope. Never should have happened. Y'all, I can't get past the first, whatever it is, 5 minutes of that movie. Whenever she first starts singing, I can't get past it. I cannot do it. It's such a tragedy to me, because that role is such a great fucking role, dude. Like, it's just, the musical is really great. And the problem is they tried to make a movie with the songs from the musical, and they cast actors in the leading roles. So you're gonna have to make a decision there where you're gonna have to. The thing is that they could have cast people who do musical theater who can sing and act and dance, for that matter, and put them in those roles. In which case they would have made everybody happy. But I guess they wanted people who were certain, like what was his face who made the movie? He wanted certain actors who he envisioned in the role. And I think he couldn't get that out of his head. I get it, right? He couldn't get that out of his head. And it makes sense. Like, they are well suited for the roles in terms of actors, right? But he should have done it without the music, in my opinion. If he wanted to go that route, forget the songs, right? Because I'm sure I'm not the only one. He lost a lot of musicians on that, for sure, because there's people that just won't be able to listen to it. I'm one of those people. I hate to say it. It is such a great fucking role. Yeah. That's exactly right. He could have, exactly, 100%. He could have just done it without the songs. They did not need the songs. If you're going to do the songs, cast people who are like on Broadway who can do this. Yeah. Yep. What does Indian sing? It's Tim Burton. Thank you. Yes. It was on the tip of my tongue. Playback singing. Oh, interesting. Like, okay. That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, that would have been better than what they did. But still, dude, there are plenty of talented people who could have killed those roles and done the singing and the acting. You know what I mean? Like Broadway people. That's right. Right. Yeah. And that happens all the time with musicals, where they will adapt it into a play. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but there's like tons. But then you've got like fucking Hamilton. It's a whole other story. That blew my mind. Have you seen Maisha, did you see Hamilton? I know, since you're a Disney fan, and I know that came on the Disney Channel. Like the Disney Channel that you. Oh, did he really? That's funny. Is that because of the howling? I love Into the Woods, though. Into the Woods. Oh, fucking love Hamilton. Are you kidding me? That blew my freaking mind. I was like, so having been on the side, every side of that, right? I have a lot of dance training. I did professional musical theater and I've played in the pits for musicals. Okay. So I've been on every side of that type of thing, of a production like that. How the hell they did that blows my mind. There were so many times where I'm like, I happen to know just how difficult some of those scenes would be with the blocking, with the choreography, with the staging, with the costume changes, with like the logistical stuff, with being able to hear really important cues in the orchestra, shit like that. And I'm like, literally, I was sitting there with my jaw on the floor the entire time. I don't know how they pulled it off. It's like being a magician to me in my brain. Like, I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't actually get to see Encanto. I'm sure it was great though. But yeah, Lin-Manuel Miranda is awesome. The Room Where It Happens. It was so good. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, that was just Hamilton was just it was one of those things where it was so good and so mind-boggling to me that I actually had a hard time. I didn't know if I'd be able to actually finish it without doing it in 5-minute chunks and taking breaks because I'm like, my brain's going to explode. My jaw's on the floor. I can't even process this. This is so good and so mind-blowing how they're doing this. Like it's just, I'm like, because I'm sitting there and I'm like, how are they making this all happen? You know what I mean? And then there's the other thing of like, they just completely busted every single expectation mold that people have. Like they broke every rule. I just man, groundbreaking. Like it just, wow. Yeah. The choreography was sick. And the costumes were great too. Yeah. Right. That's got to make it difficult. Oh, wow. That's cool, Fender. How many languages do you speak, Fender? Also, Maisha, I'm curious, do you have a favorite Disney movie? I know that's probably a tough question for you since you're such a big fan. Five languages. Crazy. That's awesome. Good for you, man. Okay. I apologize if you said that. I don't know if you said specifically it was your favorite, but that's awesome. Good. I love that you can name a favorite. That is mad props to you for that because that's a feat, right? When you're like a big fan of something to be able to name a favorite. Oh, you forgot them. They would come back if you were around people that spoke. Yeah, I think it's so cool. Like learning other languages is really awesome. I think I really love it. I practice my Russian every day. Mulan is Fender's favorite. See, I would have to give it, like, for me, it'd have to be a fucking, it'd have to be a two-way tie at a minimum. Now, if you're saying, like, my favorites, okay, I would have to have different categories. See, I'm like, this is everything. It'd be like, have to be a category for favorite Disney princess, and then a category for, like, the movie where my favorite song is from, because that would be different than maybe overall favorite movie. But if it's like overall favorite movie, apart from those categories, but just overall favorite movie, then it would be a two-way tie for me. Yeah. That's crazy. You can understand them but can't speak them. Is that because of like a difficulty with like making the sounds, if that makes sense? Like, because if you can understand it, it means you could like translate it, but speaking it is hard. That's exactly right. And I'm like that with everything too. It's the same with music. People are like, oh, what's your favorite band? It's like, okay, let's break this down into like 50 categories. What's your favorite composer? Okay, let's break this down into 50 different categories. I mean, it's just like that with everything. Like, I'm not good at picking a favorite. Wow. Yeah. I mean, for me though, the thing is like I can say Bach. I can say like because that's just like a given as a like I'm being a violinist, you know what I mean? Like I don't even know if favorite is the right word because I feel like that's an understatement. I feel like I wouldn't be born if there wasn't Bach because I have a whole crazy birth story and Bach is a part of it. Just silly to even say, but it's true. Bach is a big part of I think why I was born. So, but even apart from that, like Bach to me is like my blood. It's like my DNA. It's like goes beyond favorite composer, right? So I guess I don't really count it that way. Like I have a Bach action figure right here next to me. So, and I'm like facing the wall where I have a huge poster of the Bach Chaconne that's written in Bach's actual handwriting from like a quill pen. It's his actual handwriting from the manuscript. And then I'm looking at it right now, like blown up, and it's on my wall. Anyway, I don't know. I just Bach is like oxygen to me. So I don't know that I would even count that as like favorite per se. Oh, dude, I love Maleficent, man. I was Maleficent for Halloween one year. It was really fun. Oh, that's awesome. I love it. I never really got into Mickey. No offense to anybody. I was never, you know what it is though? I think it's because Mickey didn't sing, did he? See, what I love my whole life, right? It's just, y'all probably picked up on it. That was like my whole life. It's just, we're the music, the singing, the dancing, the music, So it's like characters that didn't sing or shows or movies where they weren't singing. If it was like Disney stuff, it just didn't resonate with me as much. Oh, Chopin, Brahms. Yeah. That's interesting, Brahms. Because Brahms, so for piano, I mean, there's not that much for piano. Well, Brahms wasn't that prolific in general, but like, I'm curious how you used to be obsessed with Brahms. I mean, of course, you could still be obsessed with a composer that you can't actually play on your instrument, of course. So there's that. Fender, that's so cute. Can't pick a favorite psychologist. That's right. Okay, so you're on the same page, right? Okay, we're on the same page with that. Oh, he did? What was it? I'm trying to think. I feel like you don't hear it as much. Is it just like solo sonatas? I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I feel like with pianists, you get a lot of, obviously Chopin, obviously. Rachmaninoff, Debussy, Prokofiev, obviously. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Right. Two amazing piano concertos. Right. I remember those. And yeah, Mickey sings but doesn't belt. That's funny. Yeah, I don't remember him singing. That's so funny though. A favorite psychologist. What a concept. I don't even know that I could name more than 2, if that many. Right. Yeah. I do love Beethoven as well. For me, I'm very particular. I love the Beethoven, the late string quartets, the one where he was going deaf, and then Beethoven's Sixth Symphony, I think, is a fucking masterpiece. Of course, Beethoven's Ninth is goes without saying. I have heard of Andrea Bocelli. Yeah, he's tenor, I believe, right? Or is he a baritone? But yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard him. Heard of him. Never seen him live. Where is this at? He's coming to your hometown. Is that what you're saying, Maisha? No, he's great though. Opera is a whole different category, which is really funny. That's why it's not Kit Smith's going to be like, oh my God, yeah. That's why you haven't heard us talk. So even though it's classical music, it's really funny because opera really is like a whole different world, which is really crazy to think about. Like in opera, while there are some overlaps with composers like that wrote opera, but also wrote other, forms of classical music, there's a lot of composers that only wrote opera. And a lot of people that study opera really don't even know anything about the rest of classical music, and vice versa. It's really funny. It's really kind of like a different thing. Yeah, it really is a whole right. I kind of actually forget about it until it comes up. But Andrea Bocelli is great. He really is. Okay. Yeah, one of my best friends from college who was also a violin performance major loved opera. Dude, she was all about opera. Like it was like one of those things where like when they needed people to play in the pit, like that would be like loathsome to do because it was like the longest hours and like there's like way more important stuff, but she would always volunteer. She loved opera. It was so funny. Like, and she's not someone who even sings or anything. She just loves that format. She loves that genre of opera. She knows every opera. It's just so funny. She's got to be one of the only violinists anywhere that I can say that about, right? Because that's just really unusual. But she just always loved opera. Yeah, how funny. Strauss. That would have been fun, though. Carmen would have been fun. That would have been fun. Yeah, and it's funny, too, because it's like, I guess that's why I love musical theater, because it's like combining singing and dancing. Because, like, you've got the ballet, which is dancing. I love ballet, right? And then you've got opera, which is just singing. But then you've got musical theater, where it's Speaking of leading ladies, look who's on the screen. Not one. It's crazy. I know how we kind of started talking about the weight loss, right? But I was just thinking too, like, I wonder if like they gave Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter any training for their roles in Sweeney Todd. I mean, they probably did. Anyway, I will say, even though it's not watchable because of the singing, I do have to applaud them for stepping out of their comfort zone. Let's think about it from that perspective, because even though, again, it's not watchable, but for me anyway, but that must have taken a lot of guts for them to do because they're not singers, So good for them for that, right? That's a personal growth thing there. We completely forgot about her, is right. We talked about literally everything else. So fucking funny, you guys. That's true. That's right. Yeah, he did a much better job, in my opinion. He did a much better job. He actually pulled it off to a certain extent. He could carry a tune, right? And with a little bit of reverb and stuff, it was not offensive to the ears in the same way it was with Helena, unfortunately. Right, of course. Yeah. She is awesome though, Helena Bonham Carter. So like it doesn't even like, I think she's so awesome that I don't know that anybody even thinks anything negatively of her, even with that, because it's like, yeah, who cares? Like she's just the shit. So, but man, I don't even know how you make that anyway. That's right. They're married. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Right. Exactly. And it explains too, like, think about what a visionary, right? Tim Burton, right? I think of Nightmare Before Christmas being such a visionary. You can imagine how if he's playing around in his mind with his version of Sweeney Todd, it makes total sense. Like what I was saying, that he could get stuck with this idea that role, the leading lady role has to be played by Helena Bonham Carter, and like the leading male role has to be played by Johnny Depp. Like you can, plus he's already worked with them in his other movies, right? So, because Edward Scissorhands, I think, is also Tim Burton. So that you can see how like they develop this idea, and then it's like if you develop that idea of what you want the movie to be, and you imagined it from the get-go with those people playing those characters, and then you can't undo it and then it's done. Like I totally get that because of the creative process. I understand that would make perfect sense when you've already worked with them and when you have a really vivid imagination, and you can tell from his movies that he pictures things, and it's like he pictures it and then he makes it happen. So that just makes sense to me, Right. That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, but Johnny Depp was in it, wasn't he? Edward Scissorhands. Again, I still haven't even seen it, but I think Johnny Depp was in it. Right. I haven't even seen those. Right. That's what I thought. I mean, of course, I'm sure I've seen like a poster or whatever, and that's how I had never saw Corpse Bride. I haven't even heard of Corpse Bride. That one I know he was in because that was him. That's supposed to be a really good movie, actually. I've never seen it, but that's supposed to be really good. Him and Leonardo DiCaprio. That's supposed to be a really good movie. I've been meaning to watch that for like 15 years now. Or longer, probably. Put it on my to-do list. That'll never happen because all I watch is trials. Right. I remember that. Oh, God. It's so funny. I just literally, it's just trials for me. Trials and trial coverage and law. I used to occasionally watch Netflix. Nope, not anymore. But I used to occasionally, I mean, probably 2+ years ago. And by occasionally, I mean once a month. Not even anymore. Oh, man. I freaking love. Did we talk about, dude? Wait, who meets Alice Cooper? Hold on. Did they remake Dark Shadows, Maisha? Because the Dark Shadows that I think of is a show from like when my mom was growing up. But then my brother and I used to watch it when we were kids because it was really, we loved it. Like we loved it in like a meme way, I would say. Because there was this character named, what was it? Balthazar or something funny like that. And it was really old. Balthazar or like Ebenezer or some crazy ass name. And anyway, we loved that shit. See, but they wouldn't have been born yet in the Dark Shadows I'm thinking of. So this must have been a remake. Right, yeah. Because the Dark Shadows I'm thinking of is from like the 20s or something. God, what's the character's name though? I'm sure the character was in the remake. He was like the main character. Some crazy ass name. Archibald. What was it? Fuck. Dude, I can't believe I'm not remembering this right now. Balthazar? Why do I keep thinking maybe Balthazar? It's like a name that you would never ever hear of. A funny name. Cornelius, something like that. Y'all, I'm gonna have to look it up. This is gonna drive me crazy if I don't know. Oh, I didn't even know it was about a vampire. Huh. Barnabas, that's it. Barnabas is the vampire. I don't think I ever even understood he was a vampire. Barnabas. Wow, parallel universe. Interesting. I'm reading about it on Wikipedia. Again, my brother and I were just kids and we just laughed at it, so I don't think we really picked up on any of this. But we just thought Barnabas was really funny. Barnabas, what a name. Wow. There it is, a 2012 reboot by Tim Burton. Holy shit. Wow, guys. Thank you, Maisha. Oh, I did just saw that, of course. Wow. So Tim Burton's done a lot of shit. That's cool. All right. We're so close. I put us on a huge scroll tangent, although having said that, it wouldn't be a regular live stream if we didn't do this. But this was me. I'm the problem. It's me, as EDB would all say. Because I was like, you know, I kind of knew it was going to happen because I was like, the whole idea of like losing weight for a role is such an interesting dilemma that I was thinking about and like how that works in Hollywood. And of course, that just took us all kinds of places. But anyway, what they were doing was looking at these pictures. So it's actually not a bad place to jump in because they're just looking at pictures of Australia. So
The plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend.
And we're
long
back
weekend.
where we started.
So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There's some steaks in the fridge, but he kind of
I guess
prepped some of the sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, you know, our style at-home date. You know, we've just been, you know, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that
happy
evening,
to see him. I never
he
felt
pulls
that
out
way.
a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was.
God.
And he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time that was, you know, like there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that. Or so I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay? He had already gotten clean and sober. I was, you know, touch and go. But for the wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue. Right? Just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you.
That doesn't mean you can't.
It was the exact
that doesn't mean you did.
Opposite of what I expected, what I wanted. And it just seemed
delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point,
I just have to say, if she ever had actually been to an Al-Anon meeting, she would have learned one of the first sayings that they learn in 12-step programs like that is expectations breed disaster. So I'm mentioning that because she had expectations that she A, had, and B, did not voice. And then when those expectations were not met, she was disappointed. So she set herself up for that. But again, had she been to any Al-Anon meetings, like she claims, she would have learned that saying, and it would have hopefully guided her to making better decisions in life. Just saying.
He drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, like, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off.
I like Malbec.
And he grabs me.
I like Malbec.
We have an argument about me walking away. Am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but
see, again,
that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that. I just slid.
Oh my God.
Screeching my skin against this beautiful wooden floor.
Made of
we had another argument.
Sounds pretty gruesome.
Was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this interaction. He shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long.
And as you guys know, when we get to the worst of it, I'm pretty sure it would have killed her. And if it wouldn't have killed her, she would have needed a lot of help. I mean, that was, anyway, you guys.
Against the throat, just kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him, screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's there's a back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I
I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I
Fender, is that true in the
kept
US?
thinking that
I hope so.
I just wanted to hear.
Just Fender, I hope this is true, Fender, in the US. It should be true everywhere, but like this is that if you show up with those kinds of injuries and you're a woman, you don't have a say in pressing her. I hope that's the case. I feel like I should know that, and I probably have learned how that works. But I could still see how that could vary by state in the US. It wouldn't surprise me, man. But yeah. Right. The other thing, dude, I'm telling you, man, you don't try to be hypervigilant. I'm telling you, guys, like and honestly, if you're in that situation, you don't try to be hypervigilant. When you're in a situation where your life is in danger and you're trapped like that, not like that. When I say like that, I don't mean like her. I mean like what I went through and other people. Like there is no way to sleep. There's just no way to sleep. Like you just don't sleep. You don't sleep, you don't eat, you're just literally like waiting until the second when you can escape. It's like you just sleeping pills, sleeping schmills, as I say. Okay. Well, that's good that it's like that in India, Fender. Right, that's true. Right. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, because you don't want to miss if you haven't. Well, again, none of this applies to her because she could have left at any point. But if you like in my situation, you wouldn't have want to missed an opportunity to leave if there was one. But even more importantly, you just never know. I just never knew what was coming around the next second, so.
Or know if he came in, so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him.
Right.
And at some point I go back down,
even if you try not to
stairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. He confirmed that when I asked him that he had not slept, he had not eaten. So I tried to get him to eat. We get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I had just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. My co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
Wow.
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen?
That's amazing.
Mr. Depp
That's great,
take any
Fender.
drugs by
Wow.
this point?
That's how it should be, though.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
drugs,
sorry if I
that's
left that
just
out.
right?
That when we had the argument about the MDMA, he suggested to me that it wasn't on the no-fly list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his argument. That was his defense. Like, this isn't the. You didn't say I couldn't have this, and over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. I wasn't like it was my.
It sounds like you're gaslighting him.
It wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation. It seemed like in his mind, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10. I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA
that he had taken or that were left.
I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took. So I remember saying, you
Objection,
took all
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
There were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
He confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10. 8 or 10. I can't recall.
And when you say at this point, is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs. He was still awake.
Okay, please continue with that second day.
He was accusing me of being mean to his sister. He was accusing me of not liking his sister. Something about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And then when it came up with his sister, he was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he, I mentioned that, well, I can't say what I mentioned. He, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who was on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out. He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney, to do a post-nup, because we got married in February, and there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had interactions with his sister, and so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her and said the only way out of this was death again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015, probably 25 times. So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all. At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, you need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off, clean up, sober up. And I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge. I got out the steak so that they would, be ready to cook. And I got out some of the food I was going to put together for dinner. I went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the next thing I remember is coming down.
Guys wear nightgowns. Like, what are you, a 4-year-old girl, Amber? A nightgown? Is this the 1800s? What the fuck? Wait, the OG Sidebar lives. Okay, yes, story time. Are you talking about from me or from EDB? I guess either way, if it's covering the sidebar as well. We probably all are familiar with all of it. So, oh, a lacy little. Oh, I see. That's different. Like lingerie, right? I guess that would be different. I pictured her in like a type of like a 4-year-old would wear, or like a doll, like a Victorian doll. I don't know. Obviously, that's not realistic, but the way she said nightgown, maybe also it's because she's dressed like a school marm, you know. But I remember, Fender, I do remember you mentioning that you were having issues with your mom. I guess that must have been from back then. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I remember you saying you had to go visit her. I remember that. And we were wishing you luck because it was rough for you. That's terrible. So, oh, I see what you're saying here. Okay, I was trying to make sense. Mom versus partner, right? Because it's different with a parent versus with right. Yes, yes. Yeah, yep. Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah. I agree, Fender. I agree. I agree. Yep. Does she say, I don't even remember. Does she say he rips the, oh, that's right. She does say that, doesn't she? Oh, right. Interesting. Huh. So maybe she was, I don't know. It's funny. I forgot that, right. She, huh. Anyway, well, we'll see. Right. Yeah. It's hard because it's like you have less ability to do anything if you're younger, but when you get older, there is a built-in amount of distance. I know. So I totally understand how I can see the similarities and the differences, of course.
Downstairs and looking for him.
I still want to picture her in
We
like
had an
an
interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me. And I realized I was back on the chopping block. I realized it was back. Like I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter.
Oh,
She hasn't even said it yet, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something. Try to say what he's
I'll
saying.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
He was just
Also, you
belligerent.
shouldn't be
I don't
coaching
know how
the
to describe to you because it wasn't making sense. It wasn't making sense. I don't know how. I don't know how the immediate
next like string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated. But again, he has me up against the wall. And I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a wall next to the, I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar. I remember there were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling. I said,
Had he been drinking by this time?
he was drinking.
Calls for speculation and leading.
I'll sustain as leading.
What, if any, drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by this time?
Well, I had already seen him drink right in front of me. He took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs right in front of me as in a gesture of like looked right at me and took a big swig out of it as a, like a show for, like, did it right in my face to make a point. And then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me.
She says he slams me up against the thing. I'm sorry, what? Hold on, I'm gonna rewind that a second.
It got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about the wall next. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck.
And she says cooling fridges
neck,
again. What the fuck is a cooling
it got
fridge,
really,
Amber?
It got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone
Fender, I have a really good memory
about me, and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me.
Right. Cooling fridge. That's the second time she said it too.
No one liked me. It sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point I shoved him hard to get him off me, and he shoved me back, and he said, "You want to go, little girl?"
That's what I thought too initially, until she said up against the thing, and then I was like, "Oh no, that's what I was like."
I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point.
Wait, he choked you or did he slam you?
I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were
in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And
I wouldn't feel the need to apologize if any of this was real.
and we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking, and he holds up this bottle to me, and
Yeah,
you know, I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing?
definitely. He's like, are they
Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really, if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him.
Yeah, 100%.
If I really want him to stop, why don't I?
I was looking
why don't
down
I
when I was
take it
telling
from
my
him? Go on, go on. Kept saying, go on, and kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us.
Yeah.
There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid.
So stupid.
Sorry. He's,
Oh my God.
it was like a light bulb switch went off.
What? A light bulb switch went off.
And he starts screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember
Saying that a light bulb switch went off doesn't make sense for a lot of reasons. Besides the fact that a light bulb switch isn't a thing. Besides that, what does that even mean? Because if he was already slamming you against the wall and he was already acting all crazy and whatever, being violent, then what are you saying? He changed. If a switch goes off at that point, it would be him switching into the other way, right? And being nice again, right? So it just doesn't make any sense.
remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand and he threw it at me. It missed.
No,
thankfully,
I agree, Fender.
I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face
I agree.
area by my jawline, and
I agree with you guys.
he told me he'd carve up my face. I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence wise when that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown. I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing.
Wait, he's flailing or you're flailing?
Who's
flailing here?
After there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes.
This is so weird, the fact that she keeps...
He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of the sink, surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me ish, kind of front off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity.
You would hear that though, not feel it.
I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually trying to, I don't know, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area, because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from the wall to the countertop.
Why wouldn't his feet be slipping?
At one point, he has me up against the wall and he's punching the wall. He had my, nightgown and it kind of ripped it off my chest.
Nightgown.
I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting
You
me
have a bonnet
that
also?
he has my
Nightcap.
my breasts in his hand. My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off of me. So I was naked and I'm slipping around on this tile and trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile of glasses
There weren't though.
underneath me. And I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really destabilized and felt
Good question.
vulnerable. I'm naked.
Right.
He's flinging me around, and at some
Right.
point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that I ruined his life. I remember I ruined his life over and over.
Again, he probably
And he
did
starts
say that.
punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There's a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!" And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held. And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again, smashing this phone into the wall over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing, was smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall. And at some point, he's on top of no phone, but screaming the same thing. "I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life." I'm on the countertop. He had me by the neck. And he felt like he was on top of me, and I'm looking at him in his eyes.
Asked, well, was
I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore.
I'm
It
sorry.
wasn't him. It was Black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was Black. I couldn't see him, and he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny, and I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping. My arms were slipping on the countertop.
No
And I
cuts on
remember
her
just
feet.
trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how.
That doesn't make any sense because if he abuses, again, we know this isn't the case, right? But again, just to point out all the logical fallacies, if somebody abuses you physically on a regular basis, then why would you think that if they're abusing you, they must be confused as to who you are? The other thing is, if someone's just said to you that they hate you and you ruined their life, why would you think that it would help to remind them, it's me, it's me? None of it makes sense.
Sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna couldn't breathe.
Cross is not until the end of the next day, dude. We've got hours.
I don't know.
So we can do it.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand. The next thing I remember, I always been over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this. My back was on the countertops, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was.
Oh God, this part.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a good point. How have you been able to miss Pirates?
I felt this pressure. I felt this pressure. On my pubic bone. He thought he was punching me. I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting him.
Right.
It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still, not wanting to move.
I don't remember.
I remember looking around the room. I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass. And I remember that it's just not wanting to move.
I mean, okay. Like, if this happened, what you wouldn't be doing after it's over is looking around at the glass, looking around. You would be noticing how you feel in your body with the injuries, right?
Because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it. I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. If he would know, I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I just remember thinking, please, God, please.
I know.
I hope it's not broken.
I think every woman,
I don't know how that is.
Every woman, if anyone was still with her at this point, I mean, for sure, like, I can tell you for a fact, when I heard this part about the glass bottle and all that, I was like, that was definitely a moment where it's like, okay, this is all bullshit. There's no woman on this planet who would believe any of this, because, again, I think that could kill you, but at the very least, you would need a lot of fucking help, man.
And then I don't know how.
Yeah.
I got off the countertop.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember retching.
Yeah, the caps are warranted.
I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching. I remember there was blood on the floor.
Also, even in terms of that, if you've been cut up down there and then you peed yourself, whether it was on purpose or not, like you would feel the cuts if they're anyway. Y'all know.
I got up at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would.
I don't know how that night ended. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember going outside the front door. I remember him coming out to the front.
In terms of how memories work and PTSD, the fact that she's like, I don't remember this thing and I don't remember that thing, that shows the narrative, because if you don't remember it, you wouldn't know what you don't know, right? Like it's like the way it would work is there's just memories you just wouldn't have. It would just be blank. So you wouldn't know that they're not there because you know what I mean? It's like you can only know what's missing if you know what is missing, right?
Area, but I don't remember if that was before or after this. I don't remember. I just have that memory. I remember taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch, like 2, which is a lot.
A bunch, not a bunch, 2. Okay.
I remember falling asleep, or I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep because I woke up the next day. I assume it was late morning. I could hear him downstairs. I could hear Marilyn Manson music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring. It became clear, obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs. And the brown on the walls became clear, like lettering. And then it was obvious it was dried blood. He had written down this, that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet.
Talking about the walls and the floor.
I could see blood drips.
Like pain.
I thought it was from my arms or feet.
Right.
But it was drips.
Right. It's either there or it's not. Yeah.
So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized
I'm sorry
that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent.
You're not oversharing.
I saw what looked like my name. But I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message. Walking down the stairs, I saw a bird in the house. I thought that was surreal. I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out.
Great point.
And it was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was navy blue paint, and then brown paint. And then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. My canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, a painting that the owners had that had, like giant penis on it, and some other things. Was a table overturned. a bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, and that's where I found him, blaring this music. He was in the study, which is by the bar games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and broken window, and just, it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked into the study. There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. And he just looked, he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny. He was standing at the office desk. He had his hand wrapped in this like rags, or bandana rags, and I think he took them down or somehow showed me, and he said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you," something to that effect. And I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that's like he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around. And we didn't have any sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and I said, "What did you do? When? Like, what did you do? When?" And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that was happened with the phone. And in any case, I knew it had been way too long, that he had this blood, that he was bleeding. And I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now." I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull. And I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was. I thought maybe, I don't know, sober him up, or I don't know. Help was coming though. And I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it at the TV and started screaming again. It was like back to square one. Shortly after that, security arrives. I don't know how long, maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but they kind of
A few seconds
find
those
Johnny,
are different for me.
or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on. And as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house,
Trying to pee.
saying that he had more messages for me. And this is in front of security. And they kind of just like looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half
I think that audio
played it off and corralled him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling a wild animal back into the house with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the wall of the house. And I remember him standing at the wall trying to leave me more, saying he had more information for me. He was going to leave me more messages, more information for me. It made no sense. And
like your testimony.
Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses, shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Oh.
Trying to give her drugs. She
Yeah,
didn't say
overruled
anything.
that.
Thank
Okay.
you. Keep going.
And I just remember,
Yeah, we can.
I just remember crying. And
No, we can listen to the audio. I think they have a break coming up. If you want to let me know how I can search for it, then yeah, we can totally listen to that.
rejecting what they were trying to give me and fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea. Like,
Are you not worried if you're
could this
okay though?
be something he could die from? If anything, just the
This
drugs and
hard.
alcohol.
After what happened to her allegedly.
I mean,
Shouldn't you
that
be
alone,
worried?
I didn't, I was.
Oh, it's that one. Right.
I just remember being scared and being in this
Right.
theater room, this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was
So-
going on.
So that's the one because they talk about that in the sidebar. So is the whole thing like worth listening to? I guess I haven't listened to that whole thing, but is there chunks of silence, or if y'all have listened to it, let me know like what all happens in the 5 hours. But if it's 5 hours of like stuff that's worth listening to, then we can do that on a separate stream and listen to the whole thing. So yeah.
And I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and I'm sorry, Debbie, and no idea, like, could this be something he could die from? If anything, just the drugs and the alcohol. I mean,
Did she already say that?
that alone, I didn't,
I didn't rewind it.
I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was going on. I eventually was taken up to my room by
if it's all 5
one of the
hours that's
nurses,
worth listening to, we can do a separate.
and they, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Debbie,
Yeah, I didn't rewind it. Okay.
or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep. I came back downstairs to look for my phone, which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone and said, "We're going to get to the bottom of this." He wasn't making any sense at the time. Understandably, just different. Nothing made sense. But he picked up my phone and was saying, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this. Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up and went downstairs to get it. It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting. Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this sedative, and fell asleep. And then I think the next day, went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. Just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and
matter if the color was something or not?
and eventually left Australia with Ben King, who you met,
Right.
on the way there.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days,
Thank
and then
God.
we can talk about Ben King and going home. So do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor, compound leading.
Sustained.
Yes.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor.
Do you,
The wine was upstairs.
do you recall
Anyway,
what color?
Excuse me.
wasn't
it
Johnny
was?
drinking from a wine bottle though? Didn't she?
Well, I believe it was white. Clear. but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it. And I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember like what brand.
Yeah, dude. Okay, whatever.
When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what if any food?
The
did
third
you
morning.
see?
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah, I forgot
there
about
it is,
that.
Third morning. Crazy.
Objection,
was-
Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
There was mashed potatoes smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. It had little like
Third
specks of green in it, I assumed to be
Like,
spinach.
dude,
And-
if any of this had happened to her and this is the third one, she would have bled to death in her sleep. Like she would no longer be with us talking, giving this testimony. If any of that shit happened to her with that bottle, she would have been dead.
And throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places, just countertops, walls, doors, as I mentioned. And later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house. There were pieces of it. It was cut up. And he had ripped my nightgown into
I thought he already
pieces, into shreds, and
I thought
wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown.
he's like, this
It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift.
yeah, that is fucking weird.
And it was wrapped. I found it. I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave,
Oh, cool.
pieces of it in the produce drawer,
Aisha.
in the
Okay.
closet drawer. I mean, just raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well
Yes,
as the smeared
This
food
is
on the
day
walls.
3. Yes, day 3.
It was bizarre.
Well, I agree.
What, if
Wildly.
anything, do you recall seeing on any mirrors?
Oh, he had written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had there was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was
I thought it started on the first day, right? Because it was like they just
retching,
I
for
thought-
lack of better way
I
to.
thought it was on the first day because she describes coming home initially. Well, at one point she says she, what does she say? She was nervous to see him. Then she says she's excited to see him. But anyway, nevertheless, it's the first day because she walks in the door and he offers her the MDMA, right? And she gets all pissed about that, according to her. So I don't know how this is all. The timeline is wackadoodle. Who's CV? Well, I can't remember who CV is. Yeah, it is a great pause game. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yup.
To describe it. I think it was in that.
Camille
bathroom
Vasquez.
that he
I
also wrote
remembered.
on that mirror as
Or I
well.
just realized anyway.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood,
Right.
and paint. Sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he
Bleeding.
wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of "go getter,"
Again with the go-getter. Weird.
horror sort of thing, that sort of language. But calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, like just things about ego and what a whore I was.
Actually not
And- but
responsive.
it was hard to make sense of it because it was clear he was just out of his mind. It was,
Speculation.
he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood, and you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs.
So which is
like,
uglier, the
it
dry
took a-
blood or the paint?
in fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages became, the markings became clearly letters. And the letters kind of became like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood or it wasn't bleeding enough and went and got paint. And then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the dried blood was. And then I could see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to
seems
go
actually
back
believable.
to the
About
time in the
blood
bar, and I
there.
know this is very painful. Do you recall
Painful to listen to.
what
not in the
Mr.
way you
Depp was
want, though.
saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
He said that he would fucking kill me. He said, I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again.
3 times? Let me guess.
He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as
Oh,
well?
for fuck's sake, Elaine.
I did.
Well,
And did you experience any pain later?
she said no. Well,
I didn't,
which makes no sense.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was heartbroken.
You were heartbroken? I'm
Eventually,
sorry. That's
I
life-threatening
realized that
for fuck's sake.
I could be hurt because I was bleeding. But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken or else it would be a lot worse. And
Oh my God.
the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how
Spencer's back. Hi, Spencer.
scared, shocked I was. I'm scared. I just married this man. I just married him.
That was your choice. Light eye?
And forgive me for asking this, but I
We
need to
won't
just
forgive
make
you,
sure the
Elaine.
record's
We
clear.
will not forgive
You
you.
were penetrated
Oh, for
up
fuck's
the
sake.
vagina into the pubic bone, is
Elaine?
that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Bleeding.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina? With the bottle.
I can't believe
I'm so sorry.
do this.
I am so sorry.
Dude, this is so stupid.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me
Oh, yeah. You did.
and was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
Did you experience any cuts on other parts of your body?
I'm
My
sorry, Spencer.
Forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did you have any other bruising or swelling?
I had a bruise across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs. I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
I'm going to ask you to turn to,
Oh, boy.
let's go to 1810. Well, actually, let's go to 1815.
Right.
Michelle, if you can bring that up.
Funny because that's
Defendants
another similarity
1815.
with
And I
Karen.
think these are all in, Your Honor, so if you
Yes.
could
Yes,
publish.
they can all be published.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is this, based on your testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me, and was pushing on my throat. Actually, at some point when I was on the table, I had forgotten about that.
I don't think
And
you forgot about that. I think you said that.
this though looks like it
What?
is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up because it didn't look quite like this.
Okay, And
Oh my God.
did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your
point.
Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything,
Y'all are
happened to
funny.
the table?
The table collapsed underneath me when
No,
Johnny
she says it was after.
threw me into
Because
it.
it looks like it was
Got on
cleaned
top
up.
of me,
man.
or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
If we could look at 1816, please, defendants. Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
Yes,
What is it?
it looks like the bottles that were by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up, still drinking.
If we could go to defendants 1817.
The bottle shape. The bottle shape.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, I have not,
Go back to 1816, please.
Your Honor,
I had,
is there a question?
I
I
was
just want to ask a question.
What
Right,
more
there
do
you
you
go.
recall?
you
About
had,
this
sorry, it took me a minute to respond because
Very good.
it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle
This is
that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory
planned.
of seeing it.
It was planned. Holy fuck.
And
It was planned to try
this
to
picture,
Yes.
I wasn't aware of until
Y'all, I'm just realizing this. This was planned, I think, to try to make it seem like she has the PTSD, because it's like, I'm sorry for my long response. Again, you wouldn't actually apologize if this was real. It wouldn't even, there would be nothing to apologize for, and it wouldn't occur to you. This is insane. This is like planned so that she can try to act like this was a memory that was gone or whatever. And that's why she didn't know what type of bottle. But now she's being shown the picture and she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Oh my God. Wow.
just the other
Yeah.
day, yesterday, the day before. And I felt my stomach tighten up, like I was going to be sick when I saw it. Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure, like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me.
Because hands are square? No.
Because I was feeling the square,
Right.
something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone over and over again. I
See,
felt that
again,
pressure against my.
This makes no sense. This is contradicting her story, because she's saying she didn't realize this until afterwards or whatever. But wait a second. While it was happening, you were worried it was broken glass. So
bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was
Never
holding me down,
different
saying
than what? Oh my
he was
God.
going to kill me, but I thought it was,
This is
his
not
arm
the
looked like he
same
was
as-
punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Objection, Your
until this
Honor.
trial.
Sustained.
This is insane.
And so I recognize it.
This is insane. This is insane. She is saying, okay, she just told this whole story. And when she told the whole story, she described it she described the whole thing with the bottle and the whole thing about worrying about her vagina being cut up and whatever the fuck, right? Or worrying about it, but also like not worrying about it when she should be. Made no sense. She told that whole story. And then Elaine presents her with this picture. And then she's like, oh, it's taking me a long time to respond because I'm just now realizing this was the bottle he was using because now I recognize it. But yet she wasn't just shown this just now. She said it came out when Ben King was tested. None of this makes any sense to you guys. Y'all, help. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat. Right. Oh yeah. 100%. I mean, that's a good point. But even for her, the time being just, there is no sense of time when she's describing her fake, what she was thinking and what was happening situation at the time. Anyway, none of it makes any sense, man.
All right, now let's go.
Sanity nuts. Y'all are funny.
1817. Do you recognize this area or this picture?
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It's quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay.
This is weird because she's not being
Let's go to
asked.
1818.
She wasn't being asked, is this different? Dude, the point was just to identify the picture, but she's already on the defensive about why does it not look that bad. But also what I was going to say is that I think that was the whole thing was planned with the bottle because the picture that Elaine just showed her, and she's like, I'm sorry, it took me a long time to answer. It was a Maker's Mark bottle, right? And she had spent this whole time testifying about the brown liquor. And I think it was planned to try to be like, oh, like to try as if the jury is stupid and they're going to connect, oh, it has to be that bottle because he's extra bad when he's drinking brown liquor. I don't know. It's just fishy, man.
Actually, I think
I'm
that's,
sorry, which?
Yeah, I don't
that's-
have that
That's
noted.
not in.
Oh my
there.
God,
Yeah,
Thunder,
that's a duplicate.
congratulations,
Let's go to
man. That's
1819. My
awesome.
apologies.
Okay.
Congratulations, Fenders. A published
Do you
author.
recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the countertop by my neck, my feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember
She asked you what it is, Amber.
I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck as he was crushing me.
It's not.
That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
Can we go to 1820? Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was. Right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped. And
when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
so if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was and I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. What looked heavy, I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. You know, it looked like these like really heavy glass. Excuse me, it's really thick, heavy, not plastic, but like a Bakelite or something heavy material on it. That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821, defendants. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Okay. Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
Wait, what? The wall-mounted phone is not a
You
landline?
see straight ahead at the very, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be some broken glass. Do you recall, what do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when
Every
he
single
was throwing
picture-
things at me.
You guys,
My body was standing in front of that.
every single picture, what she does is explains how this doesn't look as bad as it actually was, which is crazy, right? It's just not plausible.
Little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt though on the backs of my arms. Like when the window shattered.
Okay. Let's go to 1822.
1822, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
Bro.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825, I think. Is that the next one, Your Honor?
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up. It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring. When I found him and told him that I was going to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
Okay. Then let's go to 1827. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and
I bet her paintings are terrible.
saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first. That's where the stairs empty into this room, and kind of my painting area. And those are the canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look by the white tablecloth
Right.
table
Great
to the
point,
right of that? Do you
But
see
here's
a
the
lampshade
evidence, but
there?
it's not evidence.
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828.
Whose lampshade is it anyway?
And do you recognize what's in that one?
I do. Those are were my paintings. That I don't know when he did that, if it was before or after the writing on the walls, but
So he improved upon them, it looks like.
he just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure, so the painting canvas that's dark colored.
That's what I'm
there's
saying.
Two of them there.
I think so.
Well, there's
I think
yeah,
so.
there's 2 or 3, and then there's a smaller one in the center, and that was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay. And then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was
Oh.
that dark colors before, or
I am
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was
not my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
And then to the right side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified to, is that what that picture looked like before, or is that,
So
Objection leading.
what if any changes were there to that picture?
well, the three canvases were portraits, so they looked similar to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
And the white that's below, what if any changes were there to that, the white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was. It looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sorry. Just say,
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection leading.
just say,
What if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection
That was not, what if any?
what's the objection?
leading.
No, I'll just overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days, roughly. There might have been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
I'm also gonna take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also Johnny was covered in paint, so. To answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
No. No one cares, Amber.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some paint on that as well?
Yes, there was paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated, there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
Oh my God.
I believe it was just like, if you're looking at this,
No.
I believe it was on the wall, almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Okay. Let's go to 1828.
I think that was 1828.
Oh, 1829, my apologies. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And what was this?
This is one of the lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay. And if you could just look to the left, and I'm going to go ahead and circle it over here. You see red and black there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
And based on looking at this area that I have circled, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation leading.
Yeah,
I sustain the
this
objection.
mirror thing's a problem too. Hocus penis, very good. Yes. The Sanderson sisters, yeah.
You know, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead
Okay.
and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go ahead and have our break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here
Yeah, Sanderson sisters is what I remember from Hocus Pocus. Okay, so they're taking a break. So this sidebar here, I'm not going to read because it's not about the testimony. They're just discussing random shit. Okay. So. Right. Yes. I loved that freaking movie. They're bringing the jury, looks like. I didn't even know there was a remake. Spencer, are you in the U.S.? And you don't have to answer. I'm just curious if you're in the U.S. and what seat you're in. Maisha knows all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830.
Maisha would slay at trivia, right? If there's trivia and anytime they get to anything like movies and Disney, dude, she's got it covered. It's crazy. Props to you,
For a
man.
moment. 1830, I'm sorry.
Oh boy. Lane. Together, Lane.
Remember, we were talking about this right before the break. It still has my highlight.
Helicopter. Mm-hmm.
Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Chicken, based on your perception, which color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendants 375, which is already into evidence.
Into evidence. That's a new one.
I think I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have the control on mine. There we go. Thank you.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. My menu was hidden. Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at, this is the picture that we saw earlier. And do you see the area that's written in red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
The right
Nothing.
of that red.
Do you, before this trial, did you know who Carly Simon was?
I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
This is so stupid.
No, you had to tell me.
Prove this. No, dude, I cannot.
All right. And then if you can just remember
Oh,
this
here's
picture,
Central Public School.
again, the red area there that I've circled.
So Spencer, dude, I'm trying to remember. Does anyone remember where Candace? I think Candace is in Central as well. Does anyone remember specifically? I'm thinking you might be kind of near Candace, Spencer.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. And what, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and stuff like that.
Okay. And let's go to 374, please.
Oh, I didn't know that they covered it. Interesting. Okay.
That's already in evidence. Is that the picture you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint. And both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831. And did you take this picture?
No,
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
yes, I can.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And that had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm
Sustained.
sorry. What, if anything, did it have in the
What is
bathtub?
honey?
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see, I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay,
It is.
thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834. And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835.
So I know that Candace has told us exactly where she's at, but I can't remember if it was in a live stream or in the Discord. I think it might have been a live stream, which would be harder to find. So you guys, this is so funny. So I'm Google searching half marathons in California for tomorrow, or rather today, I guess. And because there's not, so I think I've got it kind of narrowed down. I'm such a weirdo. Candace, wake up early and tell us so that my brain will drive me crazy. I feel though, does Valicito ring a bell to anybody? Because I think that might be it. It's kind of close to Modesto. I feel like, because I don't, if like, she's not in like LA or San Francisco. Like, it's not that. It's not one of those places. It's not like Long Beach or Santa Barbara. And that's like where the other ones are. So I wonder if that's accurate. It's the Hernia Hill Half Marathon. Wait, no, sorry, that's not it, because that was on July 2nd. Hold on, can't be that. Let me just double check these again. So it could be Santa Barbara. There's one there on the right date. Could be Santa Monica. I wonder if it's Santa Monica. Long Beach. Long Beach. Did she say Long? See, I feel like I would recognize those. Although she could be driving from out of town. Victorville. I just saw it on the map. She lives in Victorville. Now that I see it on the map, I remember. She lives in Victorville. So she's probably, dude, if Candace listens to this, she's gonna be like, this is hilarious and this is what they're doing. She could be going to the Sand and Sun Tropical Run in Long Beach, because that is happening. Or it could be the Summer Sizzle Half Marathon in Santa Monica. I wonder, those would be the closest ones. I'm such a weirdo. She could also be doing the Shoreline Marathon, which is in Ventura. All of those, I think, look reasonably close to Victorville. Anyway, I think we solved that. It's Victorville, because that's a really unique name, and I recognize it. So, I don't know. Spencer, is that anywhere close to you? Squirrels fan out and search for I know, right? Okay. Right. So I was wrong about the Southern Cali. Victorville, though, it's Victorville. I remember that. So that's close to you. So you could show up at the half marathon and cheer her on. So are you in LA then? Yeah, please don't be freaked. I think she's going to be fine. But please don't be freaked out, Candace. Yeah, no, it's all good. Because I know she's said that. Yeah, I wouldn't if I knew she was not wanting that, I wouldn't be talking about it. So okay, well, we solved that mystery, kind of. The important thing is remember where she lives, but it's narrowed down to really to 3 possibilities for the half marathon. But yeah, well, we're all thinking of you, Candace.
And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen
That poor
with
owner.
blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Halfway.
And what does this depict?
It's
That's
one
right.
of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on
That's
the
not much blood at all, man.
on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838. And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
Robbed?
Let's go to
Yeah,
1839.
right.
What does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
It's really
Let's
not
go to
that much
1840.
blood, to be honest, guys. Like, literally, I've shed more blood from, like, random fucking shit. That's not even that big of a deal. Like, I'm really
And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that
I know,
Johnny
right?
was
Justice
apparently trying to
League,
play.
Right.
Okay.
It was robbed.
Then you didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Calls
if
for
any-
speculation.
Man,
I didn't even get the words
At
out.
this point,
who
next
even cares?
question. Go ahead.
Okay, what if any
Oh, God,
effort did you
what?
make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Yeah, you would be terrible at it, Amber.
Let's go to 1841.
Sorry, had to say it. Her playing guitar would be worse than Helena Bonham.
What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while holding me up against it.
Yeah,
Is this in the bar area?
We're hardcore. Like, I know everyone's probably heard this before, but when we were doing our Murdoch deep dive, we had a live stream that was like 10 or 11 hours. I feel like there might have been one that approached 12 hours, but yeah.
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100%
That's
certain.
Dude.
Okay. And let's go to 1842. What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay. And then I've just got a few more left. 1805.
Thank God. You're driving somewhere? Okay.
And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown.
See, I thought she said there wasn't any wine involved, though, and I
It looks like
called her out.
broken glass.
I thought you said there was wine.
Do you
Liar.
recognize where this was in the house?
Shocker, right?
Well, it looks like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay. Let's go to 1806. All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808.
Fender's back. Oh, you were washing your hair? Fun.
Do you know what this depicts?
Wine spill.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha. Right, I hear you.
All right.
I hear you, man.
Now you started to testify about well,
Y'all-
before we go there.
Elaine, y'all sleep when you need to, of course.
In these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, why, how are they not accurately depicting?
I'm not a big
Well,
sleeper. Never have been.
if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up. And I could feel it underneath my feet. So
Yeah, work ethic.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you indicated that
I'm just not a big
that
sleeper. I don't
Johnny had turned on your
little naps.
iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later.
Recording.
There was this 5-hour-long recording, and naturally, I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often
Weird.
as part of our, struggles to figure out our relationship,
God.
this one was, 5 hours was unusual. And that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of the Australia incident.
Spencer's
If
got
you
it
will.
all. Work ethic.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure.
Objection form is a funny one. Objection form is a funny one. Okay, they're gonna have a sidebar. That's right. I'm the lead squirrel in charge. Do you guys remember those? Do you guys remember those commercials from when I was a kid, and probably some of you guys? That was like the kid. It was like Disney World, and the kid was like, "I'm too excited to sleep." That's like me my whole life, every day. So okay, let me share the screen so we can do the sidebar. Okie dokie. And here we go. Okay, so objection form. Yeah, objection form is just a funny one. Lack of foundation, because the form can really be actually like any objection. Like, all right, you want to approach? I'm not sure. Sidebar, the court. All right, Ms. Vasquez, the recording, Your Honor, is 5 hours long. We were just talking about this. She's not there for most of it. It's other people's voices. So it's ticks all the boxes on not something that should be coming in the court. So I guess the question is, how can she say the whole thing was accurate if she wasn't there the whole time? Good question. Ms. Braddock, I'm trying to indicate that she is. The court, are we going to move it in? Ms. Braddock, don't we already have parts of it in? Ms. Vasquez, we do not, because there's other voices. The court, well, let's do that now. Are you moving it in? Ms. Braddock, yes, I'm moving in parts of defendants 378. The court, what are the parts you're moving in? You're not moving in all 5 hours to this jury, are you, Ms. Braddock? No. The court, but the parts you have, are they just, Ms. Braddock? There are other people. There are absolutely other people. I don't understand why that wouldn't be admissible. Fuck's sake. The court. Hearsay. Miss Braddock. If I'm understand, this is the one I was talking about earlier. This is when we came up with the Elaine command with the emojis. Okay, so I was holding the story until this point. Her emoji is right, just like with it's a bird, it's a video, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's hearsay. We came up with that one, and we came up with the Elaine one because the whole thing is she doesn't know what a video is because she's an alien. She doesn't understand these things because she's an alien. Thank you, Maisha. So see the alien stuff. And then the bird and the plane, that's why. That's now that this is all how we came up with this as at the time. So if I'm understanding, it's not hearsay to see videos. The court, no. Videos aren't statements. Videos are pictures. Miss Bredhoff. But recordings aren't statements here. The court. If there's hearsay inside recordings, it's hearsay. Miss Bredhoff. All right, well, then I'm moving to admit them in. The court, moving to. Miss Bredhoff. I'm moving to admit the recording that I guess Your Honor is going to deny. But, Ms. Vasquez, objection hearsay. The court, the objection's hearsay. I'm going to sustain the objection. Miss Bredoff, can you tell me the number of that exhibit number so I can, Miss Bredoff, 378? The court, thank you. Back to open court. Let me just make sure there's not a back-to-backer. A back-to-backer. Looks like there's not. So we're good to go. Back. Speaking of back, we're going to go back to open court. Let me find my thing. Doodly-doo. Presenting the trial. Okay. First time on earth is hard. Accurate, Spencer. That's exactly it. And Judge A is her earthly human guide trying to show her the ways of the world. Although Elaine still struggles. It took me a few visits to get it down. That's fucking hilarious. Miss LaCrose is staying hydrated. Look, she's got 2 empty water bottles already sitting there. Oh, YouTube, you silly. You silly YouTube.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys are funny.
Number, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you describe,
Home to a
let's
different
take you to the point you left the Australia house
This is
to
what-
go to the
Here we go.
airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell
Sandra,
the
this is
jury
what
what
you were
transpired
referring
during that period of time?
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me. And on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying.
She's like, okay, I guess I'll just keep talking then. Great.
He asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done?
Yeah,
Is this
for
over?
you to leave. All those
Did we kill it?
questions. This would be just
Did
another.
I kill it? So, that sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Do you,
Spit it out,
when
Elaine.
Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. I obviously
Not how you would feel if you were. Oh my God, you guys already know what I'm going to say.
didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sorry.
I don't know how that's
We're
non-responsive.
going to ask you a question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said,
This is
Oh
a
my
different
gosh,
question.
stop it,
I'll
Elaine.
sustain that objection if you want to ask a question.
okay, how did you feel at that time?
That's good.
I felt
Real good.
destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought he might die or kill himself, because it certainly seems like the trajectory he was on.
Hello, new friend. Happy to see
He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before.
I love
And
that.
combined with all the, when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with white residue on them.
That sounds like speculation.
I'm in them. They were in books,
Objection,
in
speculation.
the bedside table.
I mean,
there were so many.
Silly question to ask, but it's like, were these ever tested for drug? You know what I mean? Like all the normal stuff you have in trial, where you can't just make shit up. But never mind.
Yeah, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there. So I was worried he would die. And I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened.
Dude, I can't.
I was worried that
I can't.
there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back. But
Awesome. Yeah, now it's a bag, not a jar.
shock.
It's shape shifting.
So you flew out of that airport. Did you have to,
Wait. Did she fly off in a helicopter?
did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection and relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
Overruled. Yes, we did. We stopped in
I know, Fender.
in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport from
They
Brisbane,
have things
I
tested
believe.
if you wanted.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a
Please
short flight to get to Sydney.
tell us about your airport experience. Did you have a nice layover? Were there any nice snacks on the flight? Please.
And then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get
Oh my
the
God.
next plane, and we passed
I
in.
shouldn't have said anything because now I'm just thinking of the knife wielder story. And I know there's people here who have not heard the story, but I'm going to keep playing the video.
Newsstand, and I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, and I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention, said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it, and
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
Someone in an abusive relationship would never buy that book.
And
because they
why
wouldn't
did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Just saying.
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was so toxic.
Accurate.
And for some reason, I couldn't get him to,
You could have left.
I couldn't get him to not hurt me. I
Could have
couldn't.
left. Y'all, I'm losing my mind.
And it seemed like I was hurting him. We loved each other
Oh my God.
so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship.
Oh yeah, the goat did come out of nowhere. It did.
It was awful and toxic,
help
but
it.
it
couldn't
was so
help it.
important to me, and I loved him so
Remember you
much.
signed on the book? Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious.
I would have read a million books.
She's like, I would do
So when
anything.
you got back to LA,
Thank you. I do
how
love
long before Mr. Depp came back?
y'all are funny.
A few days.
Right?
Johnny came back within a few days. He went to his
It's an emergency goat.
Sweetser house, the main house, which was what we did. If there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof once, the fight had either paused or ended, pending, but he would go to Sweetser and I would stay at the ECB.
Mhm.
And so he went to Sweetser upon landing, and there was some conversations with the medical team, you know,
Sweetser upon landing. All I could think about was Stratford upon Avon.
doctors and stuff. And I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me,
Concerned for
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
that
She
thingy.
said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using Coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using Coke, and it wouldn't put him under because of all the Coke. So
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as to the
Foundation.
last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So when did you next communicate? When did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, you know, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step, you know, getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the Coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps. And before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect, of course, of him being done with all the drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little, you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015, which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you...
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out, and I saw what he was texting.
Please tell the jury about that.
Oh,
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off.
my God.
Kind of
He's awful.
at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house
On the iPad.
after
We saw him on.
we got married. Like upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with.
Well, but you don't know.
And
What did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately confronted him about it. I was, you know, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which is likely in confronting him at that stage of our lives. I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. You know, this like, I've just been through what
killing you are two different things.
after having been through what I went through in Australia just weeks prior. I see this, it was like,
I can't. Hits with puzzle.
unbelievably painful. Unbelievably painful.
We've done well today, guys. We've done well.
So-
We're almost at the end.
What did you do?
I'm yelling at him. So just yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, you know. And I just remember being so mad at him.
Why didn't she say fight?
For cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's
When did he
room.
grab you? She never
The apartments and the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time.
Oh, this part.
And then you could go from that apartment into penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do?" Can you
Objection, Your
believe
Honor,
this?"
hearsay.
Sustained.
I don't know. That was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Certainly,
sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustained objection.
Okay, so you went to Whitney's. Don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
Johnny comes into penthouse 4 and grabs me. I don't know why. I don't know what he was doing. But at one moment, I I'm aware that my sister's somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and he.
Oh, this is great. Stare.
I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and
Opening the door.
he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have? The physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, I'm, trying
He was
to
strangling her.
stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like, all I could do is just try to
She's just naming random shit.
try to fight back, or try to not get more hurt.
Oh my.
Then not doing anything would have certainly left me.
Oh my God.
I don't really recall specifics. I remember at one point he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. I don't know how we got into. I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment
Now
was
stopping to
empty,
explain that?
basically. And so the I used it. the top
She's taking a little break
bedrooms.
from the story.
The bedrooms on the top floor is my closet, and I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of
Dude, I freaking love a
the
good
bottom
mezzanine,
floor.
I love
And I use that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I
really need to know how it's decorated.
I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, painting area of mine.
Yeah.
So I go in there because I hear him and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who my understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him. And when I heard him, I came into Penthouse 5 and I have to go down the stairs and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was, and I could see him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, was drinking Red Bull and screaming at me, and Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And I said I called him a pussy.
She didn't.
And said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And
because he was afraid.
There's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs. He bolted up the steps. And I don't know how he managed to get his hands in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember this brief struggle we had before we kind of break away. Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just
this is so
all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to
sacrificed
stop.
Her own life.
Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other. I don't hesitate. I don't wait. I just in my head instantly think of Kit Moss and stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow.
Well done, Amber.
And I, for the first time, hit him, like actually hit him, square in the face. He didn't push my sister down the stairs.
Oh my God.
And all my time
Hero.
of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny.
For Pete's sake.
Sure, I had tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything.
This is so stupid, you guys.
And
never landed anything.
Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me.
and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister, and we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
All my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch, he tried to turn over, destroy, smash.
Yeah, but you're not. He didn't
but my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes.
Well, he's the Hulk.
There was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
He toppled them over. My God, how awful, dude! Stop.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015. Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th. Yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument. We had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming. I remember him getting on top of me at some point, toppling me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Again, this is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence, but I can't. It's flashes. So I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember at some point trying to flee upstairs, and we had he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs and grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head. And I went down on the stairs, and he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head.
You already said that.
And kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon foyer area. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat.
The toppling.
And I hit my head on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go. And he did that thing where he's challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up.
get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really
So, okay, I'm just pausing this real quick. So, I'm sorry, Angel B. I'm just seeing this here. Yeah, we were sharing some of our stories earlier here too. You're not alone in that, in some of those struggles as well. But yes, hugs to you. It's really, oh, what was I going to say about her testimony? Oh yeah, it's stupid. Just kidding. There was something else specific. The toppling and it's just, there's nothing, y'all. There's nothing specific. It's just like generic, the same generic stuff she's been using this entire time to describe all the different shit. And also, I think she could benefit from that game, what is it called? Operation, where you learn different body parts. Because I think she needs to understand what a head is and what hair is. Because I think she's really confused on that issue.
still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just
He's like a rhinoceros now. Wait, we have to add
right as I stood in front of him.
a rhinoceros.
I was a foot from him. Just slammed me right in the nose instantly. Searing pain. It's one of the few memories I have in this
progress, right, guys?
long relationship that I actually remember the physical pain in that moment. You know, it's just searing.
That's the first time she's described.
And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. You know, like I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands.
How did you have time to think?
Why did you headbutt me? I told him that night I was going to leave him.
Rhinoceros.
I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room, the neighboring apartment. I remember.
Right, I know, I heard that.
The door that connected these two these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal.
Wow. Look
bottom metal floor that separated it. A big, heavy bank door.
His face.
And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head.
Wait,
how? I kind of tried to grab onto the metal.
How many heads do you have, Amber? Because his hands are in your hair and on your head, and your hands. Are you a two-headed monster? That might explain a lot.
Door to prevent him from dragging me into the room, but I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal. And he wrestles me, drags me up to the bed, and throws me down onto the bed. It kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice.
Amber.
He got next to my ear.
Sorry. The thing is, she made a big mistake here, I think, well, besides all the other ones, but back to back, because she just told a story where immediately she felt pain and she describes it. And not 30 seconds later, now she's describing another situation, but she didn't feel pain.
And he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you.
Yeah,
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
Guys, you remember, reminds me of something. Jen, for 3 times even, right? Dude, 3 times.
Over and over.
Wow, what is
fucking hate you?
Dude, I can't.
And then
The Rhinoctopus.
pounding the back of my head, pounding it.
We're gonna have to make that. I might be able to try to make that. That will, wow, trying to picture. Because, hybrid animals and whatnot.
With his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore.
That doesn't make any sense.
I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me. And that he sounded like
She heard herself scream until she couldn't scream anymore. And then she just heard him say he was going to kill her. But that sounds like, if you say just, it means it's like the only thing you're hearing, but you just said you could only hear yourself scream. Like you're just why do I bother?
like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me. He sounded like he was almost crying, or something in his voice was different. He sounded different. Like he sounded like he was in agony. It was high pitched and loud.
Right.
And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still. And it felt in my body like quiet.
What? Pardon you?
And
Pardon you?
I thought, this is how I die.
Emma?
He's going to kill me now. And I'm not. He's going to kill me, and he won't even have realized it. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream, and I couldn't scream.
She always says she can't breathe, but there's no reason this
Suffocating
ever describe.
in this pillow top
Oh, the pillow top. I guess that was
with him holding me down,
it's for real.
punching me over and over. And I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
How convenient.
When you woke up, was there anyone there?
Amber, hey, she asked you a question. Wake up.
I remember hearing my best friend's voice. I felt like it came, felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came from
Oh my God. Was she on a phone?
everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming
She
from
was in
two
heaven.
directions.
She was in heaven.
And I realized that I was sitting on the edge of the
Wait,
bed,
what are you noting?
on the carpet
I'm not clear. What are you noting? Just curious.
of the floor against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed with a really thick wooden frame. And it was broken from his boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it. Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my
Objection,
God."
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
saying what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called the nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone.
Oh, he was a cop. Oh,
I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere,
She never
all
had-
over those pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place. Actually, it was just all over the apartment.
she's like, my head was bleeding. Then she's like, oh, from hair, from chunks of hair, from ripped out hair, all over the floor. And then she has to top that all over the place, really.
He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
That's a great point.
Yes.
That's a great point, Spencer.
The next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
No objection.
All right, 510 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Thank you.
That looks like dog hair.
And could you describe to the jury what that is?
Why is because
It was,
that looks like short.
chunks of my hair,
There looks
Johnny
like-
ripped out,
Oh my God. Looks like there's
while
one long
dragging
hair
me,
and the rest is short. to me.
and punching me.
Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up 513, please? Defendant's 513. Does this picture accurately depict you and the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 in evidence.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my two black eyes, one is worse than the other.
That's a joke, though, right?
Yes.
Her
Like
two
I said,
black
maybe a day or
eyes.
two later.
Spencer. Accurate. Let's all appreciate her
and,
ability to heal. I mean,
my
it's really special.
broken nose.
This is crazy.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 514?
Yeah.
Does this accurately portray the scene?
Right. Exactly.
Depicted?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's my face.
Although the scissors could explain.
Sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission
Sometime
of
after.
Defendant's 514.
Sorry.
No objection.
I would
514.
object on relevance because sometime after 10 years, I mean, any amount of time, sorry. You know, the thing is it can't be too remote in time. So sometime after could be any amount of time after. It could have been yesterday, right? In which case it's too remote in time to be relevant. But anyway, they're picking their battles clearly. Yeah, I know. It's really crazy. One time I was opening the front door and I opened it and I was taking Ferd outside, and like
In evidence, in published?
the way that the leash pulled,
Right.
the way that the leash pulled, like basically what happened was this. Okay, I think it was after I just gotten a COVID booster or something. So I had like my arms, one arm was like a dead arm, and so I had to use the other arm I don't usually use. So anyway, I had like the leash, and then I was like going outside the front door. It's like a heavy wooden door, and so like as I was opening the door, which pulls inward, right, and then he pulled in the opposite direction out the front door because there was like a bunny or something, right? So he's pulling me forward as I'm pulling the door towards my face to open it. And so it was like a what's the right way to put that? Like we're worst case scenario basically, right? Because I'm pulling the door towards me, he's pulling me towards the door. So anyway, the front door bonked me in the nose really, really hard. And my face, including my eyes, because what happens is when you hit your nose like that, like your eyes all swell up and get bruising, even if you weren't hit there. Anyway, I looked way worse than that, like way, way, way worse than that. And that was from the front door. So
If you could just briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
like, this is crazy. This is crazy. They're even showing.
That's my
Here it is.
face. Some time after,
They do.
and Johnny beat me up.
Sometime after. It
Michelle,
was
if you could bring up
consistent with that.
defendants 515. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Oh, that's a good one. This is accurate.
Yes.
Great to see.
Going to move the admission of
Right.
Exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515
Oh.
before.
It's 515. 515.
No objection to 515? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
515 in evidence, seen and published.
And what does this
And remember,
depict?
there were
Amber?
issues
Could
with
you tell
these
the jury?
pictures too. With the
This is my
metadata,
face.
obviously.
Sometime after.
All right. Let's look at defendants 516, please.
That mark does not look like bruising, though. Nope, not like does not look like what I've seen when it happened when I got my nose bonked on from the door.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
She said it again. That's funny. That's funny.
Amber?
Yes, it does. This
I'd like-
is maybe,
Wait, let me move it first. May I move the
Sure.
admission of defendants Exhibit 516,
No objection.
516 in evidence?
published to the jury, please?
How stupid. Oh my God.
Okay, Amber, go
Just
ahead and
stupid. This is
explain what it
stupid.
is.
This is stupid. You've got to be fucking joking.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night after Johnny left me.
I'm
on the
trying
bed.
to remember. Do you guys remember somebody saying, it might have been in one of our chats from before when we first did it. Didn't somebody say that actually what it looked like to them was when you get Botox? I feel like this happened. Like that it was from Botox injections, which would actually make fucking sense, right? Do you guys remember that?
Let's go to
I
517.
can see the cold sore. Is it dark shadows?
Does this accurately
Shout out to Bart.
portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence?
Yeah.
Amber, please describe for
There
the jury
was
what this.
somebody, I'm pretty sure it was one of our, I just don't remember who it was, but there was somebody who like actually does that type of shit for a living and was like, yeah, that's what that is. That's Botox injection marks. And it can leave bruising like that. And if that makes sense, right? Yeah. Yeah, the jawline looks fine. Is she trying to say there's bruising on the jaw? No way.
That's my face after
It's really
this incident.
incredible.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Elaine.
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It kept reopening. It's a mouth. The lips move.
It is mouth.
Go to 519. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Oh my God, Elaine.
Yes.
Move the
Yes.
admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
519 in evidence.
And tell the jury what this shows.
Is this accurately portrayed?
This is my lip a few days later.
Let's go to defendants 520, please. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520. Is it 521 or 520? 520.
No objection.
520 in evidence. Publish.
Can you please tell the jury what's depicted here?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing from when Johnny was dragging me by my hair.
Let's go to defendants 521, please. I don't think that's the same. Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Well, it's a few days later.
Okay. Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
522 in evidence.
And what shows there?
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, I think this is day or so after, maybe longer. I can't tell, but yes, it does.
Move the admission of 523.
No objection.
523 in evidence.
And I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any, bruising did you sustain in that area?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's
What, if any, bruising did you sustain?
I'm
Same
so-
objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you what injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin, my neck, the back of my head. I had swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped, torn. They were gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple from one of the blows, several of the blows, I don't know.
Let's go to 524. Does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
And what does this show?
It's I had a pretty. Can I touch the screen?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty ugly.
Now let's go to defendants 509.
She has to be like, I remember it was pretty ugly because it doesn't look pretty ugly in the picture, of course.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke while on top of me.
Well, we all know that's impossible.
All
Shout out
let's
to
go
Law and Lumber.
defendants 511, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence.
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom. Not the bedroom that I was
I'm sorry, destruction? You call that destruction?
just talking about. It was the main bedroom. There had been a part of the fight that happened in there too.
Let's go to defendants 512, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Wait, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
No objection.
512 in evidence.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay. Let's go to defendants 525. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 in evidence.
And please tell the jury what this is.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen counter that he left up on his way out, I suppose.
All right. And I think defendants 526 is already into evidence. Could you just bring that
Yes,
up?
526 is in evidence. Right.
You know, guys, that looked like her handwriting because we see that when they show those
Now,
journals.
Amber, after,
They're like love book things. That looked like her handwriting.
as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island. And he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents, and my sister, and we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan
What an
leading
island.
up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on December 16th?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show called The James Corden Show. After this happened,
Hi, Kelly. I'm
and
happy to
I
see
did
you
the first
again.
concussion check with
Woo.
Aaron on the phone.
Oh yeah, we're here.
I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray because that stings. And
Well, we
worked
wouldn't
around
want that,
the-
right? The hairspray sting.
the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding
Last
and
night, y'all, we had a makeup.
swollen. So we did this like
It would be
really
great if they were
thick,
here now.
super heavy matte red lipstick. You know, I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear. And this occasion, we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip. And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. And did there come a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually, I did.
Okay. And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was, obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he caused in my experience. He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, it's
And so especially because
the
of
best I can describe it is it's
in the
like
timeline. So yes.
for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was
Yes,
choked,
Johnny.
every single one of these instances
I have.
was like a heavy coin
Oh, I
put into a piggy bank. And you think, okay, well, each single one of these is like,
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think it's responsive, yeah.
The question was, with whom did you go?
If we could ask the question.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
No, I guess I was trying to explain
Go ahead.
that, it just, after you think each one of these is, it's almost like for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. It's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to.
She can't not do
and
the heavy
then
coin thing.
Before you know it,
You practice that
you're
one.
just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy. You can't leave. For every single time I went back or allowed him back after this sort of thing would happen, I lost a piece of myself, a piece of my self-confidence,
Piece of
my
bank.
trust in myself to leave and move on. I lost fortifications, I lost myself, and it was somehow easier to stay. I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved. So I
Well done, Spencer.
put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment in hope and future, and I forgive him. It wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again. Clean and sober once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse. And part of me thought that maybe it just needed to get this bad to get, now we can't go back. That there's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it's going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me again. He'd rather die than do that. Is what he was saying. And I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually I got in the car with Johnny. And we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays. And what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
Towards the end of the trip, the trip itself was pretty nice, but towards the end, he started drinking again. Started with wine. And we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off. I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that.
What else would it be?
And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with.
But you just said you weren't sure why he was.
They made a huge difference in my life. So if I knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up
But you
clues
never
and sitting
reacted
next to him, and he's
reacted like
nodding off. And every single time he kind of nods off, he dumps this glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happened 3 times.
Kelly,
First time.
Kelly, it is all good. So if you want to specifically respond to someone, type the @ sign, and then their name. Yeah, what Kit Smith did. That's a great example. You can do that too. To tag somebody specifically. Shout out to Rosie N. I think I remember you from before. Oh yeah. Oh, I know. We're all on the same page for sure. Yes. Yeah, there's another example of the tagging. You just do the @ and then the name. If you're on a computer, it should automatically suggest the person's username once you type in the first 2 letters, and then it should like highlight it and then you can select it. But if you're on a phone, then you can just type it out.
I'm whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it like a little weighted. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on.
Exactly.
Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding
Wait,
off? What's going on? What am I going to
Roxycodines?
deal with? He just had promised that it was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And the third time
I've tried both on mobile,
this happens,
and it doesn't tag it.
I jump up. I already
No
changed
matter
my
what.
pants twice.
It doesn't
And
highlight the same way.
I jumped up and I shout at Johnny, like, what are you doing? Or Johnny, you spill on me again, something to that effect. And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Oh my God.
It explains what's coming.
If you could approach, I just don't know.
They're going to approach. All right. It's time for a you know what, guys. It's time for a sidebar. Let me share it with you guys. Do, 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 do. Okay. All right. Sidebar. Sidebar. The court. I just don't know what the statement is, so I can't say if it's for the truth or not of what did his son say. Miss Bredhoft, his son's going to say is, do you need any help? Like, said the sloth, help. And she's going to say, she looked pointedly at Johnny and said, no, thank you, Jack. And then went into change, and that's when he came in after her. So it fits that she said, no, thank you. The court, so you're saying hearsay? Ms. Vasquez, hearsay. The court, why are you saying it's not? I can answer that because she doesn't understand. Ms. Bredhoft, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. What he said, the fact that he said, do you need some help? It's not offered to prove the truth that he wanted to help her. The court, what's it offered for? Ms. Bredhoft, it's to show the chain that she says, no, thank you. And then she looks at Johnny, and that's what sets him off, and he beats her up. Oh, that's up for debate. The court, well, then it's not. Well, then it's for the truth of the matter. Ms. Bredhoft, well, but it's not, because Jack is just saying, do you need some help? The court, all right, I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Vasquez, okay, thank you. And back to open court we go. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Open court we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Here we go. Excelente. Yeah, the chain. I know it's a good one. It is a good one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We've actually who's up on the hybrid of all the things for Johnny at this juncture. I know one of you guys has it. But we've been on top of things with that for sure. Oh, I know. Throwing the kids under the bus. Totally. Right. And we have a spinny wheel. Oh, YouTube, you silly. Ha. Ha ha. Spencer saying Maisha's going to help us out with the hybrids. Good Elaine.
Amber, please continue. Jack said.
It says, are you okay or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say,
to Jack, but
Isn't
really
that interesting? Because Elaine used that exact same language in the sidebar. I thought it was weird when Elaine said pointedly, because I was like, that's oddly specific and also not necessary. Like, we don't even need that word. And she says pointedly. Interesting.
to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack.
Yes, Maisha, we need the list.
And to make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I
It's weird
kind
that
of say
she's
this in a
saying that.
pointed way at
What's with the
Jack,
point?
thanking him for offering. And I get up, go to the closet, take off the pants that have just been ruined. And Johnny comes into the closet right after me and slams me up against the side of the closet. And
Are you sure he didn't
in,
fling you?
I mean, just with clarity, with holding my neck. He said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that in front of his kids again. If I ever embarrass him, and he just shoved me in embarrassed. If I ever embarrass you, if you ever embarrass me again
What a mess, man.
in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you.
Kidsmiths, get memorizing. That's what y'all have homework assignment.
And I don't know, I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or
Yes, sir.
I don't really recall
Remember, is the hybrid too happy?
having an awareness
Other demons.
of where
Oh
he
my
was
God.
at this point. But I leave
Amazing.
the closet,
Amazing.
go into the bathroom, which is right next to it,
Yes, sir.
and he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me.
Barreling.
Before
wait,
he does that,
guys,
I said something.
Barreling. That's so. Right now, I think he's more rhinoceros than other things. Did we add rhinoceros to the list? We need to add rhinoceros because the barreling also.
Something snarky to him.
Oh, wait, we
fucking
do
ever
have
talk to me
rhinoceros.
like that again, or I hate you, or something in response.
It's funny.
Just something, so that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag. And
Rhinoctopus. That. Yeah.
I kind of get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the bathroom with me.
You guys.
And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door, or if he just shut it. But again,
Oh yeah.
bangs me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my vagina, like, I
Wow.
was wearing this peach kind of
Babe.
like netted kind
Right,
of
that-
style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me.
Right. The vesty
Best
thing.
I can explain it with his shoved his fingers and
The scissor fingers.
inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit out of the way, and just kind of held me there
We love the vesty thing.
and asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?"
This is the Christmas incident at the Bahamas.
Taunting me while jerking me
On
around.
his private island.
And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, not just like teasing me, like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough now? What?"
That
No,
doesn't
what?
track for me. I don't know. I don't think he did say that.
I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room, or he
I
went
think
into
I was
the room.
finding
I don't know who
plausible
went
to
into the
3
main room
times in a row,
first.
but say that. So
I just remember his hand landing on the back of my shoulder neck area. I remember
up shoulder neck
trying
area.
to get him off of me.
Good body part.
I don't know. I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do
Fair.
remember I knew I needed to get away from him.
It's very fair.
At some point, I ran. I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio.
For anyone who needs a good laugh, now
Um,
It's some point before I ran. He swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it made.
Oh
But I
my
remember running.
Oh my God.
I threw something in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran.
So the doggo is Bubba, the hero of the Murdoch trial. Let's take another look. Thank you, Bubba. To quote Metters in his closing arguments, although he does it way more startlingly and in a very Southern preacher way. Yes. So we've got the chicken, we got Bubba, we got the shrimp weasel. That's Alex's spirit animal. Alex, there's Poot. Then we have the lolly bird, classic, and there's Amber. Because we started with this, the road trip crew, right? Then we made Lolly with his tie from closing arguments. Then we added Lolly to the road trip crew. He wasn't invited, but he's trailing along like garbage behind. And then we added, this was just from today, Amber, who's the lowest on the totem pole in this picture scenario, because Lolly is trying to get away from her. And neither of them are invited on the road trip with the road trip crew. So hopefully that makes total sense. Because of the chicken. I guess, Fender, you haven't watched the whole trial. The big part of the Murdoch trial is the dogs chasing the chickens. Here, let me just pull up. These are the actual quotes from just minutes before they died, actually, of them discussing what's happening with the dogs and the chickens and the guineas. So, hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. The he's got a bird in his mouth is Bubba. Bubba, the dog in the picture, has a bird in his mouth. This is Paul Murdoch.
This is a chicken.
This is Maggie Murdoch. It's a guinea. And you can hear the chickens clucking in the background. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Yep. Yeah, we have a lot of inside jokes. We do. Yeah, great point. Fuck, like garbage trailing behind. What does that make Amber? Right, worse than that. That's what we know. That's what we know. That's what we know. They did play that clip so many times during the trial. Yep. Yeah, those sound clips came from Paul Murdoch, who was doing a Snapchat video to one of his friends. And that's basically how they were able to prove the timeline that Alex had to have killed them. Basically, it was very that Snapchat video was the key to the whole thing. But that's the audio from it that I can pull up any of those separately. So great point, Kit Smith. You'll get the gist of the jokes through osmosis. Absolutely.
Down the deck, ran out into the kind of like parking lot area, this gravel parking lot area outside of the house. And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me, grabbed me by the hair, swung me around.
Again with the hair. How did she have any hair left? That's the real question. Yeah, Amber.
I remember he hit my face at least once,
right.
but I'm not quite sure in what sequence. Was it before I broke away or after? I don't remember.
That's her outfit.
I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV. I remember the headlights. I remember separating from him.
Who cares if you
or them kind of running up and saying something and separating us. And I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
Is that the end of?
Yeah, this is a good breaking point. Yes.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can stay there for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking again. This is the time that we break for a week. Okay, so I won't be seeing you until May 16th.
That's right.
But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the remainder of the case will progress. Okay. All right. So
we did it.
We promised to get you the case to you by Memorial Day.
Yep.
So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you. Okay. One thing is starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30. So I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay? The other thing I need from you is Friday,
So-
May 27th.
So yeah, so this is scheduling. So May 27th, that's my dad's birthday. So yeah, by the way, I've already had some people request that I cover Sarah Boone. So I'm gonna try to do that because, you know, the pros say, well, now you've got my interest even more than it already was. It's gonna be an absolute disaster. And of course, we can always compare it to Daryl Brooks. We can do things like this here. Spencer, accurate. Some of me is missing, but I mostly made it. Excellent. Yeah, well, it's not going to be till October, is my understanding, Kitsmits. So hopefully you'll be okay by then. Right. Oh, that's wild, Kelly. Shout out to the May 27th birthdays. Oh, wow. That's incredible that you know that, Fender. Oh my God, that's a great point, Kitsmits. Yes, I have to do that. Spencer, are you okay with that? That's brilliant. Oh my God, that's so good, you guys. Okay, I'm gonna play this though because Amber, Maisha has this trial memorized in a way I've never seen before because she even knows how Amber looks getting off the stand. So let's watch.
Which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments, and the case is going to be turned over to you for deliberations on that day, okay? So I wanted to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do. Now I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities, the responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case. All right, so you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, etc., or any
Somebody
similar
do
sites.
exclamation point.
In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case.
Okay, we'll skip.
whether
Somebody do exclamation point Spencer. Oh, I didn't know if that was confirmed, Fender, to change yours. I'll change it.
or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceeding.
Oh, YouTube.
Okay.
What do you think,
Thank you.
Spencer? Oh, here she goes. Here she goes. Here she goes again. Do 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 do. Not just every day. Yeah. What song is that?
All right. And again, ma'am, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? You can step down, though, and have a seat with your attorneys. I have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of before we finish.
Fender. Oh, stupid head. Look at her being this stupid head. Fender, can you retype what you wanted me to change yours to just because it'll be easier than me trying to find it? What a stupid head. So what's she gonna, I wonder, they're gonna put something on the record though.
Attorneys, I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we
Nightbot
finished all the depositions. I
Nightbot
want
took
to
a
thank
little
all
nap.
of you for last
Took a little
Friday and staying here until I think it was 9 o'clock at night. But we got them all done, and I really appreciate all your work on that.
Oh, it's definitely,
it does mean a lot. And,
yes.
and now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So, so no more depositions. What I'd also, for planning purposes, though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, the day is going to be a little different. So we'll start at 9. We'll probably break for a morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30. So I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably be between, I don't know, 3:15 to 3:30. maybe even a little later to 3:45. We'll see. And then we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead and give you your times as of this very minute of what you have used and what you have left, okay? Are you ready? Okay, Mr. Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Let's wait. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's right.
Aisha, were you looking for something else from Amber? Because we can look. Also, Fender, you should have an updated command as well. Okay, let's see. Let's go see if we can find her looking scared. It's a wild squirrel hunt, like a wild goose chase. I guess a wild squirrel chase, rather. So that's that one. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Wait, isn't there another break? Nope. Okay, that's after a break. Hold on. Oh, is it the morning break?
What if any?
What's
Leading.
Oh my God, what a mess.
I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days, roughly.
Her face, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, I did not know that Judge A is a
Majority of the, I mean, for
thing. This was all day 15. Yeah, we're not done with Amber. So for anyone who thought we were done, she still has 2 more days on the stand, I believe. 3 more days? No, 2 more days. 2 more days.
And did you do?
I'm just getting to the break part here.
To the right. Does it appear to have some?
Ah.
painting directly.
Oh, YouTube. Yeah, I love 90s music, though. This is still Australia, so it's got to be after this.
And
so we have another, it's like they go to cross in the afternoon. So we have another like half a day-ish on direct and then cross.
The lampshades.
And then it's another
that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me
Good night,
messages
Angel Baby.
in blood and pain.
Good night. Okay. Thank you so much for being here.
Let's go to 1830.
Oh, interesting, Kelly. Thank you.
And
so it's got to be after this because this is Australia still. So.
I didn't write anything on the mirror.
Yeah, and also Angel Baby, just in case we do have people all over the world, in case you didn't pick up on it already, vendors in India, and we do have some squirrel friends in Ireland.
You know, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and have our break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here. All right, in 15 minutes. All right, so we'll come back at 4:02. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Accurate, Spencer. Oh, is this the one? Oh, yeah, I remember this. Oh, how stupid. That is so fucking stupid. Holy shit, y'all. Wow. 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 That's what I was saying. This. Yeah, that was so stupid. That was so stupid. What stupidness. Okay, so there you go. There you have it, guys. So yeah, and one thing we will do also too, maybe on the next stream for this is listen to the recording that Maisha mentioned. That is from the 5-hour recording, but the compressed version. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So DSN's going to be like, wow, you guys did it. Like we did it. We totally squirreled it. So, I think tomorrow I'll be able to do another stream tomorrow night and, the clock handle. We have to finish direct though, especially for our friend DSN, if he's not already watched it, which he might still be catching up by the time we go there. So, Fender, are you wanting to start cross now? Oh man. If you're wanting to start cross now, then you are. You guys. I think we need to finish direct. I honestly don't even remember. I think they play recordings of her saying the ones where she's like, you're not punched. I'm pretty sure that's what we have left. That shit. Yeah, Maisha, bring more sanity nuts. There you go. Can we get like 5 minutes for healing? Yeah, we can. Do you want like the beginning 5 minutes? Do you want like the last 5 minutes? We can totally do that. Yes, for healing. Yes, we can do that. Absolutely. So let me do this while I pull it up. Hold on. Hold on just a sec, guys. Okay, let's see where we want to play this. Any 5 minutes, says Fender. Okay, so well, yeah. So this wouldn't be the end actually because there's another full day. So we'll do here. Here this is. There's her Dr. Evil.
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
That's funny, Elaine. Good night.
This is not her statement. This is
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
Oh, this was a good spot.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future.
Ooh, thank you, Spencer.
Did I read that correctly?
We'll keep an eye out.
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no.
Oh my God.
It doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Oh, is it Chandler?
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each,
to the ACLU
and to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break.
No,
for
now
it.
that this
So
is happening,
effectively
I
for
feel
his
like
tax
maybe they
bracket, he
can
should be
finish
paying
off today.
double that amount
the next
to the
day,
charity
that's-
directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid the installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce.
Nice.
As per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter.
Yeah.
I mean, the other way around.
Oh yeah. Spencer, yes.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
We're here.
I said that
We're here.
I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection.
Yeah, I bet you
If we
can.
can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
Yes, we will. We're going to watch the Morgans and we're going to watch Spiegel also. He doesn't even have a choice. It's
This is
mandatory.
an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp row over divorce donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page.
Yeah.
Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows
Objection.
the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
Oh boy. Well, we're not going to read the sidebars now because we'll go through this again in full. Oh, here, we'll jump forward through the sidebars for now. Dr. Siegel is one of my favorites of all the things. Dr. Siegel. Look, he's laughing. That's a good sign. Are we not? Why are we not? Here we go. So now I'm thinking, though, after hearing this, being here, now I'm thinking they do finish cross, but that would mean they finish cross in like just the afternoon. And I remember it goes right into redirect because it's a whole disaster. So I don't know, maybe I remember thinking it was 4 days, but of her total on the stand this first round. So I don't know. If the spinning wheel stopped, we would learn more about that, wouldn't we? Do 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 do. Oh, spinny wheel. That's what I was thinking, Kit Smits. But I felt like she ended cross with this whole pledge versus donate thing, don't you guys? That's why I was confused, because see, this is day 16 and we just finished day 15. Okay. Okay.
What I said.
I guess it's just a strong finish for a half day then. Okay, cool. Well, then that makes sense. I was, like I said, I was expecting her to have another day. But yeah, this is the day she ends the pledge for donate. That's what.
Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
Right.
No, that's right. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we're on now. Oh, right. The other one, she ends on the TMZ slip. Right. Thank you. Oh, YouTube. That outfit, though, is a special thing. So this is amazing, isn't it? YouTube, come on. Come on. Oh.
Could you please turn your microphone on? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Your Honor, they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay. And I'm just
Excellent.
trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
She's getting her the document. Elaine! Look at Elaine's face. Paused on a good spot. There's that sunlight.
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Very nice sun. Elaine still looks funny where it's at here. That's so funny. How's it she looks like this in like every time it's pausing or thinking, spinning? Oh, guys, come on, come on, come on. I don't know which is taking longer, trying to fast forward it in the spinning wheel or just letting it play out. Maybe I should just let it play out. Yeah, I know, right? 100%. Timeless Elaine. Yeah.
So, Your Honor, can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that
Happily.
later
Yes.
today. Okay.
Right.
All
I
right.
mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I understand. We'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of.
No, they're going to approach.
Okay, come forward.
I remember this really well, actually, because they approach like a billion times back to back. Oh my God, y'all. I remember this. One of them I think is longer than the rest. So I don't know if we've already passed that one. I don't know that we have. So I'm going to, I know that it's controversial, but I'm going to try using the fast forward thing. Yeah, a matching fedora. That's a great idea, Maisha. Oh, and actually now it's not spinny wheeling. So yeah, 100% with the fedora, and he needs the vesty thing in the fedora. Yeah. Oh, now we're getting spinny. I think it might have been the customer. Cool. Are we back? We're back.
All right. So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor,
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't
Elaine,
read it. She has to
I
show
swear
it
The
to her.
language that
I
follows
swear to God, Elaine.
If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that. Go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts at
Objection, Your Honor.
Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm Elaine.
Yes.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
Yes.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection,
know.
Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Point.
I'll overrule the objection. 1260 in evidence over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, you guys are so cute with the bear hugs.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities,
Right.
the ACLU, American Civil Liberties
That's
Union for
right.
Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
You guys.
Yes.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for
Any
permission to
objection?
publish it.
It contains, has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay.
very briefly.
Oh, God. Just briefly approach. Y'all. The Danish TV show. You know, it's funny. I wonder if that had anything to do with the Danish Girl movie, if that's how she ended up. I donate my allegiance to the flag, right? Oh, wait, sorry, I meant pledge. Donate works in that situation, right? Don't they mean the same thing?
So if we could please play and published to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence. Good.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted nothing.
She really does have a punchable face. Yes. Dude, I hate the way she says I wanted nothing. I have to see that part again.
This interview was in October of 2018.
Her face is the most punchable when she says I wanted nothing.
to you, because that
Interrupts him to say it, by the way.
On the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted nothing.
Punch. Dude, Spencer.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence. This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5, so the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That.
Okay.
It's he literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's an
overrule the
improper-
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
that. I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would agree with me?
That is correct.
Okay. And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is
October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because
Dude, she's
you,
such a-
quote,
yeah,
wanted nothing,
It is.
end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement, $7
that's not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Here we go.
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those
Ms.
obligations.
Heard,
Mm-hmm.
that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer my
question?
question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million donated, not pledged, donated.
That's right.
$7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with
They
one
are.
another. They
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard,
Oh my God.
I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question.
Sanity nuts to you, Maisha. All the
As
things-
of today, you have not paid
Look at that lady.
$3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today,
Bitch,
you have not
please.
paid $3.5 million of your own money
Dude.
to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny
Oh my
sued me.
God.
So as of today,
Stop it.
you have not donated, paid
Look at all the people
$7
laughing in
million
the
of
audience.
your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
Oh my God.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny. That's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions.
Right.
Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath,
Your shitty
quote,
counsel.
the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
She's
I'm
like,
gonna
that's
move
the
to strike
problem.
everything after yes.
She's like, that's the problem. My counsel's going to
All
redirect me. And she's
No,
Elaine, shut up.
Ms. Heard,
I
this is
did-
really inappropriate.
It is.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully,
You know
You pay
that.
I'm not
over
asking,
time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question.
She was.
Thank you.
She doesn't work there anymore.
That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
Shut
But
up.
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to fulfill those
So that's a no, right,
obligations.
Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK. May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, do you want me to close the shades?
That would be
Okay.
wonderful.
There's this light coming across.
So I appreciate that.
Has
It's
to be a little
probably
more
good light. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
There we go.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
Who the pledge?
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
That's not the fucking point, Amber.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two
Oh my
charities,
God.
didn't you?
Incorrect.
Yeah, we're
Because you
going
wanted
back.
to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
I'm very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor is
Okay, you
fine,
said
this is a good
It's a
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember, tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and your taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the
So
morning.
Spencer echoes that sentiment for us here. Take care of ourselves. Stay hydrated. Y'all, there we go. We did it. That was you guys. I'm like, I think I might be just pretty close though to passing the longest live stream I've done. I think I'm pretty close, but yeah, that was a we did it, guys. A round of applause for everyone. Squirrel nuts for everybody. Woo! Hype! Hype! So good. So yes, so tomorrow we will pick up with the beginning of this day 16. And we will get to watch the rest of this, well, beginning of this cross and the rest of direct for the day. And yeah, and I will keep you guys posted in the Discord. For anyone who has not joined the Discord, Nightbot will put the link in the chat right now. It is awesome. It is free. It is fun. And if you are intimidated, we will be happy to let you guys know how to use it if you join. Hi, Zeke. I don't know how I missed your name popping up, but I'm happy to have another squirrel friend. We love everybody here. We are, and of course, dude, Fender, really? Of course we'll do the sidebars. Of course. But yeah, happy you're here. Hope you can join us for the next one. And hopefully you can also join the Discord as well. So this is how we all keep in touch. And there's, of course, notifications that come out through the Discord as well, too. But this has been great. It's been a really nice break from right. Kelly B. Right, exactly. She says, girl, you pulled me out of a political dumpster fire. So thank you. Dude, I'm so happy. That's awesome. And that's why we're doing it. Right? Because we're taking a break from all the heaviness of all the things. For sure. But yes, awesome. It's been great. I was almost thinking it would be funny if we were still going strong when Candace wakes up for her half marathon. But that's still another. Wait, let me think. She said 4:30 her time, so that would be 7:30 my time. So that's 2.5 hours from now. So I don't think so. But yes, group hug everyone. I need a group hug thing, but I'll get on that tomorrow. Absolutely, Fender. And also just for fun, before we go, let's just enjoy this one more time. So silly, and I love it so much. So yes, everybody, y'all are awesome. It's 5:10 a.m. for me. Kitsma says it's her comfort trial. I know, you're not alone there, for sure. It's a squirrelathon, like a squirrel marathon. It's a squirrelathon. Candace is going to run her half marathon, and we do a squirrelathon. Group thug. Oh my God. Yeah, that's awesome. Love that. I went all night. That's what she said. Maisha's only 2 hours behind me. Kelly B went to bed, or not Kelly B. Sorry. Oh, who was it? Sorry. We've had a lot of new faces here tonight, so which is awesome. It was what was it? Baby. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Do you guys remember? It was baby face, maybe? But there was somebody who was only an hour behind me. Kitsmits is in Pacific time. Kelly, what time zone are you in? Are you West Coast? Like with good one, Spencer. Good one. Wait, how is it 2:40 p.m. for you, Fender? Because don't you still have to have the minutes the same? Yeah, I love all the different people around the world and all the different time zones. It's really fun. Okay, so you're an hour behind me. Okay. It's the real deal here, man. It's the real deal. We don't play around. Texas. Okay, cool. We have some other squirrel friends in Texas also too. How's there in half an hour? Are you for real? That I did not know that existed, Fender. I did not know that existed. I thought it was always on the hour. That is insane. Colorado. Cool. Got a lot of cases out of Colorado. Texas as well. Yeah, that is, you guys are, I have never heard of that. That is amazing, Fender. Holy shit. You guys learn something new every day. I think most people don't know about that. Like, fun trivia fact right there. That it is very interesting. That is crazy. Right, the 30 minutes, right? Wild. Holy shit. That's why. No wonder. Okay, that's funny. No wonder we've been confused about the time. Like, okay, that makes sense now in hindsight. That is so funny. Thunder says it's the whole thing. We have a large country, so they went average. Spencer. I mean, could be. Oh, that's a good question, Kit Smits. I see. Okay, wow. They split the difference. That is very interesting, Fender. Holy shit. Wow. Compromise. What if any? So Elaine, her total for day 15, the day we just finished, her totals of what if any is about to show on the screen here, 38. But you know what? I think Lolly would at least double, if not triple that. That's the crazy thing, right? Just when you think like it was hard to imagine, but I think that would be the case. So that exactly. That's what I was thinking, Spencer. Exactly. Also true. It does make more sense than her testimony for sure. Yeah, you know, and we don't have anybody watching from China yet. So if we do have a squirrel friend from China join, then we can ask them. Accurate, Kelly B. Accurate. Yep. Accurate. Oh, you know, I wonder. Really? That's wild. If not us, then who, right? So y'all are amazing. Sanity nuts. I love the sanity nuts. Dude, that's awesome, dude. Y'all are awesome. So hopefully I will see you guys again soon for the next one. I know we're all in different time zones, but it'll be tomorrow night, as in tomorrow night, pretending it's still the same day, because I'll still think of it as in going to sleep, but technically it's the same day. So AKA in like a little over 12 hours is what I mean. So we will continue on with day 16. And for those of you who join later on, you'll get to see our squirrel friend DSN, which is the reason we've been doing this, because he's watching the trial for the first time. So you guys can be extra huggy for him. And yeah, but y'all, I'll talk to you guys in the Discord. Yeah, all right, exactly. Good night or good day. Good day, mate. Speaking of Australia, shout out to the Kangaroos. Good present, right? Exactly, yes. Yeah, but y'all, thanks for being here. Thanks for being a squirrel. Thanks for being the best people on the planet. Love you guys, and I'll see y'all soon.